Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Heather. The coffee maker gurgles as I pace my small apartment kitchen, muttering lines from yesterday's audition under my breath. Another day, another casting call, the life of a struggling actress in Hollywood. My phone buzzes against the granite counter, and I snatch it up before the first ring ends. Heather Phillips speaking. Pack your bags, darling. You're going to be a star. My agent Marco's voice rings through the speaker. I grip the edge of the counter. What are you talking about? Remember that audition for Midnight in Manhattan? The studio just called. You got the lead. The room spins. Midnight in Manhattan. The most anticipated romantic drama of the year. A $100 million budget. My coffee grows cold, forgotten. This isn't a joke, right? Because if it is, would I joke about Universal Pictures? You start filming in 3 weeks. I sink onto a bar stool, my legs unable to hold me up any longer. Holy crap. There's more. Your co-star, none other than Lawrence Blake himself. The name hits me like a bucket of ice water. Lawrence Blake. The man who's been at every Christmas dinner at my parents' house since I was 10. The same Lawrence who taught me how to ride a bike when Dad was too busy filming. The Lawrence whose blue eyes and perfect jawline Grace magazine covers worldwide. Lawrence, my voice comes out as a squeak. Does he know I'm cast? He signed off on you personally. Listen, I'm sending over the contract now. But I barely hear Marco's words. My mind races with memories of Lawrence ruffling my hair, calling me kiddo, showing up at my high school graduation. Now I'll have to kiss him, act intimate scenes with him. My stomach knots. Heather, you still there? Yeah, I need a minute. Take all the minutes you need, but sign that contract today. This is your big break. I end the call and stare at my reflection in the dark kitchen window. At 24, I fought hard to step out of my father's shadow, to make it on my own merit. And now my first major role will be opposite Dad's best friend. The next 3 weeks blur into a frenzy of preparation. My tiny apartment transforms into a war room of script pages, character notes, and research materials. I practice my lines until my neighbors probably know them by heart, perfecting my New York accent for the role of Sophie, an ambitious gallery curator. Every surface holds a piece of the puzzle, method acting books, art history volumes, even a makeshift gallery layout taped to my living room wall. But no amount of preparation can settle the flutter in my stomach when I think about working with Lawrence. The morning of our first shoot arrives too soon. I step onto the Universal lot, clutching my coffee like a lifeline. The bustle of crew members, the towering lights, the maze of equipment. It's a far cry from the indie films I've done before. There's my leading lady. A familiar deep voice cuts through the chaos. I spin around, nearly spilling my coffee. Lawrence stands there in his character's tailored suit, somehow looking even more striking than he does in magazines. The same Lawrence who used to push me on the swings is now my romantic lead. Hey, my voice cracks. Real smooth, Heather. Nervous? His eyes crinkle at the corners as he steps closer. Me? Never. I try to channel Sophie's confidence, but my hands shake as I tuck my hair behind my ear. You've got this. He squeezes my shoulder and the warmth of his touch sends electricity through my body. This is definitely not the same way I felt when I was 10. Places everyone, the director's voice booms across the set. Lawrence winks at me before heading to his mark. I take my position behind the prop gallery desk, trying to focus on being Sophie rather than the fact that in 5 minutes, I'll have to flirt with a man who once taught me how to throw a proper punch. The cameras roll. Lawrence approaches the desk, transforming into James, the wealthy art collector. My heart pounds against my ribs. This is really happening. I'm actually here in a major studio production, opposite Lawrence Blake. Action. I'm looking for something. Lawrence's voice drops an octave as he leans against my desk, channeling James's signature swagger. Special. I lift my gaze from the inventory list, meeting those intense blue eyes. My stomach flips. We have several exclusive pieces, Mr. Harrison. Any particular period you're interested in? Contemporary. He moves closer and I catch a whiff of his cologne, the same one he's worn for years. Something that speaks to the soul. The director, Richard Morrison, calls cut. He storms over, his designer glasses askew. Lawrence, more heat. This is supposed to be love at first sight. And Heather? He waves his hands in frustration. You're too stiff. Loosen up. We reset. Take after take, Lawrence nails every line with the precision of a 20-year veteran. I struggle to match his energy, to forget the times he carried me on his shoulders at family barbecues. Better watch those shoulders, kiddo. Lawrence adjusts my posture between takes. You're doing that tense thing you used to do before dance recitals. I'm not a kid anymore, Lawrence. The words come out sharper than intended. His expression shifts. Of course not, Again. Richard's voice cracks like a whip. He's been checking his phone obsessively between takes, his face growing more pinched by the hour. And this time, try to act like adults who want to screw each other, not a father-daughter career day. Heat crawls down my body. Lawrence's jaw tightens, but he returns to his mark without comment. The next take flows differently. I let Sophie take over, channeling her confidence. When Lawrence approaches, I match his intensity. Our eyes lock. The air crackles with tension. I think I found exactly what I'm looking for. His fingers brush mine as I hand him the gallery catalog. Electricity shoots up my arm. Cut! Finally! Richard throws his hands up. That's what I've been waiting for. Take 5 while I deal with this. He stalks off, phone pressed to his ear, muttering about lawyers and NDAs. Lawrence turns to me with newfound respect in his eyes. Where did that come from? Guess I'm full of surprises. I straighten my blazer, trying to ignore how my skin still tingles where he touched me. That you are. His gaze lingers a moment too long before he heads to his trailer, leaving me to wonder if maybe he's finally seeing me as more than just his best friend's little girl. A harried assistant director rushes toward us, her head set askew. She gestures for Lawrence and me to step aside from the bustling crew. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, she says, lowering her voice. But there's a situation with Richard. Lawrence crosses his arms. Sarah, I've never seen you this nervous. What kind of situation are we talking about? He's being sued. One of his previous actresses filed harassment charges this morning. She glances around, making sure no one else is within earshot. The story's about to break. My stomach drops. Harassment? But we just started filming. This is from his last project. She wrings her hands. The studio's in damage control mode, but this could impact our production schedule. Jesus Christ. Lawrence runs a hand through his hair. How bad are we talking? Multiple incidents, apparently. The legal team's reviewing options, but she shakes her head. I'm so sorry. I know this isn't what either of you signed up for. I cross my arms over my chest as my mind races. My first big break, and it might crash before it even takes off. What happens to the film? That's up in the air right now. The studio will make an announcement once they've assessed the situation. Her walkie-talkie crackles. I should get back. Just keep this quiet for now. She hurries off, leaving Lawrence and me in stunned silence. The excited buzz I felt earlier evaporates, replaced by a cold weight in my chest. Through the studio windows, I watch Richard pacing in his office, phone pressed to his ear, gesturing wildly. My jaw clenches. What the hell has he done?
Chapter 2. Lawrence. The conference room at Universal feels more like a war room. 12 faces, all wearing the same grim expression, stare at the PowerPoint presentation displaying our projected numbers. The film's marketing head clicks through another slide, each graph worse than the last. The Morrison scandal has tanked our pre-release tracking. She points to a particularly depressing line chart. Social media sentiment is in the toilet. We're looking at a massive loss if we release as scheduled. I glance at Heather beside me. Her shoulders are tense, fingers drumming against the polished table. This is her first leading role, the kind of break that can make or break a career. What about pushing the release? The studio exec Danny Gallagher leans forward. Give it time for the scandal to die down? Delaying costs money we don't have. The finance VP shakes his head. We're already over budget from having to reshoot Morrison's scenes with the new director. Then we need a narrative shift. I speak up, drawing everyone's attention. The public's associating Morrison's actions with the film. We need to give them something else to focus on. Like what? The marketing head raises an eyebrow. The love story. Heather's voice carries across the table, strong and clear. That's what drew audiences to the script in the first place. Two people from different worlds finding each other in Manhattan. She's right. I meet her eyes, seeing the same determination I feel. Morrison was just the director. The heart of this film is the chemistry between our characters. That's what we should be selling. A romance angle could work. The marketing head taps her tablet. But we'd need both of you front and center. Talk shows, magazine covers, social media campaigns. Really sell the chemistry. Whatever it takes. Heather straightens in her chair. This film is bigger than Morrison's mistakes. The room buzzes with renewed energy as ideas flow. Joint interviews. Behind-the-scenes content focusing on the love story. A promotional tour hitting major cities. Each suggestion builds on the last, transforming defeat into possibility. We need something bigger. The PR head, Wendy Owens, leans forward with that look I've learned to dread. The public loves Heather. She's got nearly 1 million Instagram followers, mostly young women who relate to her journey as a rising star. And I shift in my chair, not liking where this is heading. And you're Lawrence Blake, the ultimate Hollywood bachelor. Women want you, men want to be you. Wendy's fingers fly across her tablet. Your combined star power could overshadow any scandal. Heather sits straighter. What exactly are you suggesting? A love story, not just on screen, but off it too. Wendy's eyes gleam. You two fell in love during filming. Kept it quiet, but now... She pauses for dramatic effect. You're married. Married? The word explodes from my mouth. That's insane. Is it? Danny jumps in. The tabloids already speculate about you two. Those set photos from last month had Twitter buzzing for days. I run a hand through my hair. There's a difference between gossip and fabricating an entire marriage. Your Playboy image isn't doing you any favors anymore, Lawrence. Wendy's tone turns businesslike. You're 42. The public wants to see you settle down. And Heather's exactly the kind of woman they'd root for. Talented, genuine, making it on her own merit despite her father's presence in the industry. Remember that story how she turned down a film her father recommended she be casted in? It earned her a lot of the public favor. Nobody likes an entitled nepo baby. I haven't agreed to anything. Heather's voice carries an edge. Think about it. Wendy spreads her hands. The narrative writes itself. Young actress catches the eye of Hollywood's most eligible bachelor. He finally meets his match. It's romantic, aspirational. Completely fake, I interject. The best PR usually is. Wendy smiles. We'll need an answer by tomorrow. The film's future depends on this. The weight of those words settles over the room. I steal a glance at Heather, finding her already watching me, her expression unreadable. I lean back in my chair, studying the expectant faces around the table. This isn't my first PR stunt. Hell, in this industry they're as common as Botox. But marriage? That crosses a line. The logistics alone would be a nightmare. I tap my fingers against the armrest. Documents, licenses, all handled. Wendy waves off my concern. We've got connections at the courthouse. We can get a marriage certificate easily. The carefully planted witnesses. The works. Lawrence. Heather's voice pulls my attention. Her dark eyes lock onto mine, fierce and determined. Can we talk? Privately? We step into the hallway, away from the suffocating pressure of the conference room. Heather paces, her heels clicking against the marble floor. This could save the film. She stops, facing me. Everything I've worked for comes down to this release. No more bit parts, no more daughter of that famous actor introductions. This is my chance to prove myself. At what cost? I cross my arms, lying to everyone, living under a microscope. We're actors. We lie for a living. Her words carry no judgment, just raw honesty. And the microscope? That's already our reality. At least this way, we control the narrative. She's right. That's the part that gets me. I've spent 20 years in this business, watching talented people get crushed by circumstances beyond their control. Heather deserves better than that. You really want this, Heather? I ask, searching her face for any doubt. The determination in her eyes reminds me of every pivotal moment in my own career. The risks, the gambles, the moments that defined everything. I want my work to speak for itself. This film, our film, deserves that chance. She steps closer, her voice softening. I'm not asking for forever, just long enough to give this story the audience it deserves. Her words carry the weight of years spent fighting to be seen as more than just another legacy kid. I rub my jaw, considering. Her passion reminds me of myself at her age. Hungry, determined, willing to bet everything on the right role. How can I stand in the way of that? I've been where she is, clawing my way up from nothing, desperate for that one break that changes everything. We return to the conference room. 12 pairs of eyes snap to us, waiting. The air feels thick with anticipation, and I can sense Heather's nervous energy beside me. The decision settles in my gut like a shot of whiskey, burning but somehow right. All right. I nod at Wendy. Let's get married. The words come out stronger than I expected, carrying a finality that makes this whole crazy scheme feel real as hell.
Chapter 3. Heather. I stare at my reflection in the mirror, smoothing down my silk dress for the 100th time. The restaurant Lawrence picked ranks among LA's most exclusive spots, the kind where even C-listers struggle to score reservations. My stomach twists into knots. This isn't a real date, I remind myself, just a carefully orchestrated PR move. A gentle knock at my door makes me jump. "Car's here." Lawrence's deep voice carries through the wood. "Ready?" I open the door and freeze. He fills the doorframe in a perfectly tailored charcoal suit that highlights his broad shoulders. The hint of gray stubble along his jaw adds to his rugged appeal. "You look stunning." His eyes sweep over me with appreciation that feels genuine rather than performative. "Thanks. You clean up nice yourself?" I grab my clutch, proud that my voice stays steady despite my racing pulse. The drive to the restaurant passes in tense silence. As we near our destination, Lawrence reaches over and squeezes my hand. "Relax, you're doing great." "Easy for you to say. You've done this 1,000,000 times and survived every one." He winks. "Just follow my lead. Stay close, smile, and remember, you belong here just as much as anyone else." The car slows to a stop. Through the tinted windows, camera flashes already strobe the entrance. My chest tightens. What if I mess this up? The words tumble out before I can stop them. Lawrence turns to face me fully. "You won't. But even if you do, who cares? They'll forget about it by tomorrow's news cycle. Our PR agents might be the only ones who throw a fit." The valet opens Lawrence's door. He steps out, then extends his hand to help me. The instant my heels hit the pavement, voices shout our names from every direction. Lawrence's arm slides around my waist, solid and steadying. "Just breathe," he murmurs against my ear, steering us toward the entrance. "I've got you." His warm breath tickles my skin, and the deep rumble of his voice steadies my racing pulse. I lean into his touch, letting his confidence wash over me. His thumb traces small circles against my hip, an unexpectedly intimate gesture that sends warmth spreading through my chest. For a moment, I almost forget this is all pretend. The solid press of his body against mine feels too right, too natural to be fake. The paparazzi surge forward like a wave. Lawrence's grip tightens, shielding me from the worst of it as questions bombard us from all sides. His muscled frame creates a barrier between me and the chaos, and I'm grateful for his height advantage as he guides us through the crowd. "Lawrence, over here." "Heather, how did you two meet?" "How long have you two been dating?" The questions come rapid fire, accompanied by the deafening click of cameras. Lawrence's fingers press more firmly into my waist, a silent reminder that I'm not facing this alone. The familiar scent of his cologne wraps around me like armor against the onslaught. Lawrence navigates through the chaos with practiced ease, flashing his signature smile. "Evening, everyone. We're just trying to enjoy dinner." His casual deflection only fuels their frenzy. Cameras click rapid fire, capturing every micro-expression. I plaster on my best red carpet smile, channeling the confidence Lawrence radiates. The maitre d' rushes to escort us inside, practically tripping over himself to accommodate Hollywood's golden boy. As the heavy doors close behind us, muffling the chaos, I let out a deep breath, my shoulders finally relaxing away from my ears. "Not so bad, right?" Lawrence's hand lingers on my lower back as we follow our host to a secluded corner booth. His touch is warm, steady, grounding me after the circus outside. Says the man who does this in his sleep. I slide into the plush leather seat, smoothing my dress. Some of us are still getting used to being treated like zoo animals. Lawrence settles beside me rather than across, a calculated move for any watching eyes. His thigh brushes mine, sending an unexpected spark through me. The cologne he's wearing doesn't help my composure. Something expensive and masculine that makes my head swim. "Check your phone." He smirks, pulling out his own. The dim restaurant lighting catches the angle of his jaw. "Bet we're trending already." I unlock my screen to find hundreds of notifications. Twitter's exploding with photos of us, analyzing everything from our body language to my choice of dress. The top comment reads, "Hollywood's hottest new couple," with about 50 fire emojis. If they only knew this was all for show. Oh God, look at this one. I tilt my screen toward him. Hollywood's most eligible bachelor finally tamed? Sources say Lawrence Blake and rising star Heather Phillips have been secretly dating for months. Months, Lawrence chuckles, scrolling through his own feed. God, our teams work fast. Here's one calling us Hollywood's hottest new power couple. Power couple? I snort. I've had exactly 2 lead roles. 3 after the film releases. He bumps my shoulder playfully. Better get used to this attention. According to these tweets, we're practically engaged. I smile wide at his teasing tone. The waiter approaches with menus, and Lawrence's arm drapes casually across the booth behind me. It's meant to look natural for onlookers, but the weight of it sends tingles down my spine. I focus on the menu, trying to ignore how right this feels, how easily we've fallen into this couple act. It's just pretend, I remind myself firmly. No matter how genuine his smile looks when he leans in to recommend the wine. My phone buzzes again, but this time it's not social media notifications. My heart sinks as I see my father's name on the screen. Is there something you need to tell me about you and Lawrence Blake? These photos look quite cozy. I slide the phone toward Lawrence. Dad's already on the case. Lawrence glances at the message, a knowing smile crossing his face. He's just being protective. That's what good fathers do. He's going to flip when he finds out this is fake. I tap my fingers against the stem of my wine glass. He hates anything that feels dishonest in the industry. Tell him the truth then. He'll understand it's just publicity. My fingers hover over the keyboard before typing. It's just PR for midnight in Manhattan, Dad. Lawrence and I are trying to build buzz before the premiere. Nothing more. The response comes quickly. Be careful, sweetheart. These publicity stunts have a way of getting complicated. I set my phone face down, but Lawrence's warmth beside me feels more distracting than ever. The way his fingers absently trace patterns on the boot's leather near my shoulder. How his laugh rumbles deep in his chest when he tells the waiter about his wine preference. My father's warning echoes in my head as I steal glances at Lawrence's profile. The sharp line of his jaw, the crinkles near his eyes when he smiles, the gentle way he makes sure I'm included in every conversation with the staff. This is a dangerous territory. My heart shouldn't flutter when he leans close to whisper commentary about the other diners. My skin shouldn't tingle where his arm rests behind me. But it does, and I'm starting to worry my father might be right about things getting complicated. Because while I can text my father that this is all for show, my racing pulse tells a different story. One where these feelings stirring in my chest are becoming anything but fake.
Chapter 4. Lawrence. I step out of the limousine first, adjusting my custom Tom Ford tuxedo before extending my hand to help Heather. The flash of cameras intensifies as she emerges, and my breath catches. The deep burgundy gown hugs every curve, the fabric catching the light with each movement. Her natural curls are swept up in an intricate updo, with a few strategic tendrils framing her face. The dress's plunging neckline draws attention to her elegant neck, adorned with a simple diamond pendant. "Ready?" I whisper, keeping my expression neutral for the cameras while drinking in the sight of her. "I am." Her fingers tighten around mine. We make our way down the red carpet at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the annual gala in full swing. The way she carries herself, shoulders back, chin high, speaks of natural grace. Her dark eyes sparkle under the lights, and the subtle highlight on her cheekbones makes her entire face glow. You're stealing the show, I murmur as we pause for photos. The photographers are going wild, shouting our names. Mr. Blake, when's the wedding? Heather, over here! Lawrence, how did you propose? She turns to me with a practiced smile, but I catch the slight tremor in her hand. I pull her closer, protective instinct kicking in. Just focus on me, I say under my breath. Pretend they're not here. Her full lips curve into a genuine smile this time, and something shifts in my chest. The deep brown of her eyes holds mine, and for a moment I forget this is all for show. The confidence in her stance, the intelligence behind her gaze, the way her presence commands attention, it's all devastatingly real. Lawrence! A reporter thrusts a microphone forward. How does it feel bringing your fiancée to her first Met Gala? I look down at Heather, taking in the perfect arch of her eyebrows, the subtle bronze eyeshadow making her eyes even more mesmerizing. I'm the lucky one here, I respond, not having to fake the admiration in my voice. A reporter from E. News approaches, microphone extended. Heather, this is your first Met Gala. How are you handling the pressure? I start to step in, but Heather's smooth response catches me off guard. The Met Gala celebrates art and fashion, two things I'm passionate about. Plus, she slides her hand up my arm, the gesture so natural it makes my pulse quicken. Having this one by my side makes everything easier. The reporter leans in. Your engagement took Hollywood by surprise. Can you tell us about the proposal? Actually, Heather laughs, the sound musical and genuine. Lawrence completely blindsided me. We were having dinner at home, and he just knew. When you find your person, why wait? She glances up at me, and the warmth in her eyes sells it perfectly. More reporters gather, drawn to her magnetic presence. Each question she fields with grace and wit, never missing a beat. When asked about wedding plans, she expertly deflects with humor. When probed about age differences, she turns it into a commentary on society's double standards that has the journalist nodding in agreement. Damn, I whisper in her ear as we navigate through the press line. You're a natural at this. I learned from the best. She winks, then turns to address another reporter asking about her upcoming film projects. I watch her work the crowd, pride swelling in my chest. The way she carries herself, poised yet approachable, charming yet authentic. It's masterful. The press is eating out of her hand, and rightfully so. Each response showcases not just her beauty, but her intelligence and wit. This woman is far more than just a pretty face in a stunning dress. She's a force of nature, and these reporters are starting to realize it too. A reporter calls out, "How about a kiss for the cameras?" My heart skips. We haven't discussed this, haven't prepared. I glance down at Heather, giving her the chance to deflect, but she's already turning toward me. Her hand slides up my chest, fingertips grazing my lapel. The touch sends electricity through my body. She rises on her toes, and I bend to meet her halfway. The moment our lips connect, the world stops. Her mouth is soft, warm, tasting of mint and something uniquely her. My hand finds the small of her back, drawing her closer. The silk of her dress whispers against my fingers. The kiss deepens naturally. Her fingers curl into my jacket, and I forget about the cameras, the reporters, everything except the woman in my arms. The subtle floral notes of her perfume mix with the warmth of her skin. When we part, her eyes flutter open. There's a dazed quality to her expression that mirrors what I'm feeling. In all my years in Hollywood, through countless relationships and on-screen romances, I've never experienced anything like this. "You two are adorable!" someone shouts, snapping us back to reality. Heather's composure returns instantly, but I notice the slight tremble in her fingers as she smooths my lapel. The gesture is intimate, practiced. Exactly what the cameras want to see. But the lingering heat from her lips tells a different story. I've kissed some of the most beautiful women in the world. I've performed passionate scenes with talented actresses. None of them left me feeling like this. Unanchored, electrified. craving more. Should we head inside? Heather's voice is steady, professional, but there's a new undertone I can't quite place. Lead the way, sweetheart. The endearment slips out naturally, and her steps falter for just a moment. As we walk toward the museum entrance, my hand stays at the small of her back. Each point of contact burns through the fabric of her dress, through my skin, straight to my core. This woman, with her quiet strength and magnetic presence, has completely blindsided me. As we approach the entrance, a familiar voice cuts through the crowd. Lawrence, darling, playing babysitter these days. Scarlett Martinez stands blocking our path, her silver dress catching the light. Her latest blockbuster grossed over 1 billion worldwide, and her smirk says she knows it. Scarlett. I keep my tone neutral. Our 3-month fling last year ended when she leaked relationship details to boost her rom-com's opening weekend. She eyes Heather with mock concern. Sweet of you to mentor fresh talent, though the engagement angle seems a bit excessive, no? Before I can respond, Heather steps forward. Her spine straightens, and that spark I saw earlier blazes in her eyes. Actually, Scarlett, Lawrence and I are madly in love. Heather's voice carries just enough to draw attention from nearby guests. He challenges me intellectually, supports my dreams, and makes me laugh until my sides hurt. The age gap? Please. When you connect with someone on every level, mind, body, soul, numbers become meaningless. She turns to me, her expression softening. I wake up grateful every day that this incredible man chose me. Scarlett's perfectly lined lips part in surprise. Several phones are out, recording. Now if you'll excuse us, Heather continues. My fiancé promised me a dance. She loops her arm through mine, leading us past a speechless Scarlett. Once we're through the doors, I pull her into an alcove. That was... too much? Worry flickers across her face. Brilliant. I shake my head in amazement. You just put Hollywood's highest-paid actress in her place without breaking character or giving her ammunition. Do you know how many people have tried and failed to do that? A pleased smile plays at her lips. She underestimated me. They all do. Looking at her now, fierce, intelligent, unshakable, I realize I might have too.
Chapter 5. Heather. The stark white walls of my trailer feel like they're closing in as I stare at the wedding planning binder spread across my lap. Lawrence sits across from me in the cramped space, his long legs stretched out, ankle crossed over knee. Between takes of Midnight in Manhattan, we're supposed to be rehearsing our scenes, but instead we're picking out flower arrangements and table settings. The press will expect something lavish. Lawrence flips through a page of venue options, but not too over the top, has to look authentic. I run my fingers over a photo of cascading white orchids. This feels insane. Not too long ago, I was just trying to land this role, and now I'm planning a wedding to Hollywood's most eligible bachelor. Former most eligible bachelor. A smirk plays at the corner of his mouth. According to next week's headlines anyway. Do you think people will buy it? I glance up from the binder. Us, I mean. Why wouldn't they? Lawrence leans forward, his cologne drifting across the small space between us. You're talented, beautiful, and your father's connections make it believable that we'd run in the same circles. Right. Because that's all that matters in Hollywood. Who you know. Hey. His hand covers mine, warm and steady. That's not what I meant. This whole thing might be staged, but your talent is real. Don't forget that. A knock at the trailer door makes me jump. 5 minutes until we need you both back on set, calls the production assistant. Lawrence stands, straightening his suit jacket. Let's grab dinner after wrap. We can finish sorting out these details then. Still need to decide on a cake flavor that'll convince the world we're madly in love. Is there a specific cake flavor that screams fake marriage for publicity? Vanilla. He winks. Definitely not vanilla. The absurdity of it all hits me as I watch him duck out of the trailer. Here I am, 24 years old, planning a wedding to a man who's practically a stranger, all while trying to remember my lines for the biggest role of my career. The gold band they gave me for costume fittings catches the light, a constant reminder that soon it won't just be a prop. It'll be the part of the most elaborate performance of my life. With a deep breath, I exit my trailer and step onto the set, the bright lights washing over me as the photographer directs us into position. The scene calls for Lawrence and me to stand close, portraying the intimate connection between our characters. His hand settles on my waist, drawing me against his chest. Perfect. Now look at each other like you're sharing a secret, the photographer calls out. I tilt my head up, meeting Lawrence's intense blue gaze. The playful smirk from earlier has vanished, replaced by something deeper, more magnetic. His thumb traces small circles against my hip, and I fight to keep my breathing steady. Beautiful chemistry, the photographer praises. Lawrence, can you angle your body more toward Heather? He shifts, and suddenly his thigh presses against mine. The contact sends electricity racing through my veins. This isn't part of the act. The way his eyes darken when they meet mine, how his grip tightens ever so slightly. Now give me sultry, the photographer directs. Lawrence's lips part, and I catch the slight hitch in his breath. His free hand comes up to brush a stray curl from my face, fingertips lingering against my cheek. The gesture feels too natural, too real. Remember to breathe, he murmurs, low enough that only I can hear. I realize I've been holding my breath and exhale shakily. We're supposed to be practicing for our fake relationship, but the heat in his gaze makes it hard to remember what's real and what's pretend. Last few shots, the photographer announces. Give me passion. Lawrence dips his head closer, and my heart pounds against my ribs. His cologne surrounds me, masculine and intoxicating. I should be thinking about my angles, about how to make this look good for publicity. Instead, all I can focus on is the way his body feels against mine and how desperately I want to close the distance between us. This is dangerous territory. He's my co-star, my fake fiancé. I need to maintain professional boundaries, but when he looks at me like this, all my carefully constructed walls threaten to crumble. The photographer's rapid-fire clicks fade into white noise as Lawrence's thumb traces up my spine. Each touch burns through the thin fabric of my dress. My skin prickles with awareness. Turn your face toward his neck, the photographer instructs, like you're sharing an intimate moment. I comply, and Lawrence's sharp intake of breath tickles my ear. His chest expands against mine with each breath. The scent of his skin fills my lungs, comforting me in a way that I've never known. Perfect chemistry, the photographer calls out. Now, Lawrence, pull her a bit closer. His arm bands around my waist, eliminating what little space remained between us. My hands rest against his chest, and beneath my palm, his heartbeat thunders in sync with mine. This isn't acting anymore, at least not for me. The realization hits like ice water in my veins. Beautiful. Now whisper something to each other. Make it look natural. Lawrence's lips brush my ear, sending electricity down my spine. You're trembling. Am I? The words come out breathier than intended, betraying more than I want them to. His fingers flex against my hip, the pressure both reassuring and dangerous. Does this make you nervous? Yes. No. I don't know. How do I tell him that what terrifies me isn't our proximity, but how right it feels? We're supposed to be pretending. but my body's response to him is devastatingly real. Every point where we touch burns with awareness, and the masculine scent of his cologne makes it hard to think straight. Just getting into character, I managed to say, proud that my voice doesn't shake despite the hammering of my heart. His low chuckle vibrates through me, and his thumb traces a small circle on my hip. Is that what we're calling it? The hint of challenge in his voice makes my stomach flip, and I know I'm in way over my head. The photographer moves around us, capturing different angles. Each click of the camera reminds me that we're on display, that this intimacy is manufactured for an audience. But the heat pooling in my belly tells a different story. I'm supposed to be focusing on my career, on making this film a success. Instead, I'm fighting the urge to tilt my head back and find out if Lawrence's lips feel as soft as they look. This isn't part of the plan. None of this is part of the plan. What have I gotten myself into? I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Lawrence. I adjust my cufflinks, standing at the end of this ridiculous aisle decorated with more white roses than I've seen in my entire life. The grand ballroom of the Beverly Hills Hotel sparkles with crystal chandeliers and gold trim, matching the excessive expectations of Hollywood's elite. Looking sharp, Lawrence. Stephen Watson approaches, champagne in hand. This wedding's already trending higher than your last 3 premieres combined. That's what they're all here for, isn't it? I scan the crowd of A-listers, directors, and producers filling the seats. Not a single genuine friend or family member among them, just strategic invites orchestrated by our publicists to maximize exposure. A few celebrity friends wave from the third row. Everywhere I look, phones are already poised for social media. Even that stupid producer who passed on my last project showed up. Anything for a photo op. 5 minutes! A coordinator rushes past, headset firmly in place. My custom Tom Ford tuxedo feels more like armor than formal wear. The bow tie constricts my throat despite being perfectly tied. This whole spectacle makes my stomach turn. The string quartet starts another pretentious classical piece while camera crews adjust their equipment along the sides of the aisle. Places, everyone. The coordinator returns, herding the stragglers to their seats. I spot my agent giving me an enthusiastic thumbs up from his prime position near the front. He's practically salivating at the publicity this sham is generating. The wedding hashtag has been trending for hours according to his earlier texts. The massive doors at the end of the aisle remain closed. Behind them, an innocent young woman is about to walk into this circus I've helped create. My jaw clenches. The things we do for this goddamn industry. Showtime, I mutter under my breath as the quartet transitions to the wedding march. The doors swing open and my breath catches. Heather stands there in a form-fitting white gown that makes her look like some kind of goddess. Her dark curls are swept up elegantly, a few loose curls framing her face. The light from the chandeliers creates a halo effect around her, and for a moment I forget this is all for show. My chest tightens as she takes her first steps down the aisle. The cameras click frantically, but I barely register them. There's something about the way she carries herself. Chin high, shoulders back, yet vulnerability in those expressive brown eyes. This isn't just another actress playing a part. This is a woman walking into a cage of her own choosing, just like I am. She reaches the halfway point, and our eyes lock. The corner of her mouth twitches, almost a smile, but tinged with something else. Understanding? Resignation? Whatever it is, it hits me right in the gut. We're in this mess together now. When she reaches my side, I take her hand. It's trembling slightly, though her face remains composed. Her fingers are cool against my palm. Dearly beloved. The officiant's voice fades into background noise as I study Heather's face. She meets my gaze steadily, and there's an unexpected depth there that I hadn't noticed in our previous meetings. We exchange the rehearsed vows, words crafted by publicists to sound authentic, yet vague enough to avoid any real commitment. But when I say I do, my voice comes out rougher than intended. Heather's I do is soft but clear, her eyes never leaving mine. The script calls for a gentle, respectable kiss. But when I lean in, the world narrows to just us. Her lips are soft, yielding. My hand finds the small of her back instinctively. She sighs almost imperceptibly against my mouth, and for one dangerous moment I forget we're surrounded by cameras in Hollywood's finest. We break apart, and I catch a flash of something real in her expression before her media-ready smile slides back into place. My heart pounds against my ribs as we turn to face our audience. The cameras flash like strobe lights as we make our way back down the aisle, Heather's arm linked through mine. Her hip brushes against me with each step, and I'm hyper-aware of every point of contact between us. That kiss wasn't supposed to feel like that. "You two look absolutely stunning," Jenny Stone calls out from her seat. More celebrities chime in with congratulations as we pass. Empty words from people who know this is all fabricated. But that kiss... that wasn't fabricated. My lips still tingle from the contact. I glance down at Heather, who maintains her picture-perfect smile while navigating the gauntlet of well-wishers and photographers. "Almost there," I murmur, guiding her past a particularly aggressive paparazzi who's practically climbing over others to get his shot. "My face hurts from smiling," she whispers back, and I catch a hint of that genuine vulnerability I saw earlier. We reach the doors, and I resist the urge to pull her closer as we pose for one final photo opportunity. Her warmth against my side is distracting. The sweet scent of her perfume fills my senses. This isn't how this arrangement was supposed to go. The doors finally close behind us, providing a brief moment of respite before we have to face the reception. Heather lets out a long breath, her shoulders dropping slightly. "You okay?" I ask, still not letting go of her arm. She looks up at me, and there's that same unguarded expression from our kiss. "Are you?" The question hits harder than it should, because no, I'm not okay. I'm standing here with my fake bride, trying to ignore how right it felt to kiss her, how natural it feels to hold her close. This is exactly the kind of complication I don't need. But before I can respond, our wedding coordinator appears, clipboard in hand. "Time for photos. Everyone's waiting in the garden." Heather squeezes my arm gently before we follow the coordinator. My chest tightens at the gesture. Yeah, I'm definitely in trouble. We step out into the garden, where the late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the manicured lawns. Heather's dress catches the golden light, making her glow like some ethereal being. I guide her down the stone path, keeping my hand at the small of her back. "Listen," I say, keeping my voice low as we walk a few steps behind the coordinator. "I know this has become a lot crazier than we both expected, but it's just for a year. We stick to the plan, play our parts, and when it's over, we both get what we need." She tilts her face up to mine. Those dark eyes search my expression, and I fight the urge to look away. "I know," Her fingers toy with her bouquet. And I trust you, Lawrence. Damn it. Those 3 words hit me like a physical blow. Trust. Such a simple word, but it carries the weight of responsibility I'm not sure I'm ready for. This young woman, this talented, beautiful woman, is putting her future in my hands. Her career, her reputation. The garden path suddenly feels too narrow, the air too thick. I've done this dance before. The fake relationships, the publicity stunts. But something about Heather's quiet confidence in me makes this different, dangerous. The light is perfect right here. The photographer waves us over to a rose-covered archway. Mr. Blake, if you could stand behind Miss Phillips, Mrs. Blake. Forgive me, forgive me. I move into position, placing my hands on Heather's waist. She leans back slightly, fitting against me like she belongs there. Her trust in me might be our undoing. Or maybe it's the one thing that will give me purpose in the midst of this mess.
Chapter 7. Heather. The plane touches down on pristine tarmac, palm trees swaying against a backdrop of crystalline waters. I stretch in my first-class seat, stealing a glance at Lawrence beside me. His jaw tightens as he scrolls through his phone. More headlines about Richard. The bastard's PR team is working overtime. Lawrence locks his screen. But we'll give them something better to talk about. The Maldives resort arranged a private escort to whisk us from the airport. As we step into the sleek black car, cameras flash from the terminal windows. Lawrence's hand finds the small of my bag, guiding me inside with practiced ease. You ready for this? His voice drops low, meant only for me. The next few days will be nonstop press. Born ready. I settle into the leather seat, though I didn't expect my honeymoon to involve quite so many photographers. Welcome to marriage in Hollywood. Lawrence's laugh carries an edge. At least the location's perfect. The car winds along coastal roads, turquoise waters stretching endlessly. Our villa sits on stilts over the ocean, connected to the main resort by wooden walkways. The moment we arrive, Lawrence switches into performance mode. Let me help you with that, darling. He takes my bag, playing the doting husband for the resort staff's benefit. His fingers brush mine, sending an unwanted spark through my chest. Inside our villa, I kick off my shoes and head straight for the infinity pool overlooking the ocean. This view almost makes up for missing 2 weeks of filming. Richard's scandal bought us time. Might as well make the most of it. Lawrence loosens his tie. The studio wants us seen everywhere. Restaurants, beach, spa treatments. Paint the perfect newlywed picture. While Richard's reputation burns, I dip my toes in the water. You think this will be enough to save the movie? It has to be. Lawrence joins me by the pool. Ready to fall in love, Mrs. Blake? I roll my eyes at his teasing tone, but my pulse quickens. As long as you remember, it's just for show. The villa feels smaller with each passing hour. Lawrence's presence fills every corner, his cologne lingering in the bathroom, his laptop on the desk, his shoes by the door. Even when he's on the balcony taking calls, I sense him. I try focusing on my script revisions, but the words blur together. The ceiling fan whirs overhead, doing little to dispel the tropical heat or my growing restlessness. Dinner reservations in an hour. Lawrence's voice startles me. He's changed into a crisp white shirt that makes his tan more pronounced. Though we could order room service if you're not up for putting on a show. And waste this dress? I stand, smoothing the silk against my thighs. Besides, staying in looks worse than going out. People might think we're fighting. Can't have that. We're newly married. His eyes follow my movements as I gather my hair into a twist. Need help with the zipper? I've got it. But my fingers fumble with the clasp at my neck. Lawrence steps behind to me, his breath warm on my skin. Here, his knuckles graze my spine as he works the zipper. You know, for someone who hates needing help, you're surprisingly bad at... The zipper snags, yanking my hair. Ow! I jerk away. What happened to your famous coordination? Sorry. He tries untangling the strands. Though this wouldn't happen if you just asked for help in the first place. Oh, so this is my fault. I twist to glare at him, but the movement pulls my hair tighter. Ow, stop pulling. I'm not pulling. You're the one moving. We freeze, caught in this ridiculous position. Me half bent sideways. Him with both hands trapped in my hair. Our eyes meet in the mirror. Lawrence cracks first, a deep chuckle rumbling in his chest. The absurdity hits me, and suddenly I'm laughing too, genuine and unrestrained. His forehead drops to my shoulder as we both shake with laughter. This isn't exactly the romantic honeymoon shot they're hoping for. I gasp between giggles. Are you kidding? This is gold. His hands finally work my hair free. Nothing says true love like getting tangled up together. The double meaning hangs in the air. My smile fades as I realize how close we're standing, his chest warm against my back. The heat of him seeps through my thin dress, making it impossible to think straight. The air between us crackles with unspoken tension. I catch Lawrence's reflection in the mirror, his eyes dark, intense, holding mine with an expression that makes my stomach flip. My heart pounds against my ribs as his fingertips trail down my exposed back, finishing with the zipper. Each touch sends electricity dancing across my skin, and I have to bite my lip to keep from making a sound. A flash of light through the window shatters the moment like a gunshot. Damn it. Lawrence springs into action, yanking the curtains closed with enough force to rattle the rod. More camera flashes pierce through the gaps, turning our intimate moment into a voyeuristic circus. They must have rented boats to get these angles. Goddamn vultures. My body burns with embarrassment. Remembering how intimate we looked seconds ago, how his hands felt on my skin. How much did they see? I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly feeling exposed despite being fully dressed. Those weren't exactly innocent touches they caught on camera. Well, it'll be enough to keep the marriage rumors alive. He peers through a crack in the curtains. At least 3 boats circling. They're getting bolder. The fantasy of the last few minutes evaporates, replaced by harsh reality. This is exactly what we wanted. Publicity, headlines, distraction from Richard's scandal. So why does my chest ache? We should give them what they came for. Lawrence's voice carries a hard edge. Ready to play the swooning bride? Always. The word tastes bitter. I force a smile, but it feels wrong, plastic. For the first time since this charade began, I hate the performance. Because that moment before the cameras, his touch, his laugh, the way he looked at me, felt real. And I wanted it to be real. Want him to be real. The realization hits like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. I steady myself against the dresser, mind racing with possibilities I can't afford to consider. This can't happen. Lawrence is my co-star, my fake husband, 18 years my senior. He's playing a part just like I am, just like I should be. Heather? His hand touches my shoulder, warm and solid and everything I shouldn't want. We don't have to do this tonight. I can call the restaurant, have them deliver. No. I straighten my spine, squaring my shoulders and pushing the dangerous thoughts away. Thoughts of what it would be like if this wasn't pretend. The show must go on, right? But as I reach for my purse, fingers trembling slightly, I catch Lawrence's reflection again in the mirror's unforgiving surface. The concern in his eyes looks genuine. Too genuine. Everything about him feels genuine. The way he holds himself, the slight furrow between his brows, the protective stance he's taken beside me. And that's the problem. That's what's making my heart race and my stomach twist, because I'm no longer sure where the act ends and truth begins. The line between reality and performance has become so blurred, I can't tell if I'm acting anymore at all.
Chapter 8. Lawrence. The ocean breeze carries the scent of grilled seafood across our private beachfront table. Candlelight dances across Heather's features as she takes a sip of wine, her dark curls catching the golden glow. I force my gaze to the pristine white tablecloth. This is business, just business. You're doing that brooding thing again. Heather leans forward, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The one where you pretend to be all serious and mysterious. I don't brood. I adjust my napkin, keeping my movements measured. Please, you've perfected it into an art form. She picks up a piece of bread, tearing it slowly. Let me guess. You're reminding yourself about maintaining professional boundaries. Damn, she reads me too well. We're here to sell a story. And we're doing that. She gestures at the photographers trying to be discreet several tables away. But who says we can't enjoy ourselves while we're at it? Heather, dance with me. She stands up, extending her hand. The flowing fabric of her dress catches the evening breeze. There's no dance floor. We're on a beach in the Maldives. The whole world is our dance floor. Her smile turns challenging. Unless you're scared. Of dancing? I've done plenty of on-screen choreography. Of letting go, actually having fun instead of overthinking every moment. She wiggles her fingers. Come on, old man. Show me what you've got. The old man comment stings my pride. Before I can stop myself, I'm on my feet, taking her hand. Watch who you're calling old. Her laugh rings out as I pull her close. Professional distance be damned. The waves provide our rhythm, and her body fits against mine with dangerous perfection. See, her breath tickles my neck. The world didn't end because you loosened up for 5 minutes. I spin her out, watching the way joy lights up her face. When she spins back, her hand lands on my chest, and for a moment I forget about the cameras, the contract, all of it. This is exactly why I need to keep my guard up. But with Heather looking at me like that, her challenge clear in those expressive eyes, my carefully constructed walls are crumbling faster than I can rebuild them. The music in our heads fades, and we settle back at our table, closer than before. The candles have burned lower, casting intimate shadows across our faces. Tell me about your dreams. I take a sip of wine, watching her over the rim of my glass. Heather's fingers trace patterns on the tablecloth. I want to make it on my own merit, not because of who my father is. Oh, come on. Jimmy is talented, and everyone expects me to ride his coattails. Her jaw sets with determination. I've been turning down roles he's offered me, taking smaller parts, working my way up. That's admirable. Is it? Sometimes I wonder if I'm just being stubborn, fighting against something that could help me. Success means more when you earn it. I think back to my early days. My first big break was that action film. Steel Thunder. She grins. I had the poster on my wall. Christ, way to make me feel ancient. I run a hand through my hair. But yeah, that changed everything. Suddenly I was getting calls from Spielberg, Nolan, and dating supermodels. Her tone stays light, but there's an edge to it. Ancient history. I wave off the topic. The point is, I built my career brick by brick. Sure, there were shortcuts available, but taking them comes with a price. Like having everyone whisper, "Nepo baby" behind your back. Exactly. I lean forward. But you've got real talent, Heather. I've seen your indie work. Her eyes widen. You have? That psychological thriller you did last year? Raw talent. No amount of connections can fake that kind of performance. A genuine smile spreads across her face, different from her camera-ready ones. Thank you. That means a lot. Coming from you. Just stating facts. I clear my throat, remembering to maintain some distance. Speaking of films, my new project with Scorsese. Nice deflection. She props her chin on her hand while swirling her wine glass with the other. So, no comment on those supermodels? Ancient history, like I said. I take a long drink. Come on, Lawrence. The tabloids covered every detail of your relationship with Scarlett Martinez. And there's many more where that came from. My fingers tighten around the stem of my glass. That was private. Was it? The breakup made headlines for weeks. She leans forward. Something about her saying you were emotionally unavailable. You've done your research. The words come out sharper than intended. Everyone knows about it, just like they know about Sarah Mitchell and... Enough. I set my glass down with more force than necessary. My past relationships aren't up for discussion. Why not? We're supposed to be getting to know each other, making this look real. There's knowing each other, and there's dredging up stuff that doesn't matter anymore. Clearly it matters, or you wouldn't be getting so defensive. I'm not... I catch myself, lowering my voice. I'm not defensive, I just prefer keeping certain things private. Private? She arches an eyebrow. You dated some of the most famous women in the world. What part of that was private? The parts that mattered. I lean back, crossing my arms. The real moments. Not the crap they printed in magazines. And Scarlett, was that crap too? You really want to do this? Fine. Scarlett wanted something I couldn't give her. End of story. Which was... marriage. Kids. The whole fairy tale. The admission tastes bitter. I was focused on my career. And now? Now I'm sitting here with my fake wife having a conversation I'd rather not have. Heather falls silent, hurt flashing across her face. Guilt twists in my gut, but I can't take the words back. Your turn, I say, trying to shift the spotlight. What about your dating history? Oh no, she shakes her head. You don't get to deflect after shutting me down like that. The click of heels on stone breaks through our tense moment. A woman in a fitted blazer approaches our table, recorder already extended. The press badge hanging from her neck reads, Marie Rivera, Entertainment Weekly. Mr. and Mrs. Blake. What a coincidence finding you two here. Her smile reminds me of a shark circling prey. Mind if I ask a few questions? Heather's spine straightens, professional mask sliding into place. I should say something, deflect, handle this. But my mind goes blank. The wine, the argument about Scarlett, Heather's earlier accusations about emotional unavailability. It all tangles together. We're actually in the middle of dinner, Heather starts, but Marie barrels on. Just one question. There's been speculation about the whirlwind nature of your relationship. She leans closer, recorder inches from my face. So I just want to ask a question that the public is dying to hear. Are you two really in love? Or is this a publicity stunt? My throat closes up. Every media training session, every prepared response evaporates. Because for the first time in my career, I don't know where the act ends and reality begins. Heather's hand finds mine under the table, squeezing once. A lifeline. The thing about love, Heather's voice carries clearly across the table, is that it doesn't follow anyone else's timeline. When you know, you know. She turns to me, and there's something in her eyes I can't read. Right, honey. I'm still frozen, caught between truth and fiction, between what I should say and what I want to say. Heather's fingers tighten around mine, grounding me in the moment. All I can do is nod, so I do.
Chapter 9. Heather. The sun dips toward the horizon, painting the Maldivian sky in streaks of orange and pink. My bare feet sink into the cool sand as the Lawrence and I take our final evening walk along the shoreline. After 2 weeks of playing the perfect newlyweds for the paparazzi, we've fallen into an easy rhythm. Ready to head back to reality tomorrow? Lawrence's fingers brush against mine as we walk. You mean you're not enjoying being stuck with me in paradise? I bump his shoulder playfully. Stuck with you? His deep laugh echoes across the empty beach, sending a shiver down my spine despite the balmy evening air. I'd say being marooned with a beautiful woman is hardly a hardship. In fact, I could get used to this kind of exile. Smooth talker. My whole face becomes hot with his words. I clear my throat and avert my gaze. But seriously, these past 2 weeks they've been something else. Different than you expected. His voice has that knowing edge to it, like he can read every thought crossing my mind. I nod, watching the gentle waves lap at the shore, letting the rhythmic sound calm my racing pulse. I thought it would feel more like work, like we'd be constantly performing, always worried about getting the angles right for the cameras. Instead, Lawrence stops walking, turning to face me. The setting sun casts shadows across his chiseled features, making him look like something straight out of a classic film. His fingers find mine again, more deliberately this time. Instead, it felt... The words catch in my throat as his intense blue eyes lock with mine. My skin tingles where he's touching me. Natural. Like maybe we didn't have to pretend as much as I thought we would. That's because some things can't be faked, Heather. His voice drops lower, sending shivers down my spine despite the tropical warmth. Like what? Lawrence steps closer, his hand coming up to cut my cheek. His touch sends electricity coursing through my body. Like this? His lips capture mine in a kiss that steals my breath. There are no cameras here. No prying eyes, just us and the sound of crashing waves. His mouth moves against mine with a gentleness that makes my knees weak, his other hand sliding to my waist to steady me. The heat of his palm burns through my thin sundress, anchoring me to this moment. When he pulls back, my heart hammers against my ribs. Every nerve ending in my body is screaming for more. Lawrence? Tell me that felt fake. His thumb traces my bottom lip, eyes darkening as they follow the movement. The intensity of his gaze pins me in place, making it impossible to look away. I can't form words, can't process the shift that's just occurred between us. Everything we've done until now has been for show, carefully choreographed moments for the public eye. But this was real. The way his fingers grip my waist, how his breath mingles with mine, none of it follows the careful script we've been living by. We walk back to our resort room in charged silence, my lips still tingling from his kiss. The key card beeps, and Lawrence holds the door open for me. My mind races with questions I'm too afraid to voice. Inside our suite, the tension thickens. Lawrence loosens his collar, and I catch a glimpse of that confident smirk, the same one I've seen in countless magazine spreads, where he's draped over some supermodel or starlet. My stomach twists as memories of those glossy photos flash through my mind, each one featuring a different gorgeous woman on his arm. What's going through that head of yours? He steps closer, his cologne filling my senses, making it hard to maintain my resolve. I cross my arms, trying to create some distance between us. I'm just wondering if this is just another game to you. What do you mean? His voice drops an octave, sending shivers down my spine. Come on, Lawrence. I've read the tabloids, seen the photos. You've got quite the reputation with women. My own dad has talked about it at length with me, and he knows you best. The words spill out before I can stop them, fueled by years of watching him from afar. Was that kiss just another notch in your belt? His jaw tightens, and something dangerous flashes in those blue eyes. You really think that low of me? I don't know what to think. Every week it was a different woman. Models, actresses, socialites. How am I supposed to believe I'm any different? My voice cracks on the last word, betraying the vulnerability I'm trying so hard to hide. The space between us crackles with unspoken tension, and I can't tell if I want him to step closer or back away. That's not fair. His voice drops dangerously low. You don't know a damn thing about those relationships, don't I? The whole world knows about your exploits. Remember that Italian actress last year? Or the Victoria's Secret model the year before? Lawrence runs a hand through his hair, frustration radiating off him. Those stories were crap and you know it. The media loves painting me as some douchey playboy. But you never denied them. Because engaging with that garbage only makes it worse. He steps into my space. You want to know the truth? Those women were PR setups, just like what we're doing now. The difference is, I never felt anything real with them. And this? I gesture between us. What is this? This stopped being fake the moment I met you. His words hit me like a physical force. But if you'd rather believe those trashy magazines, then what's right in front of you? Then maybe we've got bigger problems than my past. With that, he makes his way for the exit. The door slams behind Lawrence, the sound echoing through our suite like a gunshot. I sink onto the edge of the bed, my legs unable to hold me up any longer. The tears I've been fighting spill over, hot and unwanted, down my cheeks. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I press the heels of my hands against my eyes until spots dance behind my eyelids. The ghost of his kiss still lingers on my lips, mocking me. Every touch, every gentle word from the past 2 weeks plays through my mind like a highlight reel I can't shut off. The way he'd adjust my sun hat when it slipped, how he'd trace patterns on my shoulder during dinner, the sound of his laugh when I'd splash him in the ocean. My chest aches with the weight of everything I'm feeling. This isn't supposed to happen. It's a business arrangement, a way to boost both our careers. Dad warned me about Lawrence's charm, told me not to let myself get swept away by the fantasy. But it doesn't feel like fantasy. The way Lawrence looks at me when no one's watching, how his touch lingers even when there aren't any cameras around. It feels real. And that terrifies me more than any tabloid story ever could. I grab one of the decorative pillows and hug it to my chest, trying to steady my breathing. You are not falling for Lawrence Blake, I tell myself firmly. But the words ring hollow, like trying to convince myself the sky isn't blue. Because I am falling. I'm falling for his quiet strength, for the way he makes me feel safe and seen. I'm falling for morning coffee conversations and sunset walks, for the man behind the magazine covers who challenges me to be better, who sees past my father's name to who I really am. The truth hits me like a physical blow. I'm already in too deep, and now I've pushed him away because I'm too scared to admit what's happening between us might be real.
Chapter 10. Lawrence. The Los Angeles heat hits differently after 2 weeks in paradise. Back on set, I watch Heather deliver her lines with Richard's replacement director, Theo Highland. She's magnetic. The camera loves her almost as much as... No. I shake the thought away. Cut. Perfect take, Heather. Lawrence, you're up next. I move into position, but my mind drifts to that last evening in the Maldives. The way the sunset painted her skin in gold. How her lips felt against mine, soft and yielding. No cameras, no audience, just us. Lawrence? You with us? Yeah, sorry. I clear my throat, forcing myself back to the present. Let's roll. Between takes, Heather keeps her distance. Smart girl. The tension crackles whenever we're in the same space, electric and dangerous. This isn't what I signed up for when I agreed to this arrangement. All right, everyone, let's take 5. I retreat to my trailer, loosening my tie with trembling fingers. The kiss was a mistake. A goddamn beautiful mistake that's haunting my every waking moment. I'm too old, too jaded for someone like her. She deserves better than a washed-up actor with more baggage than lacks. Someone who hasn't spent 20 years learning how to fake emotions for a living. A knock at my door interrupts my spiral of self-loathing. Mr. Blake, they need you for the ballroom scene. Damn. The ballroom scene. Close proximity, intimate dancing, her body pressed against mine while we pretend this is all just acting. Just what I need right now. My hands still burn from touching her during rehearsal. I step out into the California sun, squinting against its harsh glare. Time to be professional, to pretend I'm not fighting every instinct that screams at me to claim what I want. Heather stands on set in a midnight blue gown that hugs every curve like it was painted on her body. My hands remember the feel of her waist from our dance lessons, the way she'd catch her breath whenever I pulled her closer. Places, everyone! She won't meet my eyes as I take her in my arms. The music starts and we move together like we've done 100 times before. But now, every touch burns. And action! Professional. Keep it professional. But her scent, vanilla and something uniquely her, floods my senses. The Maldives kiss plays on repeat in my mind. Her surprise, the way she melted against me, how right it felt until reality came crashing back. Cut! Perfect chemistry, you two! If they only knew. Theo calls for the next scene, the one I've been dreading since we got back, the bedroom sequence. Remember, this needs to be intimate but tasteful. Theo gestures between Heather and me. You're discovering each other for the first time. Heather's shoulders tense as she takes her mark by the prop bed. The silk of her nightgown catches the studio lights. My throat goes dry. Action! I approach her from behind, running my fingers down her bare arms. Her skin pebbles under my touch, and I fight the urge to pull her closer than the scene requires. The script calls for me to kiss her neck, and when I do, she lets out a small gasp that sounds too real, too much like that evening on the beach. My body responds instantly, betraying me. Cut! Lawrence, more passion. Heather, try to relax into it. Theo's voice grates on my nerves. He has no idea what kind of passion I'm holding back, but she's rigid in my arms during the next take. And the next. Gone is the easy chemistry we had before the Maldives. Before I crossed that line and kissed her like I meant it. Because I did mean it, and that's the problem. Let's take 10, Theo calls out, clapping his hands. Get some water, reset. Thank goodness. One more take of her tensing up when I touch her and I might lose my mind. Heather practically bolts from the set, leaving behind the ghost of her perfume. I watch her disappear around a corner, her assistant trailing behind with a robe. The silk of her nightgown catches the light one last time before she vanishes. In my trailer, I splash cold water on my face, gripping the edges of the sink until my knuckles turn white. This is exactly what I wanted, isn't it? Distance. Professionalism. So why does her withdrawal feel like a punch to the gut? Christ, I'm too old for this, but I can't get the taste of her out of my head. When we return, something's different. Heather's eyes are glazed, her responses mechanical. She says her lines perfectly, moves exactly as choreographed, but there's nothing behind it. She's built a wall between us, brick by brick. Every gesture calculated, every touch distant. The intimacy we'd cultivated has evaporated like morning dew. Beautiful. That's a wrap on the bedroom scene. She doesn't stay for playback like she usually does. Doesn't ask for my opinion on her performance. just grabs her things and heads for the exit, not even bothering to make eye contact with anyone. The crew exchanges confused glances. They've noticed the shift, too. "Heather!" I call after her, my voice rougher than intended. I hate how desperate I sound, like I'm chasing something I have no right to catch. She pauses, but doesn't turn around. "I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Blake." Mr. Blake, not Lawrence, not even Blake. The formality stings worse than a slap. Each syllable feels like ice down my spine, reminding me exactly how far I've pushed her away. Mission accomplished, right? This is what I wanted. Professional distance. So why does it feel like I've lost something irreplaceable? With a sigh, I return to my trailer and slam the door shut behind me. I slump onto the leather couch, scrolling through my phone. The headlines jump out like accusations. Trouble in paradise? Heather Phillips spotted at her downtown apartment. Why aren't the Blakes living together? Sources say marriage on the rocks. Separate lives. Lawrence and Heather's different zip codes. Raise questions. My jaw clenches. The whole point of this arrangement was to keep the press focused on our movie, not our living situations. But they're right. What kind of newlyweds live apart? The thought of Heather alone in that cramped apartment while I rattle around my empty mansion. A notification pops up. Another paparazzi shot of her entering her building. She looks exhausted, shoulders hunched against the cameras. It's been like this since we returned from the Maldives. Something twists in my chest. Screw this! I throw my phone aside and pace the trailer. The PR team laid it all out so perfectly. A whirlwind romance, a quick marriage, enough buzz to overshadow Richard's scandal and carry us through to the premiere. Clean, simple, professional. Except nothing about this feels professional anymore. I want her morning messy hair spread across my pillows. Want to hear her laugh echo through my too-quiet house. Want to wake up to her stealing my coffee and complaining about my taste in music. The realization hits like a freight train. I don't want this to be fake anymore. My phone buzzes with a text from my PR agent. We need to address the living situation. Set up a photo op of you two house hunting? I stare at the message, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Another fake moment for the cameras. Another performance. But Heather's ice-cold Mr. Blake rings in my ears. And I know I can't keep pretending this is just business.
Chapter 11. Heather. The bright studio lights beat down as I run through my lines for the next scene of midnight in Manhattan. Lawrence stands across the set, looking effortlessly handsome in his tailored suit while chatting with Emma Carter, our newest addition to the cast. She's 22, fresh out of acting school, with perfect blonde waves and a laugh that carries across the soundstage. Her hand keeps landing on Lawrence's arm as she talks, and he's giving her that signature charming smile that makes everyone weak in the knees. I grip my script tighter, the pages crinkling under my fingers. Ready for the next take? Theo calls out. Just a minute, Lawrence responds, his deep voice carrying across the set while he remains thoroughly absorbed in whatever fascinating conversation Emma's having with him. His eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles at her next comment. Emma tosses her perfectly styled hair over her shoulder, leaning in closer. Oh my God, that's exactly how I felt about that scene too. You really get it. She practically bounces on her toes, all youthful enthusiasm and starry-eyed admiration. I roll my eyes and turn away, pretending to study my lines, even though I know them by heart. My fingers trace over the words mechanically, not really seeing them. This is fine. He can talk to whoever he wants. We're just pretending to be married anyway. It's not like I have any claim on his attention beyond what the PR team mandates. The lighting's perfect right now, Theo interrupts from behind his monitor, gesturing at the golden afternoon sun streaming through the set windows. We need to shoot while we have it, Lawrence finally breaks away from Emma and walks toward his mark, his expensive shoes clicking against the floor. As he passes me, he gives me a questioning look, those blue eyes searching my face. Everything okay? Perfect. I keep my eyes glued to the script, refusing to meet his gaze. My voice comes out sharper than intended. Why wouldn't it be? Emma's giggle echoes through the studio again as she takes her position for the scene. Lawrence's gaze lingers on me for a moment longer before he moves into place. My stomach twists as I watch Emma smoothing down her dress, preparing to film her flirtatious scene with my fake husband. This shouldn't bother me. It's just acting. But every time she bats those big green eyes at him, something hot and angry flares in my chest. I force myself to take deep breaths. I'm a professional. This is what actors do. The fact that Lawrence seems to be enjoying her attention so much has nothing to do with me. But I can't help noticing how his eyes crinkle when he smiles at her, or how he keeps finding excuses to extend their conversations between takes. Places, everyone. Theo claps his hands. Let's run through Emma and Lawrence's meet cute. I hover at the edge of the set, watching as Emma positions herself by the prop coffee cart. Lawrence stands a few feet away, scrolling through his phone with casual indifference. His suit is perfect, as always, making him look every inch the movie star he is. The way he commands attention without even trying drives me crazy. And action. Emma bumps into Lawrence, spilling her coffee cup. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Her hand flies to her mouth in perfect dismay. She manages to look both adorably flustered and completely put together at the same time. Of course she does. No harm done. Lawrence's voice drops into that velvet tone that makes my knees weak. He dabs at his jacket with a napkin, giving her that devastating half smile. The same one he used on me at our first screen test. My stomach clenches as I watch him lean in slightly, playing up the chemistry. Cut! Theo jumps up, practically vibrating with directorial energy. He flicks off his sunglasses. Emma, try it with more surprise when you first see him. Remember, your character doesn't expect to run into New York's most eligible bachelor at a coffee cart. He gestures enthusiastically. Think deer in headlights meets fairy tale moment. Got it. Emma nods eagerly, then turns to Lawrence. Maybe we should practice the timing. I want to make sure I get it just right. Sure. Lawrence's easy agreement makes my jaw clench. They run through the movement again and again, Emma finding new ways to touch his arm or brush against him each time. Lawrence responds with gentle patience, completely oblivious to her obvious flirting. Perfect. Emma beams up at him. You make this so easy. Just doing my job. Lawrence winks, and something inside me snaps. Taking 15, Theo announces. I don't wait for anyone's response. My feet carry me straight to my trailer, each step faster than the last. Once inside, I pace the small space, running my hands through my hair. This is ridiculous. I'm being ridiculous. Lawrence is just being professional, kind to a newcomer like he is with everyone. The fact that he doesn't even notice Emma's attraction only proves it means nothing. But that's exactly what makes it worse. He's so naturally charming, so effortlessly attractive, he doesn't even realize the effect he has. Doesn't see how Emma hangs on his every word, how her eyes follow him around the set. I drop onto my couch, pressing my palms against my eyes. Get it together, Heather. This fake marriage is just for show. These feelings, they have no place here. My thumb scrolls mindlessly through my phone, seeking distraction from the Emma situation. A headline from The Hollywood Reporter catches my eye. Lawrence Blake's love life, a history of Hollywood's new taken man. My stomach drops as I click the article. Photos of Lawrence with various actresses flash across my screen. There's Scarlett Martinez, looking stunning in a red carpet photo, her arm linked through Lawrence's. They dated for just a few months, yet their relationship was everywhere in the media. The caption mentions their intense chemistry and passionate connection. Another photo shows him with Victoria Paulson at the Oscars. Then Rebecca Thompson at a charity gala, each woman more beautiful and accomplished than the last. The article details his pattern of dating up-and-coming actresses before moving on to the next relationship. The words blur together as I read. Blake's relationships tend to burn bright but brief, rarely lasting more than a year. Sources close to the actor suggest he's more focused on his career than settling down, despite his age. I toss my phone aside and sink deeper into the couch. What am I doing? These women were all established actresses, A-list stars in their own right. I'm just me, the daughter of a famous actor trying to make it on my own merits. My eyes drift back to the phone, to Scarlett's perfect smile and the way Lawrence looked at her in that photo. The same way he looked at Emma today. The same way he probably looks at every beautiful woman who crosses his path, including me. Is that all this is? Am I just another name to add to his list once this PR stunt runs its course? The thought settles like ice in my chest. Sure, we have chemistry, but so did he and Scarlett. So did all the others. When this fake marriage ends, will I just be another footnote in articles about Lawrence Blake's romantic history? Another pretty face he charmed for a while before moving on? Christ, I'm nauseated just thinking about that. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Lawrence. The lights dim on set as I wrap another scene with Emma. Her character's flirtatious advances toward James feel hollow, nothing like the spark I've grown accustomed to with Heather. Speaking of my wife, I notice her lingering by craft services, picking at a muffin she hasn't actually eaten. These past few days, something's shifted. Heather ducks around corners when Emma and I film together. She finds reasons to skip our usual coffee runs. The distance grows with each take, each stolen glance across the set. Cut! Perfect! Let's break for 10! Theo calls out, his voice bouncing off the rafters. I make my way over to Heather, watching her shoulders tense as my footsteps echo across the soundstage. The familiar scent of her perfume hits me before I reach her, stirring something deep in my chest that I'm trying hard to ignore. Hey, stranger. I lean against the table beside her, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from her body. Feels like I haven't seen you much lately. The words come out more accusatory than I intend. But screw it. I'm tired of this dance we're doing. Been busy. She shreds another piece of muffin, the crumbs falling like snow onto her plate. Her fingers move with nervous energy, destroying the pastry rather than eating it. You know how it is. You've been avoiding me. I state it plainly, done with the idiocy of pretending otherwise. You've ignored my texts, asking if you were going to start moving your things into my mansion soon. No, I haven't ignored you. Her fingers still on the destroyed pastry. The lie hangs between us, as obvious as the tension in her jaw. Heather. I duck my head, trying to catch her gaze. Those dark eyes that usually meet mine so fearlessly are determined to look anywhere else. What's going on? Are you all right? My hand twitches with the urge to touch her, to lift her chin and force her to look at me, but I resist. I'm great. She finally looks up, flashing a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Really, everything's fine. The scenes with Emma are coming along nicely. That's not what I asked, but that's my answer. She straightens, squaring her shoulders. I feel great, Lawrence. Promise. The way she says my name, clipped, distant, cuts deeper than it should. This isn't the same woman who curled against me on that couch, who challenged me with wit and fire. This is someone else entirely. I step closer, my voice dropping low enough that only she can hear. Look, I know this whole situation is complicated. The press, the fake marriage, the scenes with Emma, it's a lot. But you're my priority here. Heather's fingers finally still on the decimated muffin. A slight tremor runs through her hand before she pulls it back from the plate. Your priority? Her words come out soft, uncertain. Yes, and I've been bad at showing that lately. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated with myself. Let me make it up to you. Dinner tonight, after we wrap. That new place on Sunset you mentioned wanting to try. She shifts her weight, crossing her arms. I don't know, Lawrence. It's been a long day already, and... Please. I catch myself before reaching for her hand, knowing the cameras are always watching. Just dinner. No press, no pretense. Just us. Something flickers in her eyes. Hope, maybe, or fear. Both emotions look too similar on her face these days. The paparazzi will be all over that restaurant. She's wavering, though. I can hear it in her voice. Then we'll go somewhere else. Somewhere quiet. I'll have my team find a place where we can actually talk without flashbulbs going off every 2 seconds. She studies my face for a long moment, searching for something. Whatever she finds makes her shoulders relax slightly. Okay. She nods, a ghost of her usual smile touching her lips. Dinner sounds good. Yeah. Relief floods through me, stronger than it should for such a simple agreement. Yeah. But I'm holding you to that quiet place promise. Places, everyone. Theo's voice carries across the set as the crew scrambles back to position. Emma takes her mark beside me, adjusting her dress. The scene calls for an intimate moment between our characters, but my attention keeps drifting to Heather. She's moved to the edge of the set, script in hand, watching the blocking with intense focus. All right, let's pick up from James and Claire's conversation about the affair. Theo steps forward, gesturing broadly. And Heather, when you walk in on them later, I want to really see that raw sexuality. You know, like you're secretly turned on by catching them. The air on set goes static. Heather's script crumples at the edges where her fingers dig in. Excuse me? My voice cuts through the sudden silence. You know what I mean. Theo waves dismissively. Sophie's supposed to be this repressed character. Finding her husband with another woman should awaken something in her. That's not in the script. I step away from my mark, blood rushing in my ears. And it's not the direction we discussed in rehearsal. I'm the director, Blake. I can make adjustments as needed. You can make legitimate adjustments, not turn this into some cheap exploitation scene. Theo's face darkens. Listen. No, you listen. I close the distance between us. That kind of commentary is inappropriate and unprofessional. If you have notes about the scene, deliver them properly or take it up with the producers. Are you threatening me? I'm telling you how this is going to work. You want to direct? Direct. But keep your dirty fantasies out of it. I turn to address the crew. Anyone else uncomfortable with inappropriate comments can report directly to HR. I'll back you personally. The silence stretches, heavy with tension. Then Theo steps back, jaw working. Fine. Places everyone. Let's take it from the top. Standard blocking. I catch Heather's eye across the set. The grateful look she gives me makes my chest tight. This isn't just about protecting my fake wife anymore. This is about protecting her. The scene unfolds according to the original script. Heather storms in, catching James and Claire in what appears to be an intimate moment. But it's the raw hurt in Heather's eyes that catches me off guard. There's something genuine there. Something that transcends Sophie's character. How could you? Her voice cracks and my chest constricts. The script calls for James to reach for Sophie, to try explaining the misunderstanding. But when I step toward Heather, my hand extends of its own accord, drawn by an instinct deeper than memorized lines. Sophie, please. The words feel different today. Everything feels different. Don't. She backs away and I see Heather beneath Sophie's facade. Vulnerable. Uncertain. Her dark eyes lock with mine, holding secrets neither of our characters were meant to share. My next line sticks in my throat. I'm supposed to defend myself, to explain that Claire means nothing. But standing here, watching Heather's shoulders shake with Sophie's grief, I'm struck by how natural this feels. How right. Not the betrayal. No. But this pull between us. This magnetic force that makes every interaction charged with possibility. Please, Sophie, I manage, forcing James's words through the fog of my thoughts. But my mind keeps wandering to dinner tonight, to all the quiet moments we've shared off camera, to the way she laughs at my terrible jokes and challenges my opinions on everything from politics to pizza toppings. The scene continues, but I'm hyper-aware of every micro-expression that crosses her face, every subtle shift in her body language. This isn't just good acting anymore. There's something else here, something that makes my pulse quicken when she's near and my thoughts scatter when she smiles. This isn't supposed to happen. But watching her now, feeling this inexplicable draw, I'm starting to wonder if we've stumbled into something neither of us saw coming.
Chapter 13. Heather. The reflection in the mirror shows a woman I barely recognize, draped in a champagne silk gown that hugs every curve. My stylist outdid herself, transforming my curls into a sleek updo that emphasizes my neck and shoulders. Ready? Lawrence appears in the doorway of our hotel suite, looking devastating in a black tuxedo that makes his blue eyes pop. As I'll ever be. I smooth down the fabric, trying to calm my nerves. This isn't our first public appearance, but the Whitney Museum Gala feels different, more intimate, more eyes watching our every move. You look stunning. His gaze travels down my form, lingering just long enough to make my skin tingle. Shall we give them something to talk about, Mrs. Blake? I take his offered arm, falling into the role we've perfected. Lead the way, husband. The gala buzzes with Hollywood's elite. Crystal chandeliers cast golden light across marble floors as waiters weave through the crowd with champagne flutes. Lawrence keeps his hand on the small of my back, steering me through clusters of familiar faces. Lawrence, Heather. A photographer catches us near the bar. How about a quick shot of the newlyweds? Lawrence pulls me close, his cologne wrapping around me like a familiar blanket. I lean into him, tilting my head just so, letting my hand rest on his chest. The camera clicks rapid fire. Perfect. You two are naturals. The photographer moves on, but Lawrence's arm stays wrapped around my waist. Drink? He signals the bartender. God, yes. We find a quiet corner, observing the room while maintaining our carefully crafted image of marital bliss. Lawrence whispers commentary about various guests in my ear, making me laugh genuinely. To anyone watching, we're just another couple sharing private jokes. Dance with me? He sets down our empty glasses as the orchestra strikes up a waltz. On the dance floor, Lawrence guides me with practiced ease. His hand spans my back, holding me close enough that I catch every change in expression crossing his face. The warmth of his palm bleeds through the thin fabric of my dress, making my skin tingle. For a moment, I forget we're performing. It feels real. The way he looks at me, how perfectly we move together, the electricity crackling between us. Everyone's watching, I murmur, incredible aware of the eyes following our every move. Let them. His thumb traces circles on my spine, sending shivers down my back. We're giving them exactly what they want to see. The intensity in his blue eyes makes me wonder if he's still acting, or if there's something more beneath the surface. The music fades and Lawrence's hand lingers on my waist as we step off the dance floor. His touch feels possessive, protective, exactly what the cameras want to capture. A tall man in an impeccable gray suit approaches us, his silver hair gleaming under the chandeliers. Something in his expression sets me on edge. Martin Reynolds. Lawrence's posture shifts subtly, his shoulders squaring. His grip on my waist tightens just a fraction. Didn't expect to see you here. Had to come see what all the buzz was about. Martin's gaze fixes on me with an intensity that makes me want to step behind Lawrence. Heather Phillips. I should say Mrs. Blake now, eh? Your performance in that indie film last year. Absolutely raw talent. We should talk about my upcoming project once you're done with whatever you're doing right now. Lawrence's arm slides around my waist, pulling me closer against his solid frame. His touch feels protective, almost possessive. Heather's schedule is pretty packed with promotional tours for Midnight in Manhattan. I wasn't asking you, Lawrence. Martin's smile doesn't reach his eyes, and something cold slithers down my spine at the way he's looking at me. What do you say, Heather? Private dinner to discuss the role? Any business discussion should go through her agent. Lawrence's voice carries an edge I've never heard before. Sharp and dangerous, like steel wrapped in velvet. His fingers press into my hip, grounding me. Of course. Of course. Martin holds up his hands in mock surrender, but his predatory gaze never wavers from my face. Just trying to get ahead of the competition. You've got a rare find here, Lawrence. Don't be so territorial. The moment Martin disappears into the crowd, I feel like I can breathe again. I excuse myself to powder my nose, needing a minute alone to shake off the unsettling encounter. On my way back through the glittering ballroom, voices drift from behind a massive floral arrangement of white roses and orchids. I pause mid-step, recognizing Lawrence's distinctive timbre, deep and intense. She's not some ingenue you can manipulate, Martin. Heather's different. Different how? Because she's your wife? Different because she's genuine. Talented. She doesn't play industry games or throw herself at directors for roles. Everything she's achieved, she's earned. My heart pounds against my ribs. The conviction in his voice sounds too real for our carefully constructed charade. You sound smitten, Martin's laugh echoes off the marble. The great Lawrence Blake, finally tamed? You don't know the first thing about her, or us. I force my feet to move, slipping through the crowd back to Lawrence's side. His arm wraps around me instantly, pulling me close as if sensing my unease from overhearing his conversation. Need some air? His breath tickles my ear. I nod, grateful for the escape. Lawrence guides me through a hidden door and up a narrow staircase. The night air hits my bare shoulders as we emerge onto the rooftop terrace. Manhattan sparkles around us, a sea of lights stretching to the horizon. You okay? Lawrence's hand finds the small of my back, warm and steady through the thin fabric of my dress. Martin can be a real piece of work sometimes. I heard you. With him. The words tumble out before I can stop them, my voice shakier than I'd like. Behind the flowers, every word. Lawrence stills beside me, his entire body tensing. The city noise fades to white noise as tension crackles between us, making the air feel thick and heavy. Ah. Did you mean it? What you said about me being different? I hate how vulnerable I sound. But I need to know. He turns me to face him. His blue eyes dark and intense in the moonlight. One hand stays firmly on my waist while the other reaches for my face. Every word. You're nothing like what they think, Heather. Nothing like what I expected. My breath catches as his fingers trace along my jawline. The touch feels different here, away from prying eyes and cameras. More intimate, more real, more dangerous. His thumb brushes across my bottom lip, and I fight the urge to lean into his palm, to turn my face and press my lips against his skin. Lawrence. His name comes out barely above a whisper, loaded with all the things I'm afraid to say. I know. His voice comes out rough, strained. The pad of his thumb continues its gentle exploration of my face, trailing fire across my skin. This is complicated enough without. The unfinished sentence hangs between us. His hand cups my cheek, and for a heartbeat, I think he might kiss me. Instead, he drops his hand and steps back, leaving me cold despite the warm summer night. We should head back inside. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to make sense of what just happened, or almost happened. The ghost of his touch lingers on my skin as I follow him back toward the stairs, my mind spinning with questions I'm not sure I want answered.
Chapter 14. Lawrence. The lights dim on set, and my breath catches as Heather steps into frame. Her dark curls cascade over her shoulders, and the dress she wears for Sophie's character hugs every curve. I force my eyes away, focusing on the prop newspaper in my hands. This scene requires James to be aloof, distant. But damn, it's getting harder to maintain that professional detachment. Action! Theo's voice cuts through the silence. Heather moves across the makeshift apartment, her heels clicking against the hardwood. Each step draws her closer, and my pulse quickens. The script calls for tension between our characters, but the electricity crackling between us feels dangerous real. You can't keep avoiding me, James. Her voice carries that perfect blend of vulnerability and strength that makes her such a compelling actress. I lower the newspaper, meeting her gaze. Those deep, brown eyes pull me in, and for a moment, I forget my line. Sophie, we both know this can't work. The words come out rougher than intended. She steps closer, close enough that I catch the subtle scent of her perfume. Her fingers brush against my arm, and it takes every ounce of control not to react. Why? Because you're afraid of what people will say? The scene progresses, each moment charged with unspoken tension. When she leans in, presumably to deliver her next line, I grip the arm of the chair to keep from reaching for her. Cut! Theo jumps up from his director's chair, practically vibrating with excitement. That was electric. The chemistry between you two. Jesus Christ, I couldn't look away. Lawrence. That intensity in your eyes when she touched you. Perfect. And Heather, the way you command his attention? So damn brilliant. I stand quickly, needing space. My hand runs through my hair, a nervous tell I thought I'd kicked years ago. Heather's presence beside me remains magnetic, drawing my focus even as I try to concentrate on Theo's notes. Let's take 5, Theo announces, but don't lose that energy. Whatever you two are tapping into, it's exactly what this scene needs. I grab a water bottle from craft services, but my attention keeps drifting to where Heather stands near the set's window. She's talking with Marlon J., one of the supporting actors playing her character's co-worker. He's leaning against the wall, way too close, flashing that boy band smile that probably worked wonders in his teen heartthrob days. "No way, you're into classic horror, too?" Marlon's laugh carries across the room. "We should do a movie marathon sometime. I've got this awesome home theater set up." My jaw clenches. The kid can't be more than 25, and he's about as subtle as a sledgehammer. I unscrew the water bottle cap with more force than necessary. Heather's polite laugh follows. "That's sweet, but I don't really have time these days. The schedule's pretty packed." "Come on, everyone needs a break." Marlon touches her arm. "Even Mrs. Blake deserves some fun, right?" The plastic bottle crackles in my grip. Who the hell does this kid think he is? She's wearing my ring, fake or not, and he's making moves right here on set. "Marlon," an assistant director calls out, "we need you in makeup for your next scene." Duty calls. He winks at Heather. Think about that marathon, though. I watch him saunter off, fighting the urge to remind him exactly where he stands in the cast hierarchy. Stupid supporting actors thinking they can hit on the lead. When I look back at Heather, she's already watching me, one eyebrow raised, amusement dancing in those dark eyes of hers. "You're going to destroy that bottle," she says, walking over with that graceful stride that drives me crazy. I glance down at the mangled plastic in my hands, barely registering that I've damn near crushed it. Kid needs to learn some professional boundaries. "Jealous, Mr. Blake?" Her lips curve into a teasing smile, and she steps closer, close enough that I catch the vanilla scent of her perfume. "Just looking out for my wife's reputation." The words come out gruffer than intended, my jaw clenched tight. Even if this marriage is fake, the possessiveness I'm feeling sure as hell isn't. "Of course." She pats my chest, her touch lingering, sending heat through my shirt. "Because this is all about the movie's PUR, right?" Before I can respond, Theo calls everyone back to their marks, but her question echoes in my head, along with the knowing look in her eyes. This stopped being just about PR weeks ago, and we both know it. The way she affects me, it's become something else entirely, something dangerous and addictive that I can't seem to control. Watching Heather move across the set between takes, I catch myself staring at the way she carries herself. Gone is Jimmy's little girl who used to run around set with juice boxes and princess dresses. In her place stands this stunning woman who commands attention without trying. My chest tightens. "You good?" Theo approaches, tablet in hand. "Yeah, just running lines." The lie comes easy, but the guilt that follows hits harder. This is Jimmy's daughter, my best friend's kid. I keep trying to remind myself of that fact, grounding me back in reality. But when she glances over her shoulder, those dark eyes meeting mine, I see nothing childish about her. The way she moves, speaks, thinks. She's all woman now. Her graceful confidence, the subtle arch of her neck, the intelligence behind every gesture. It's a stark reminder that time hasn't stood still, and that realization is becoming a dangerous distraction. "The next scene needs you both at the window," Theo says, already walking away, his attention split between his tablet and coordinating with the crew. I move to my mark and Heather joins me. The small space forces us close, her arm brushing mine. The contact sends electricity through my skin, making my jaw clench with the effort to maintain composure. "Your tie's crooked." She reaches up, fingers working the silk with practiced ease. Her touch, though innocent, sets my pulse racing. I catch a glimpse of her focused expression, the slight furrow between her brows as she concentrates on the task. "I got it." I step back, needing distance, my hands taking over. But the scent of her perfume follows. The familiar fragrance haunts me, a constant reminder of how often we're forced into these intimate moments. "Since when are you shy about personal space?" She tilts her head, studying me. "You seemed fine getting close during our wedding photos." "That was different. That was before I started noticing how her lips curve when she smiles, before I caught myself wondering how her skin would feel under my hands, before this act started feeling less like acting, just trying to stay professional. My voice comes out rough. Professional. She tests the word, her expression unreadable. Is that what we're calling it? The question hangs between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to face. Because admitting I want her, that I think about her in ways that would make Jimmy want to kill me, that's a line I can't uncross. But watching her now, confident and brilliant and so goddamn beautiful, I know I'm already halfway there. And no amount of professional distance or guilt about Jimmy is going to change that.
Chapter 15. Heather. The click of my heels echoes through the marble-floored lobby as I wheel my designer suitcase behind me. Lawrence's broad shoulders lead the way, carrying his own bags with practiced ease. Did you see that circus outside? I shake my head. The memory of camera flashes still dancing behind my eyes. I swear they multiply every time we go somewhere. That's the point, isn't it? Lawrence glances back at me, his jawline sharp under the chandelier light. Our PR team's probably patting themselves on the back right now. He's right. This whole weekend getaway screams publicity stunt, but we need all the good press we can get to ramp up the excitement for midnight in Manhattan. A romantic weekend at an exclusive mountain resort with my husband, complete with strategically placed paparazzi, is exactly what our team ordered. The resort lobby stretches before us, all gleaming wood and floor-to-ceiling windows, showcasing the pine-covered mountains beyond. A massive stone fireplace dominates one wall, and plush leather chairs invite guests to sink into luxury. It's the kind of place real couples come to reconnect and fall in love again. Your suite is ready, Mr. and Mrs. Blake. The concierge's smile is practiced perfection. Even the staff here are in on the game. Thank you. I return her smile, playing my part. My wedding ring catches the light, another prop in this elaborate show we're putting on. Lawrence's hand finds the small of my back as we follow the bellhop to the elevator. It's a gesture we've perfected over the past couple months, intimate enough to look natural, casual enough to not seem forced, just like everything else about this marriage. 3 days of being America's favorite newlyweds. I keep my voice low as we ascend. Think we can pull it off? We've managed so far. Lawrence's fingers drum against my spine. Though I didn't expect our honeymoon phase to include quite so many cameras. The elevator doors open to our floor, and I can't help but wonder how many more performances like this we'll need to give before Midnight in Manhattan hits theaters. How many more weekends of pretending to be madly in love while trying to save our careers? The suite door swings open to reveal a spacious living area that flows into a single bedroom. My steps falter, heart skipping as I take in the plush furnishings and romantic ambiance clearly designed for actual honeymooners. There must be some mistake. I grip the handle of my suitcase tighter. We requested a 2-bedroom suite. Lawrence moves past me, dropping his bag by the king-sized bed. His cologne trails behind him, a subtle masculine scent that makes the room feel even smaller. PR team's work, no doubt. Can't have the happy newlyweds sleeping separately. The weight of our situation settles over me like a heavy blanket. 3 days of sharing this intimate space with Lawrence. 3 days of maintaining our charade behind closed doors. Pretending we're the picture-perfect couple while trying to keep professional boundaries intact. I'll take the couch. He starts unpacking his toiletries, moving through the space with practiced ease, like he's completely unfazed by this development. Don't be ridiculous. That thing's tiny. We can share the bed. The words tumble out before I can stop them, my practical side overriding any awkwardness. We're both adults. I try to sound confident, even as my stomach does a nervous flip at the thought of sleeping next to him. His blue eyes lock with mine, and something electric passes between us. If you're sure. Hours later, sleep evades me. The suite feels stifling. Lawrence's presence too overwhelming, even from across the room. Through the vast windows, the illuminated pool catches my eye, empty and inviting in the late-night quiet. Going for a swim. I grab my swimsuit and slip into the bathroom to change. The water is perfect when I slide in, washing away the tension of the day. I float on my back, staring at the stars through the glass ceiling. The sound of the door opening breaks my solitude. Lawrence stands at the pool's edge in black swim trunks, his chest bare and sculpted in the dim lighting. Mind if I join? I shake my head, trying not to stare as he dives in with practiced grace. When he surfaces, droplets cling to his salt and pepper hair, running down his neck. Couldn't sleep either? He moves closer, and I feel the ripples of his movement against my skin. Too many thoughts. I adjust my position, treading water. The way he's looking at me makes my pulse quicken, like I'm the only person in his world. His gaze traces the curves of my black swimsuit, leaving trails of heat in its wake. The space between us crackles with unspoken tension. This doesn't feel like pretend anymore. Lawrence's gaze holds mine, the pool water gently lapping around us. The air crackles with tension, and I can't look away. His eyes drop to my lips, and I know he's thinking the same thing I am. "Heather," he murmurs, voice low and husky. It's a warning and a promise all at once. I don't respond, not with words. Instead, I reach out, tracing the line of his jaw, feeling the rough stubble under my fingertips. His hand mirrors mine, cupping my cheek, thumb brushing against my skin. He leans in, closing the distance between us. His lips meet mine, and it's not soft or gentle. It's fierce, hungry, and I match his intensity. Wrapping my arms around his neck, he presses me against the pool wall, his body hard against mine. His hands start to roam, trailing down my sides over my hips. I gasp into his mouth as he grips my thigh, hitching it up around his waist. The cool water is a stark contrast to the heat of his touch. His tongue invades my mouth, exploring, claiming. I tangle my hands in his hair, pulling him closer, deeper. His fingers toy with the straps of my swimsuit, tracing the edge, sending shivers down my spine. He pulls back just enough to look at me, eyes dark with desire. "Tell me to stop, Heather." But I don't want him to stop. Not now. Maybe not ever. I shake my head, pulling him back to me. His mouth finds mine again, his hands more insistent now. He tugs at my swimsuit, wanting it off. Lawrence's strong arms lift me effortlessly out of the pool, my legs wrapped around his waist, our lips locked in a fierce kiss. Water drips from our bodies, leaving a trail as he carries us back into the suite. He doesn't break our kiss, not even as he navigates through the dimly lit room. His hands grip my thighs, possessive and eager. I cling to him, my fingers tangled in his wet hair, our breaths mingling in desperate gasps. He lowers us onto the couch, shifting so I'm straddling him. The new position presses me against his hard length, sending a surge of desire through me. His hands roam my back, tracing the curve of my spine, pulling me closer. Our kiss deepens, tongues clashing in a dance of pure, unadulterated need. I grind against him, eliciting a low growl from deep within his chest. His fingers dig into my hips, guiding my movements, setting a rhythm that drives us both insane. The friction is delicious, but not enough. I crave more. "Lawrence," I murmur against his lips, a plea, a demand. His name tastes like sin and salvation all at once. He responds with a kiss that sears my soul, his hands sliding up my sides, thumbs brushing the undersides of my chest. His touch ignites a trail of fire, making me ache for more. I arch into him, shameless in my desire. His mouth moves to my jaw, my neck, his teeth grazing sensitive skin. I gasp, clutching his shoulders, nails digging into muscle. He groans, a sound that vibrates through me, setting every nerve ending ablaze. "You drive me crazy, Heather," he rasps, his voice rough with want. His hands cup my face, bringing my gaze back to his. The raw hunger in his eyes steals my breath. I lean in, capturing his mouth in another searing kiss. His hands slide back to my hips, gripping tightly as he grinds against me. Pleasure coils in my core, tension building with each rock of our bodies. His fingers toy with the straps of my swimsuit again, slipping them down my shoulders. The cool air hits my heated skin, making me shiver. His eyes never leave mine, dark and intense, filled with a promise of pleasure and passion for tonight. And if this is the only night I'll ever get to experience that, I want to relish each moment completely.
Chapter 16. Lawrence. The night is ours, the sweet quiet except for the faint hum of the air conditioner and the soft sounds of our ragged breaths. Heather straddles me, her naked body glistening with remnants of the pool, droplets tracing paths down her curves. My swim trunks are a poor barrier against the heat of her, the friction of her grinding driving me to the edge. "You're playing with fire, Heather." My voice is low, a growl I barely recognize. Her eyes meet mine, a challenge sparking in their dark depths. Maybe I want to get burned. She leans down, her breath hot on my ear. Or maybe I want to be the one doing the burning. A shudder rips through me. This isn't the Heather from the red carpets or the script readings. This is a woman unleashed, taking what she wants. And hell if I don't want to give it to her. Her lips trail down my neck, teeth grazing my skin. My hands grip her hips, guiding her movements, urging her on. She gasps, her nails digging into my shoulders. The sting is sweet, a testament to her desire. "Lawrence." My name is a moan on her lips, a plea. She reaches between us, her hand slipping into my trunks, wrapping around me. I hiss out a breath, every muscle taut, ready. "Tell me what you want, Heather." I need to hear her say it. Need to know she's as lost in this madness as I am. She looks at me, her eyes hooded, lips parted. "I want you. Just you." Those few words snap the last of my control. I flip her over, pinning her beneath me on the couch. Her legs wrap around my waist, pulling me closer. My mouth finds hers, her tongues tangling, breaths mingling. It's messy, raw, real. I break away, panting. "Last chance, Heather. Tell me to stop now, or..." She silences me with a kiss, fierce and demanding. "Don't stop, Lawrence. Don't ever stop." And with those words I surrender. To her, to this moment, to the fire burning between us. The night is ours, and I'm going to make every damn second of it count.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
A small smile tugs at her lips. Guess we got caught up in the moment, huh? You could say that. I lean down, pressing my forehead against hers. Our breaths mingle, our hearts pounding in sync. This woman is so damn dangerous. She makes me lose control, makes me forget everything but her. And that isn't a good thing. Heather's fingers trace patterns on my back, her touch light, soothing. Lawrence? Heather looks up at me, her eyes searching mine. Was this a mistake, Lawrence? Her voice is soft, but there's an edge to it, a need for clarity that I can't ignore. I roll off her, sitting up on the edge of the couch. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unsaid words. I can't give her the answer she wants. Hell, I don't even know what the right answer is. Lawrence. She sits up, the couch sheet pooling around her waist. Her hand reaches out, touching my back. I tense under her touch, not out of desire, but from the weight of what I need to say. I'm not the kind of man you should want, Heather. The words come out harsher than I intend, but they're true. She deserves better than a screwed-up actor with a past as messy as mine. Her hand drops away, and I can feel her gaze burning into my back. What does that mean? I stand up, grabbing my swim trunks and pulling them on. It means I'm too old for you, too jaded. I turn to face her, my expression shuddered. I've been around the block too many times, Heather. You deserve someone better. She wraps the sheet around herself, her eyes flashing with anger and hurt. And you get to decide that? Without even discussing it with me? I run a hand through my hair, frustrated. I'm just trying to be honest, Heather. This, I gesture between us, can't happen again. She stares at me for a long moment, then nods, her expression unreadable. Fine, it won't. She stands up, wrapping the sheet tighter around her. But you could have just said that instead of giving me some ridiculous line about not being good enough. I watch her walk away, her head held high. The urge to go after her, to pull her into my arms and tell her I'm sorry is overwhelming. But I don't. I can't. Because I meant what I said. She deserves better. The rest of the night is a charade. We avoid each other, pretending that the earth-shattering coupling never happened. She takes a shower, and I order room service. We eat in silence, the clink of cutlery on plates the only sound. The tension is palpable, but neither of us acknowledges it. Instead, we talk about the film, about the upcoming press tour, safe topics, nonsense topics. Anything to avoid talking about us, about what happened, about what I said. As the night wears on, the pretense becomes easier. We laugh at a stupid joke, share a knowing glance about an industry acquaintance. It's almost like old times. Almost. But the elephant in the room remains, a silent witness to our denial. By the time we go to bed, her in the bedroom, me on the couch, the pretense is so strong that I almost believe it. Almost. But as I lie there, staring at the ceiling, I can't shake off the feeling of her beneath me, the taste of her, the sound of her screams. I can't shake off the truth, and neither can she. But for now, we pretend, because sometimes pretending is the only way to survive the night.
Chapter 17. Heather. The memory of Lawrence's rejection at the resort still stings, even weeks later. His words the morning after we hooked up still echo in my mind. This isn't real, Heather. Don't confuse what we have. But I refuse to let his dismissal define me. Each morning, I channel that hurt into my performance, into proving that what I feel, what we could have, is more than just pretend. The bright lights of the press conference pull me back to reality. Lawrence sits beside me, our shoulders barely touching as cameras flash and reporters clamor for our attention. The sweet floral scent of my perfume mingles with his cologne, and I resist the urge to lean closer. Mrs. Blake, a reporter in a navy blazer, waves her hand. You and Lawrence seem to still be in that magical honeymoon phase. How do you keep the spark alive while filming together? My practiced smile doesn't falter. Lawrence's hand finds mine under the table, our agreed-upon signal for these moments. His touch sends electricity through my skin, despite my determination to stay professional. Working together actually adds to the magic. I squeeze his hand, perhaps a bit harder than necessary. We get to share every aspect of our lives, both on and off screen. Lawrence's deep chuckle reverberates through the microphone, and she still surprises me every day. His thumb traces circles on my palm, a new gesture, one not part of our usual script. Even in scenes we've rehearsed countless times. I turn to face him, searching his expression for any hint of the man who pushed me away at the resort. Instead, I find something softer in his eyes, something that makes my heart skip despite my best efforts to keep it steady. The chemistry between you two is undeniable, the reporter continues. Was it love at first sight? The question hangs in the air, heavy with irony. If only she knew how many times I've asked myself the same thing, how many nights I've spent trying to pinpoint the moment this stopped being just an act. For me, at least. I knew from our first screen test that Lawrence was special. I keep my voice steady, practiced. The way he elevated every scene, how generous he was as a scene partner. The romance grew naturally from there. Lawrence shifts in his chair, and for a moment, I think he'll stick to our usual script. Instead, his eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that steals my breath. If I may add something. His voice drops lower, more intimate despite the microphone. Heather is the most breathtaking woman I've ever met. Not just her talent or her beauty, but her spirit. The way she lights up every room she walks into. His fingers intertwine with mine. I count myself lucky every day. My heart pounds against my ribs. This wasn't part of our planned responses. The raw honesty in his voice throws me off balance, and I struggle to maintain my composure as the reporters erupt with fresh questions. The rest of the press conference passes in a blur. When it finally ends, we make our way to our car, where his driver waits with the door open. The leather seats embrace us as we slide in, and I maintain my smile until the tinted windows shield us from view. That was quite a performance. I try to keep my tone light as we wind through the Hollywood hills. Lawrence's jaw tightens. Who says it was a performance? Before I can respond, we pull up to the mansion's gates. The sprawling estate I now call home rises before us, all clean lines and floor-to-ceiling windows. The car curves around the circular driveway, and I'm struck again by how surreal it feels. Living here. Being Mrs. Blake, even if it's just for show. The front door opens into the soaring foyer, our footsteps echoing on the marble floors. My heels click against the stone as I head for the stairs, needing a moment to process Lawrence's words at the press conference. His voice stops me at the first step. Heather. I pause, one hand on the banister, but don't turn around. I can't bear to see if his eyes hold the same dismissal they did at the resort. You deserve better than this, Heather. Lawrence's voice carries across the foyer. Better than a man who's been through too much, who's old enough to... I whirl around, my grip tightening on the railing. Don't you dare make this about age or your past. It's about reality. His hands clench at his sides. You're talented, beautiful, with your whole career ahead of you. I'm just what? The most sought-after actor in Hollywood? I descend the steps, closing the distance between us. Or are you talking about the man who held me all night at the resort? The one who makes my heart race every time he walks into a room? His blue eyes darken. That's exactly why we can't... Bull. The word echoes through the high-ceiling space. You're not protecting me, Lawrence. You're protecting yourself because you're scared. Scared? His laugh holds no humor. I'm trying to be responsible. No. I step closer, close enough to catch the subtle scent of his cologne. You're terrified of what this could be, of how real it feels when we're together. It's easier to push me away than admit this isn't pretend anymore. Heather, tell me I'm wrong. My voice drops to barely above a whisper. Look me in the eyes and tell me you don't feel it too. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken truths. His chest rises and falls with rapid breaths, and I can see the battle raging behind his eyes. I'm willing to take the risk. My voice cracks with emotion. I know what I want, Lawrence. I want you, all of you. The good, the bad, the complicated. Why can't you see that? Lawrence's jaw clenches. He takes a step back, creating a chasm between us that feels wider than the physical distance. This isn't about what you want. His voice turns cold, professional. It's about what's best for both of us. Don't patronize me. My fingers curl into fists. I'm not some naive little girl who needs protecting. I'm a grown woman making a choice. He runs a hand through his salt and pepper hair, turning away from me. Without another word, he walks toward his study, each step like a knife in my chest. Really, you're just going to walk away? The words tear from my throat. Coward. The sound of his study door closing echoes through the foyer. Rage and hurt surge through me, setting every nerve ending on fire. I sprint up the stairs, my heels threatening to betray me with each step. My bedroom door slams behind me with a satisfying bang that reverberates through the mansion. I kick off my heels, sending them flying across the room. One hits the wall with a thud, leaving a scuff mark on the pristine paint. Screw you, Lawrence Blake. I grab a decorative pillow from my bed and hurl it across the room. Screw your nobility and your protection and your goddamn walls. My chest heaves as I pace the room, the plush carpet muffling my footsteps. The sting of tears threatens behind my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. He doesn't get to make me cry, not again.
Chapter 18. Lawrence. I stare at the ceiling, my mind refusing to grant me peace. The shadows dance across the walls of my bedroom as minutes stretch into hours. Heather's smile haunts me, the way her eyes light up when she talks about her passion for midnight in Manhattan, how her hands move with animated grace when she's excited about a scene. Damn it. I grab a pillow and press it against my face. Jimmy would kill me if he knew the thoughts running through my head about his daughter. Hell, I want to kill myself for them. She's barely 24, and here I am, a man old enough to... I cut that thought short. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. 3 a.m. Another hour lost to thoughts of her. The morning comes too soon, sunlight piercing through gaps in the curtains. My phone rings again. Ignacio, my agent. Lawrence, we need to talk about your public appearances with Heather. I sit up, running a hand through my hair. What about them? You're supposed to be newlyweds, but you're acting like distant cousins at a funeral. The tabloids are starting to notice. One of them called you detached yesterday. I'm maintaining professional boundaries. Professional boundaries. Ignacio scoffs. This whole marriage is about breaking those boundaries. Look, Lawrence, this isn't just about you anymore. Heather's career is hanging by a thread after the Richard scandal. If this marriage looks fake, she'll be the one paying the price. My jaw clenches. What are you suggesting? More PDA, more loving gazes, more... everything. You're Lawrence Blake. You've played romantic leads for 2 decades. Act like one in real life. She's Jimmy's daughter. And right now, she's your wife to the world. If you can't sell this, her career is over before it begins. The industry is brutal to young actresses who can't maintain their momentum. I press my fingers against my temples. The thought of getting closer to Heather both thrills and terrifies me. These feelings I'm developing, they're exactly why I should keep my distance. But Ignacio is right. We signed up for this, and I can't let my personal struggle destroy our future. Fine, I'll step it up. Good. Go out together this weekend. Make your moments count. The call ends, leaving me with the weight of what I've agreed to. More time pretending, more moments close to her, more chances for these feelings to grow stronger. Sleep-deprived and conflicted. I wonder how long I can keep playing this role before the line between acting and reality disappears completely. I shuffle into my kitchen, making a beeline for the coffee maker. The marble countertops gleam in the morning light, but my eyes are too heavy to appreciate the view. As I measure out the coffee grounds, soft footsteps approach from behind. We need to talk about yesterday. Heather's voice cuts through the quiet morning air, sharp and determined. My shoulders tense immediately. Damn. Nothing to talk about. I keep my back turned, focusing on the methodical process of brewing coffee, willing my hands not to shake as I measure out the grounds. Really? So you telling me you don't deserve me and storming off? That's nothing. Her words hit like bullets, each one finding its mark. I grab a mug from the cabinet, movements sharp and precise, trying to maintain control. The ceramic feels cool against my palm. I meant what I said. The words taste bitter in my mouth, but they need to be said. Look at me when you're pushing me away, at least give me that courtesy. There's steel in her voice now, a strength that makes it impossible to keep ignoring her. Against my better judgment, I turn. She stands in my kitchen wearing yoga pants and an oversized sweater, her curls pulled back in a messy bun. The sight of her looking so at home in my space makes my chest ache. She belongs here, and that's exactly why she needs to go. This thing between us, it's too dangerous, too real, and I'm too old and too jaded to pretend otherwise. Coffee? I hold up an empty mug, trying to maintain distance through mundane offers. Stop deflecting. She steps closer. You think acting cold will make me give up? I'm not some fragile little girl who'll run away because you're brooding. I'm not brooding. I pour coffee into my mug, purposely avoiding a second one for her. I'm being realistic. Realistic! She lets out a sharp laugh. What's realistic about pushing away someone who what, Heather? I cut her off, gripping my mug too tight. Who's young enough to have a whole life ahead of her? Who deserves better than a jaded actor twice her age? There you go again, making decisions about what I deserve without asking me. She plants herself between me and the coffee maker, forcing me to look at her. You don't get to decide that for me. The space between us crackles with tension. I try to step back, but she matches my movement, refusing to let me create distance. Heather, no. You don't get to Heather me in that patronizing tone. I'm not going anywhere, Lawrence. The sooner you accept that, the better. Her words hit too close to home, breaking down the walls I've carefully constructed. She's so close now I can smell her shampoo, see the determination blazing in those dark eyes. My grip tightens on the coffee mug until my knuckles turn white. You're being stubborn. I set the mug down with more force than necessary. And you're being a coward. She jabs a finger into my chest. The great Lawrence Blake, running scared from something real. Don't. The warning in my voice doesn't deter her. Why not? Because I'm right? Because you're terrified that this isn't just pretend anymore. Heather, no. I see right through you. You think pushing me away is noble? It's selfish. You're so caught up in what you think is right that you won't even... Something inside me snaps. I grab her waist, pulling her against me. Her words cut off in surprise as I crash my lips into hers. The kiss is desperate, hungry. Everything I've been holding back since we got back from the resort trip. She responds instantly, her fingers threading through my hair, body melting into mine. The taste of her. The soft moan that escapes her throat. It's better than I imagined. Worse than I feared. My hands slide up her back, drawing her closer, deepening the kiss until we're both breathless. Reality crashes back like a bucket of ice water. I break away, my forehead resting against hers. "You deserve better," I whisper, the words tearing at my throat.
Chapter 19. Heather. I grasp his shirt collar and pull him back to me. "Stop thinking you know what's best for me." My lips crash against his, pouring every ounce of desire I've held back these past weeks into the kiss. Lawrence freezes for a split second before his arms wrap around my waist, lifting me onto the kitchen counter. His fingers tangle in my curls as he deepens the kiss with a groan that vibrates through my chest. "You're impossible," he murmurs against my mouth. "And you talk too much." I hook my legs around his hips, erasing any remaining space between us. His lips trail down my neck, setting my skin on fire. "Tell me to stop." The words come out rough, desperate. "Not a chance." I tug his hair, guiding his mouth back to mine. This kiss is different, raw and hungry and unleashed. No more holding back, no more pretending this isn't exactly what we both want. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Our breaths mingle, chests heaving as we come down from the high. Lawrence leans his forehead against mine, our eyes locked, our bodies still entwined. His gaze holds me captive, his blue eyes intense and unyielding. There's no trace of the usual playfulness or the careful distance he maintains in public. He looks at me like I'm the only woman in the world, like nothing else matters but this moment, this connection. His fingers trace the curve of my jaw, a gentle touch that sends a shiver down my spine. There's a tenderness in his gesture that I haven't felt before, a silent admission that maybe, just maybe, this isn't all for show. "Lawrence," I start, my voice barely a whisper. I want to ask him if this is real, if we're real, but the words refuse to form. Fear grips me, fear of rejection, fear of ruining the delicate balance we've struck. He leans in, his forehead resting against mine. His breath is warm, his scent enveloping me, making it hard to think straight. "You feel it too, don't you?" His voice is low, rough, a stark contrast to the softness in his eyes. I nod, a small, almost imperceptible movement. I do feel it, this pull between us, this connection that's grown stronger with each stolen touch, each shared glance. But admitting it out loud, acknowledging it, makes it real, makes it something we can't take back. His thumb brushes against my lower lip, a feather-light touch that sets my heart racing. We don't have to pretend, not here, not now. His words are a promise, a vow that sends a thrill coursing through me. Does this mean we're real now? The question echoes in my mind, begging to be voiced, but I hold back, afraid to shatter this moment, this fragile understanding between us. Instead, I reach up, my fingers tangling in his hair, pulling him closer. Our lips meet, a soft, slow kiss that speaks volumes, that says all the things we're too scared to say out loud.
Chapter 20. Lawrence. The house feels different with Heather in it. Her presence fills empty spaces I never noticed, brings warmth to rooms that used to echo with silence. These past weeks, watching her navigate this mess we're in, has shifted something inside me. I lean against the kitchen counter, mesmerized by the way she dices onions with practiced ease. Where'd you learn to cook like that? My grandmother. Her knife moves in swift, precise strokes. She said every woman should know how to feed herself properly. None of that microwave nonsense. Smart woman. I step closer, reaching past her for the garlic. Our arms brush, and the contact sends electricity through my skin. Here, let me help with that. You know how to cook? She glances up, those dark eyes sparking with amusement. I figured you'd have people for that. I wasn't born with a silver spoon, Mrs. Blake. The name slips out naturally now, no longer feeling like part of our act. Had to fend for myself long before Hollywood came calling. Her hands pause over the cutting board. Tell me about that time, before all this. I start crushing garlic cloves, considering my words. Worked 3 jobs, lived in a shoebox apartment in North Hollywood, ate more ramen than any human should. And now look at you. She bumps her hip against mine, playful, making pasta from scratch in your mansion. Our mansion, I correct her, the words coming out softer than intended. She freezes for a moment, then resumes chopping. Right, our mansion. The kitchen fills with the sound of sizzling oil and the rich aroma of herbs. We move around each other in an effortless dance, passing ingredients, sharing utensils. No cameras, no pressure, no pretense. Just us creating something together. You've got... I reach out, brushing flour from her cheek. My thumb lingers on her skin longer than necessary. She doesn't pull away. Lawrence. Her voice carries a note I've never heard before, something vulnerable and raw. The pasta water boils over, breaking the moment. We jump apart, both rushing to handle the spill. Our hands meet on the pot handle, and this time, neither of us pretends not to notice. Then I clear my throat and try to do something else to avert my gaze. I adjust the heat under the sauce, stirring it as Heather adds the fresh basil leaves we picked from the garden earlier today. The rich tomato aroma fills the kitchen, making my stomach growl. Damn, I forgot how good home cooking could smell. Nothing like the pretentious 5-star restaurants I usually frequent. Careful with that pasta, I warn as she lifts the pot. It's hot. She rolls her eyes, giving me that look that makes me want to pull her closer. I may not have a personal chef, but I know my way around boiling water. You sure about that? I can't help teasing her, fighting back a smile as I watch her navigate the kitchen with surprising confidence. Because that sauce stain on your shirt tells a different story. Her mouth drops open in mock outrage, and I have to force myself not to stare at those perfect lips. Oh, you want to talk about kitchen disasters? Let me tell you about my first apartment after college. She drains the pasta with practiced efficiency, steam rising around her face. I decided to make carbonara for this guy I was dating. Fancy, right? Let me guess. It didn't end well. I didn't know you had to temper the eggs. She shakes her head, laughing. Just cracked them straight into the hot pasta. Ended up with scrambled egg pasta. My date actually tried to eat it. That's love right there. I sample the sauce, adding a pinch more salt. Or fear. Neither. Never saw him again. She hip-checks me away from the stove. Stop hovering. I know what I'm doing. Says the scrambled egg pasta queen. She flicks pasta water at me. At least, I learned from my mistakes. Now move your butt and get the plates. I grab the plates from the cabinet, watching as she combines the pasta and sauce with expert movements. Her curls have started falling from their neat bun, framing her face as she concentrates on the task. Something about seeing her so at home in my kitchen makes my chest tight. Domestic as hell, and dangerous as hell for my self-control. You're staring, she murmurs, not looking up from her stirring. Just making sure you don't scramble anything else. I set the plates next to the stove, deliberately crowding her space. She points her wooden spoon at me threateningly, sauce dripping onto the counter. Keep it up, and you're eating cereal for dinner. Don't test me, Blake. The sauce simmers, and her laughter echoes off the kitchen walls. The sound hits me right in the gut. Warm and real and perfect. This doesn't feel like pretend anymore. It feels like home. Like something I didn't even know I was missing until she walked into my life with her smart mouth and scrambled egg pasta stories. We settle at the kitchen island with our plates, and I can't help but notice how she tucks one leg under herself, completely at ease. The pasta's perfect. Way better than anything I've had at those overpriced restaurants where they charge you extra for breathing their air. So what's next for Heather, Blake? I twirl pasta around my fork. After this movie hits, you'll have your pick of roles. She pushes a cherry tomato around her plate. Actually, I've been thinking about directing. Yeah? Something in her voice catches my attention. A mix of hesitation and excitement. Dad's legacy is great and all, but I want to tell my own stories. She sets down her fork, hands moving as she speaks. There's this script I've been working on. About 3 generations of black women running a jazz club in New Orleans. The kind of story that needs to be told right, you know? I lean forward, caught by the passion in her voice. Tell me more. Really? Her eyes light up. Most people just nod and change the subject when I mention directing. I'm not most people. I rest my chin on my hand. Besides, you've got that look. What look? The one that says you've already shot this whole movie in your head. She launches into details about camera angles and character arcs, about the music she wants to use, about this amazing cinematographer she met at a festival last year. I find myself nodding, asking questions, getting pulled into her vision. She's thought of everything. The lighting, the costumes, even the font she wants for the credits. Watching her talk about her dreams, something shifts in my chest. I've sat through countless pitches in my career, but this is different. She's different. The way her hands dance through the air as she describes scenes, how her voice drops when she talks about the emotional core of the story. It's magnetic. And suddenly, I'm imagining her behind a camera, calling shots, bringing her vision to life. I'm seeing years stretching out ahead. Premieres where I'm the one supporting her, award speeches, where she thanks me not as her co-star but as her partner. Forever doesn't seem like such a scary concept anymore. Not with her. What? She catches me staring. Nothing. I take another bite of pasta to hide my smile.
Chapter 21. Heather. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across Rodeo Drive as Lawrence and I stroll down the street, ice cream cones in hand. His vanilla drips onto his fingers while my chocolate chip mint stays perfectly intact. You're making a mess. I laugh, handing him a napkin. And here I thought you were supposed to be the sophisticated one. There's nothing sophisticated about ice cream. Lawrence's eyes sparkle with mischief. That's the whole point. We duck into a quiet alley between boutiques, seeking refuge from the bustle of Beverly Hills shoppers. Lawrence's free hand finds my waist, pulling me close. You've got a little... He brushes his thumb across my bottom lip, and my breath catches. Before I can process what's happening, his mouth is on mine, tasting of sweet vanilla and promises. The ice cream forgotten, I melt into him, my fingers gripping his shirt. The distinctive click of camera shutters breaks through our moment. We spring apart, but it's too late. The paparazzi have their money shot. Lawrence steps in front of me protectively, but I know the damage is done. Hours later, my phone buzzes with my father's face on the screen. My stomach drops. What the hell is this, Heather? His voice cuts through the speaker. I'm looking at photos of you and Lawrence Blake playing tonsil hockey all over TMZ. Dad? This was supposed to be a PR stunt, remember? To save the movie after Richard's scandal? What happened to keeping things professional? I paced the living room of Lawrence's mansion, heart hammering. Things changed. Changed? You're falling for him? He's 18 years older than you, Heather. This isn't some romantic comedy. This is your career we're talking about. I know how old he is. My voice comes out sharper than intended. And I know what I'm doing. Do you? Because from where I'm standing, you're letting yourself get caught up in what, Dad? In something real? Is that so terrible? Silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words. Dad's lecture continues, but movement catches my eye. Lawrence appears in the doorway, a half-eaten sandwich in his hand. His eyebrows lift at my tense posture. It's Dad, I mouth, wrapping my free arm around myself. Lawrence sets his sandwich down and crosses the room in 3 long strides, holding out his hand for the phone. I hesitate, but his steady gaze convinces me to pass it over. Jimmy, hey. Lawrence's voice shifts into that easy charm he's perfected over 2 decades in Hollywood. Listen, I know how this looks, but we're just giving them what they want, making it believable. My chest tightens at his words. Through the phone, I hear Dad's muffled response. Of course not. Lawrence runs a hand through his salt and pepper hair, messing up the perfectly styled strands. The ice cream thing? Total coincidence. Paps must have followed us. You know how they are. Turn anything into a story. Hell, I can't even grab coffee without them spinning it into something. I study his face as he speaks, catching the slight crease between his brows, the way his fingers tap against his thigh. Signs I've learned to read over these past months, like a map I never meant to memorize. And there it is, that flicker of uncertainty in his eyes when he says it's all for show. The same look he gets during particularly challenging scenes. Yeah, we've got it under control. Lawrence's gaze meets mine, then quickly darts away. His jaw tightens, the muscle jumping beneath his skin. Trust me, Jimmy. I wouldn't. He trails off, listening to whatever Dad's saying. I sink onto the couch, pulling my knees to my chest and trying to make myself as small as possible. The kiss replays in my mind on an endless loop, the taste of vanilla, the warmth of his hands, the way my heart raced like I'd run a marathon, the gentle brush of his thumb against my cheek. None of it felt like acting, not even close. Lawrence ends the call and drops onto the couch beside me, close enough that our thighs touch. The warmth of him spreads through my body like wildfire. Your dad's worried. His fingers drum against his knee. Can't blame him. What did he say? The usual protective father stuff. Thinks I'm taking advantage, corrupting his little girl. A harsh laugh escapes him. Maybe he's right. I turn to face him, tucking one leg beneath me. Is that what you think this is? No. His eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. That kiss wasn't for the cameras, Heather. None of this is just PR anymore. My heart pounds against my ribs. Then what is it? Something I shouldn't want but can't stop thinking about. His hand finds mine, fingers intertwining. Every time we go out, every dinner, every event, it stopped being an act, at least for me. For me too, the words come out barely above a whisper. But he catches the hesitation in my voice. I pull my hand away, missing his warmth instantly. But maybe we're both fooling ourselves. Maybe you're just saying what I want to hear, because it's easier than dealing with a mess of complicated feelings. You think I'd do that? I think you're an incredible actor who's spent 20 years giving people what they want to see. Lawrence runs a hand down his face. Christ, Heather. You think I'm acting right now? That kiss was real. These feelings are real. I'm not. He breaks off, frustration etched across his features. I haven't felt this way in a long time, maybe ever. But doubt creeps in like poison. How many times has he delivered lines like these in movies? How many leading ladies has he convinced with that same earnest expression? Instead of answering, I just smile and nod. Maybe he's telling me the truth right now. Maybe. But the self-doubt is creeping in again, laughing at me for wanting to trust in him wholeheartedly.
Chapter 22. Lawrence. The sound of rapid footsteps right outside the door of my study. I look up from my script just as Heather bursts into my study, her phone clutched in a tight grip. Her eyes shine with unshed tears. What's wrong? I push away from my desk. So I'm just another conquest, huh? Her voice cracks. She thrusts her phone at me, and there it is. Scarlett's face frozen in a video thumbnail, her perfect teeth gleaming in that predatory smile I know too well. Damn. I tap play, and Scarlett's voice fills the room. Lawrence. Oh, sweetie, he's just using her. It's what he does. Remember what happened with me? Classic Lawrence. Finds someone new, sweeps them off their feet, then moves on when he gets bored. That poor girl doesn't stand a chance. I slam the phone face down. Heather, don't! She wraps her arms around herself, pacing. God, I'm such an idiot. This is all fake anyway, right? Just a PR stunt. But somehow I started. She stops, shaking her head. Was she right? Am I just another name to add to your list? You want to know about Scarlett? I stand, my jaw clenched. She cheated on me throughout the whole time we were together, then tried to spin it like I was the problem when I walked away. How do I know that's true? Her voice is small, uncertain, a tremor running through it that makes my chest ache. Because unlike her, I don't need to lie to the paparazzi to stay relevant. I step closer, fighting the urge to reach for her. Scarlett sold that story to stay in the spotlight. You're not a conquest, Heather. You're Your what? Your fake wife, your co-star? The girl stupid enough to fall for... She cuts herself off, eyes widening at her near confession. The words hang between us, electric and dangerous. My heart pounds against my ribs so hard I can barely breathe. Heather, look at me. I need to see her face. Need to make her understand how different this is. She keeps her gaze fixed on the floor, shoulders hunched forward like she's trying to make herself smaller. Please. The word comes out rougher than I intended, loaded with everything I can't say. When she finally meets my eyes, the vulnerability there hits me like a physical blow. Those dark eyes that usually spark with confidence now swim with doubt, and knowing I put that uncertainty there tears me apart. What if she's right? Heather whispers, each word like a knife between my ribs. What if this is all just another game to you? This isn't a game. I move closer, but she steps back. Each retreat feels like she's ripping something vital from my chest. Heather, everything about us! Stop. She holds up her hand. I need space. I can't think when you're... Her eyes dart to the door. I should go. Running away won't fix this. And what exactly is this, Lawrence? Her voice rises, sharp with pain. A PR stunt that got messy. Two people who forgot it was all pretend. I reach for her again, but she sidesteps me. The space between us stretches like a chasm, and for the first time in my life, I don't know how to bridge it. My usual charm, my practiced words, they all feel hollow against the raw hurt in her eyes. You don't get to do this. She backs toward the door, each step widening the gulf between us. You don't get to act like I mean something when we both know. You mean everything. The words tear from my throat before I can stop them. raw and honest in a way I haven't been in years. Every damn thing, Heather. She freezes, her hand on the doorknob, knuckles white against the brass. Don't. Why not? Because Scarlett said, because I can't be another headline. Her shoulders shake, and the sight of her pain hits me like a physical blow. Another Lawrence Blake's latest love interest. I won't survive that. I've seen what happens to them, how the press tears them apart. My chest constricts, guilt and frustration warring inside me. In all my years in Hollywood, through every relationship and breakup, I've never fought for anyone. Never had to. Women came and went, and I let them, content in my carefully constructed world of premieres and performances. It was easier that way. No mess, no complications, no damn heart on the line. But watching Heather slip away, it feels like drowning. The thought of losing her terrifies me more than any scandal, any career setback. And that fear roots me to the spot, words trapped in my throat as she opens the door. I need time, she whispers, not looking back. Please just give me that. Heather, wait! My voice comes out rough, desperate. I cross the room in a few long strides, placing my palm against the door before she can slip away. Look at me. Please. She turns, those dark eyes meeting mine with a mix of defiance and vulnerability that makes my chest tight. I know my track record is bad. I know what the tabloids say about me, what everyone thinks they know. I lower my voice, trying to steady the tremor that threatens to break through. But this... it's different. How? Her chin lifts. How is it different? Because I've never felt like this before, never wanted to be better for someone. I lean closer, close enough to catch the subtle scent of her perfume. You make me want things I gave up on years ago. Real things. Not the Hollywood nonsense we're surrounded by. She shakes her head, but I catch the slight quiver in her bottom lip. Lawrence, I wake up thinking about you. Go to sleep with you on my mind. Every event, every interview, I'm counting the minutes until I can get back to you. The words pour out, raw and honest. That's never happened before. Never. Words are easy for you. Her voice wavers. You're an actor. The best in the business at making people believe what you're saying. Then don't listen to my words. I step back, giving her space. Watch what I do. Let me prove this is real. That I want this, want you, for all the right reasons. Uncertainty flickers across her face. She wraps her arms around herself, a gesture that makes her look younger, more vulnerable. I don't know if I can risk it. My career is just starting. If this goes wrong, I know, but what if it goes right? I fight the urge to reach for her. What if this is the real thing, and we let Scarlett's lies ruin it before it has a chance? Her eyes search mine, looking for any trace of deception. The silence stretches between us, heavy with possibility and fear. I still need time, she whispers, turning back towards the exit and making the air leave my body in a defeated sigh. The door clicks shut behind her and I'm left staring at the empty space where she stood, realizing I've never been more scared in my life. Because this isn't about ego or image anymore. This is about her, and I have no clue how to fight for what matters most.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me, and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 23. Heather. I pace across Lawrence's pristine marble floors, my phone clutched in my hand like a weapon. The headlines blur together after hours of doom scrolling. Lawrence Blake's latest heartbreak. Another starlet falls for Hollywood's most eligible bachelor. Blake's long list of lovers. Something on your mind? Lawrence lounges on his Italian leather couch, suit jacket discarded, tie loose. The picture of casual affluence. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that you've dated half of Hollywood? I thrust my phone at him, displaying yet another article about his romantic escapades. Were you planning to mention any of this? Oh, come on. I thought we've went over this already. He barely glances at the screen. Those are tabloid stories, Heather. You know better than to believe that garbage. So you didn't break Jennifer Martin's heart after a whirlwind romance? Or leave Wella Remus at a premiere to hook up with her co-star? My voice rises with each accusation. Because there are pictures, Lawrence. Lots of them. Ancient history. He stands towering over me. What's really bothering you? What's bothering me is that I'm supposed to trust you with my career, my reputation, this whole fake marriage thing. But you've got a track record of using women and tossing them aside. Using women? His jaw tightens. You don't know a damn thing about those relationships. I know enough. God, I was so stupid. I run my hands through my hair, tugging at the roots in frustration. This is all just another game to you, isn't it? Poor naive Heather. Perfect for your image rehabilitation. Just another notch in Lawrence Blake's belt of conquests. That's enough. His voice cuts like steel, sharp enough to make me flinch. You want to judge me based on clickbait articles? Fine, but don't pretend you know me or my motivations. You have no damn idea what really happened. Then explain it to me. Help me understand why every woman who gets close to you ends up hurt and humiliated. Because from where I'm standing, you're building quite the collection of broken hearts. You think I owe you explanations about my past? He steps closer, eyes blazing with an intensity that makes my breath catch. The spicy scent of his cologne fills my senses. This arrangement was because of your insistence, remember? You needed me just as much as I needed you. Don't act like you're some innocent victim here. Yeah, well, maybe I'm starting to regret that decision. The words taste bitter on my tongue, but I forced them out anyway. Maybe this whole fake marriage was a massive mistake. A mistake? Lawrence's laugh holds no humor. That's rich coming from someone who won't let anyone get within 10 feet of her emotionally. You want to talk about my past? Let's discuss how you keep everyone at arm's length, including me. That's not true. But even as I say it, my arms wrap around myself, a defensive gesture I can't control. The hell it isn't. He moves closer, and I resist the urge to step back. Every time we get close to something real, you throw up these walls. Find some excuse to push me away, like right now, digging up ancient tabloid stories, just when things between us were starting to feel genuine. My throat tightens. You don't know what you're talking about, don't I? His fingers brush my chin, tilting my face up to meet his gaze. You're terrified of letting this become more than just a PR stunt. I see it in your eyes every time we're alone together. I jerk away from his touch. Can you blame me? Look at your history, Lawrence. Every woman who's ever trusted you ended up as a cautionary tale in some gossip magazine. So that's what this is really about. Understanding dawns in his eyes. You're not angry about my past. You're scared you'll end up just like them. Of course I am. The admission burst from me, raw and honest. I've watched you charm women for years. The way you look at them, touch them, make them feel special, until suddenly they're yesterday's news, and you've moved on to someone new, and now here I am, falling for... I cut myself off, heart pounding. I can't be another conquest. I won't survive it. Lawrence goes still, his expression unreadable. Is that what you think this is? I don't know what to think anymore. My voice cracks. All I know is that I'm scared of becoming another headline. Lawrence Blake's latest ex-wife joins the club. You're scared? Lawrence's voice drops to a dangerous whisper. You want to know what I'm afraid of? Nothing. Not the tabloids, not my past, not what people think. He steps back, running his fingers through his salt and pepper hair. But you, I can see it clearly. You're terrified of getting hurt, of being vulnerable, of admitting there might be something real here. Lawrence, my hand reaches for him, but he's already moving. No, the word cracks like thunder. I'm done defending myself. Done trying to prove I'm not the monster you've decided I am. You want space? Fine. Have all the space you need. His footsteps echo through the mansion. He strides away. The slam of his office door reverberates through my bones, leaving me alone in the cavernous living room. I sink onto the couch, his lingering cologne a cruel reminder of his presence. My phone screen still glows with those damning headlines, but they blur as tears fill my eyes. What have I done? The silence stretches, broken only by the tick of the antique grandfather clock in the corner. Each second feels like an accusation. I scroll through my photo gallery, pictures of us at premieres, casual shots around the house, moments where his smile reached his eyes when he looked at me. Was I so wrapped up in my fears that I pushed away something real? The way he touched me, protected me, looked at me like I was the only person in the room. That couldn't all be an act, could it? The memory of his fingers trailing down my arm last week after we had wrapped up on set sends shivers through me even now. My fingers hover over his contact photo. One call could fix this. One admission that maybe I was wrong, that maybe I'm just scared of how much I feel for him. The photo shows him grinning at me across our kitchen counter, coffee mug in hand, hair still messy from sleep. It was such a normal moment. But God, he looks so genuine. But the words stick in my throat. Because what if I'm right? What if this is just another performance from Hollywood's most charming leading man? He spent decades perfecting his craft, making audiences believe whatever he wants them to believe, making women fall for him on and off screen. The house feels too big now, too empty, like all the warmth left with him. Every room echoes with memories of shared laughter and stolen glances, moments I can't tell anymore if they were real or just perfectly scripted scenes in our elaborate charade.
Chapter 24. Lawrence. I pull into the circular driveway of my mansion, mind still racing from the day's meetings with studio executives and my PR team. The house looms before me, its Mediterranean architecture casting long shadows in the late afternoon sun. Even from outside, the place feels different, hollow somehow. Something feels off the moment I step inside. The usual warmth that's filled these halls since Heather moved in is missing. That spark of life she brought with her, the faint scent of her perfume, the sound of her music, her laughter. It's all gone. My footsteps echo through the marble foyer as I head upstairs, each step making my unease grow stronger. Heather? My voice bounces off the walls. No response, just dead silence that makes my stomach clench. Baby, you here? Still nothing. I know that we've been fighting more recently, but surely she's not that bad at me, right? I push open her bedroom door and my heart stops. The room is stripped bare. The colorful throw pillows she'd added to the bed, gone. The vanity where she'd spend hours getting ready, empty except for the ghost of her presence. Even her collection of scripts that usually litters the desk has vanished. Every personal touch she brought to this space has been erased, like she was never here at all. This isn't happening. What the hell? I mutter, pulling out my phone with trembling fingers. The call goes straight to voicemail, the cheerful sound of her recorded voice making my chest ache. Heather, where are you? Call me back! My voice comes out rougher than intended, fear clawing at my insides. I pace the room like a caged animal, dialing again. Voicemail. Again. Voicemail. Each unanswered ring feels like a punch to the gut. My fingers fly across the screen, typing out a text. Where did you go? Are you okay? I stare at the screen, willing those 3 dots to appear, showing she's typing back. Nothing. The message shows as delivered but remains unread. The tight knot in my stomach grows with each passing second. I yank open the closet doors so hard they rattle on their tracks. The racks that once held her designer dresses are bare, hangers swaying emptily. Even the shoe collection she'd been so proud of has disappeared. The shelves mockingly vacant. It's like she was never here. The thought makes me sick. God damn it! I slam my fist against the doorframe, the sharp pain barely registering through my rising panic. I try her manager next, already knowing what I'll hear. No answer. Her publicist. Straight to voicemail. Everyone in her circle is suddenly unreachable, and that can only mean one thing. This was planned. She meant to disappear. My phone buzzes and my heart leaps. Finally. But instead of the explanation from Heather I desperately need, there's just a link. My stomach drops as I click it. Lawrence Blake, spotted with new starlet. Is there troubling brewing in paradise? The headline screams at me, accompanied by photos from yesterday's lunch meeting with Laura Teresa, a talented newcomer I'm considering for my next project. The photos are angled perfectly to make our professional discussion look intimate, her leaning in to hear me better in the noisy restaurant, me showing her something on my phone, both of us laughing at an industry joke. Damn. Before I can even type out a response, my phone lights up with rapid-fire texts from Heather. So this is why you've been busy lately? Working late my butt. She's what, 21? Guess that's more your speed. My fingers race across the keyboard. Baby, it's not what you think. That was a business lunch. Save it. You know what's funny? Everyone warned me, even my dad. He has a type, they said. Young actresses looking for their big break. I defended you. Heather, please. Let me explain. What's there to explain? The pictures tell me everything I need to know. It was a meeting about an upcoming project. That's all. You know how these gossip rags twist things. Right. Because you've never done this before. It's not like you don't have a history. That stings. My past relationships are a matter of public record. But Heather knows I'm not that man anymore. This isn't fair. You're not even giving me a chance to explain. I don't need to. I've seen enough. I try calling again, but it goes straight to voicemail. My hands are shaking as I stare at our text thread, watching those 3 dots appear and disappear as she types and deletes responses. Don't bother coming after me, she finally sends. We both know this marriage was fake anyway. Don't contact me again. Her final sentence hits like a bullet to the chest. Heather, please. I love you. The words flow from my fingers before I can stop them. It's the first time I've said it, even through text, and the silence that follows is deafening. The message shows as read, but no response comes. I sink onto the edge of her stripped bed, the mattress still holding a faint trace of her perfume. My chest feels like it's being crushed. In all my years in Hollywood, through countless relationships and breakups splashed across tabloid headlines, I've never felt this kind of pain. I know you're reading these. Just talk to me. 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. My heart pounds with each flicker. Love me? That's rich. You know what I loved? That you made me feel like I mattered. Like I wasn't just another young actress you were helping, but I was wrong. I'm just another name on your list. You're not. You've never been. Save the lines for your next movie, Lawrence. You're good at playing roles. The caring mentor, the devoted husband, but that's all they are. Roles. Each word cuts deeper than the last. She's wrong. So wrong. This isn't a role. This isn't a game. Somewhere between the fake smiles for cameras and real laughter behind closed doors, she became everything. I stopped believing in fairy tales, she writes, and I stopped believing in you. The phone slips from my fingers, clattering to the floor. The sound echoes through the empty room. Empty like my chest. Empty like this house will be without her. The realization hits me with crushing clarity. I'm about to lose her. Not just my co-star, not just my fake wife, but the woman who made me want something real for the first time in my life. And the worst part? She thinks she's just another conquest, another young actress I'm using for publicity, when she's the only one who ever made me forget about the cameras, the only one who saw past Lawrence Blake, the movie star, to just me.
Chapter 25. Heather. The key scrapes against the lock of my apartment door, the sound echoing through the empty hallway. I haven't been here in such a long time, choosing instead to stay at Lawrence's mansion. The door creaks open, revealing a thin layer of dust coating every surface. I drop the first box of clothes by the entrance, my vision blurring with tears. The tabloid headlines flash through my mind. Lawrence Blake and Laura Teresa, secret romance on the horizon. Photos of them laughing together at that damn restaurant. Stop it, I muttered to myself, dragging in another box. My heel catches on the corner, sending me stumbling. The box crashes to the floor, spilling its contents across the hardwood. A cascade of designer dresses, all gifts from Lawrence, spreads like fallen leaves. My fingers brush against the silk of the midnight blue gown I wore recently to an event we went to together. The memory of his hand on my back, steady and warm, sends fresh tears streaming down my face. This is what you wanted, remember? My voice cracks in the stillness. A PR marriage, nothing real. But somewhere between the shared breakfast and late-night script readings, between his gentle teasing and fierce protectiveness, I'd fallen for him. Hard. I sink to the floor among the scattered clothes, hugging my knees to my chest. My phone buzzes, another notification about Lawrence and Laura's chemistry. I can't do this anymore. The words come out in a broken whisper. Living in his house, pretending to be Mrs. Blake while he gets to sneak around and be with someone else. It's destroying me piece by piece. More boxes wait in my car, but I can't bring myself to move. The apartment feels smaller than I remember. Colder, or maybe that's just the absence of Lawrence's presence. His laughter, his stupid dad jokes that somehow always made me smile. This fake marriage needs to end before I lose myself completely, before the line between pretend and real blurs so much that I forget it was never meant to be true in the first place. My phone lights up for the 100th time with Lawrence's name. I've been ignoring his calls and texts this whole day, but the constant buzzing chips away at my resolve. Fine. I grab the phone, swiping to answer. What? Jesus Christ, Heather. I've been trying to reach you. I know exactly what you've been trying to do. My voice comes out sharp, cutting through his explanation. Save it. Those pictures with Laura made everything crystal clear. That's not what you think, for God's sake. Let me explain. Laura and I... Stop. I press my palm against my forehead, fighting back another wave of tears. Just stop. I can't do this anymore, Lawrence. The PR stunt, the fake marriage, it's over. Silence stretches between us. When he speaks again, his voice sounds strained. What are you saying? I'm saying we need to separate. For good. The words scrape my throat raw. Call your publicist. Have them draft a statement about our amicable split or whatever crap they want to spin. Heather, please, let me come over. No. My fingers grip the phone tighter, my knuckles hurting with the effort of holding myself together. The movie will come out and everything will be fine. Richard's scandal is old news. There's no reason to keep pretending. This isn't about the movie. You're right. It's about me refusing to watch my fake husband parade around LA with other women while I sit at home playing the dutiful Mrs. Blake. A bitter laugh escapes me, the sound harsh and foreign to my own ears. I'm done, Lawrence. We're done. I end the call before he can respond, before his voice can make me second-guess everything. Before the deep, rich timbre that's haunted my dreams for months can work its way past my defenses. The silence in my apartment presses in around me, broken only by the distant hum of traffic 18 floors below. But it's better than the alternative, better than watching the man I stupidly fell in love with fall for someone else. Better than being the young, naive actress who thought she could handle a fake marriage without getting her heart involved. I curl up on the couch, my body shaking with sobs. The apartment feels like a tomb, cold, empty, lifeless. My decision to end things with Lawrence plays on repeat in my mind, each memory of our conversation striking fresh wounds. My phone chimes from across the room, where I left it by the front door. Another notification. I drag myself up and retrieve it, knowing I shouldn't look, but unable to stop myself. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion. Horrifying, but impossible to look away from. Trouble in paradise? Lawrence Blake spotted with mystery woman while wife nowhere to be seen. The comments under the article twist the knife deeper, each one a fresh stab to my already bleeding heart. She's way too young for him anyway. Called it, their marriage was weird from the start. Laura Teresa and Lawrence Blake would make such a power couple. A scream builds in my throat, raw and primal. My hands shake as I read comment after comment, each one more vicious than the last. With a violent motion, I hurl my phone across the living room. It smacks against the wall and clatters to the floor, the screen spiderwebbing with cracks. The sound of breaking glass brings a sick satisfaction. At least something else in this room is as shattered as I am. The gossip sites are having a field day. They don't know the half of it, but somehow they've managed to sniff out the truth like sharks detecting blood in the water. Our perfectly crafted facade is crumbling and I'm the only one bleeding. I hate this. My words echo in the empty space. I hate all of it. The glamour of Hollywood feels like a cage now, trapping me in its glittering facade. Every move scrutinized, every interaction dissected. My marriage, fake as it might have been, picked apart by strangers who think they know everything about us. The worst part? I miss him. Miss his stupid morning coffee routine. The way he danced while making breakfast, how he'd massage my shoulders after long days on set. But those moments weren't real. They couldn't have been. Not when he's out there with Laura, laughing and touching, and fresh tears spill down my cheeks. The thought of him with someone else carves holes in my chest, leaving me hollow, empty. My father warned me about this industry, about the toll it takes, the way it chews people up and spits them out. But I didn't listen. I thought I was different, thought I could handle the pressure, the lies, the constant performance. Now here I sit, alone in an apartment that doesn't feel like home anymore. crying over a man who was never really mine to begin with. Chapter 26. Heather. The lunch crowd at Sweet Green bustles around me as I wait for my salad. I haven't eaten much these past few days, but my stomach's starting to protest the neglect. The scent of fresh greens and vinaigrette makes my mouth water, reminding me just how long it's been since my last real meal. Mrs. Blake, a woman touches my arm. I don't recognize her. I just wanted to say I'm so sorry about everything. Her eyes hold that sympathetic look people get when they're about to deliver bad news, and my stomach clenches. I blink at her, my brain struggling to process her words. I'm sorry. The salad I've been craving suddenly seems less appealing. The divorce announcement. She squeezes my shoulder, and I fight the urge to shrug off her touch. You're so brave, handling it with such grace. These things happen for a reason. Her voice drips with that sickly sweet tone, reserved for tragedy. The floor seems to tilt beneath my feet. The bustling restaurant suddenly feels too loud, too crowded. What announcement? She pulls out her phone, thumb scrolling through headlines before turning the screen toward me. My heart stops. The world around me fades to white noise. As my eyes lock onto the screen, dreading what I'm about to read. Lawrence Blake and wife announce separation. Inside sources. Confirmed divorce proceedings. The article blurs before my eyes. Quotes from inside sources close to the couple detail our supposed mutual decision to end things, citing irreconcilable differences and growing apart. Your salad's ready. The server's voice barely registers. My hands shake as I grab my own phone, a new one to replace the one I broke the night I ended things, opening every news site I can think of. They all say the same thing. Lawrence and I are getting divorced. But I never agreed to this. Sure, I told him it was over, but we hadn't discussed any official statements. Are you okay? The woman's still there, watching me with concern. You look sick. I have to go. I leave my untouched salad on the counter, stumbling toward the exit. The LA sun hits me like a physical force, making my head spin. More people stare as I pass, whispering behind their hands, my photos plastered across every gossip site, usually next to shots of Lawrence with Laura. The narrative's already formed. Young actress couldn't handle marriage to established star, leading to inevitable split. But I didn't agree to this. I didn't want our private pain splashed across headlines for the world to see. Not yet. Not like this. My fingers tremble as I dial Lawrence's number. 1 ring, 2 rings. Each second feels like torture until his deep voice comes through. The familiar timbre making my stomach clench despite my anger. Heather, hey, did you do this? The words burst out before he can finish. Did you leak our divorce to the press? What? No. His tone shifts from concern to defensive. I just saw the headlines myself. I would never. Then how does everyone suddenly know? I pace the sidewalk, dodging other pedestrians, my heels clicking against the concrete in an agitated rhythm. These articles quote sources close to the couple. Who else would know? You know how this industry works. Someone probably overheard something and ran with it, or made it up entirely. Papers rustle in the background, followed by the sound of him exhaling sharply. Half these quotes sound fabricated anyway, like this one about you throwing a champagne glass at me during dinner. We both know that never happened. Really? Because they sound pretty specific to me. I stop at a crosswalk, heart pounding. About how we're growing apart and have different priorities. Those are generic PR phrases. Come on, you've been in Hollywood long enough to know how this works. His voice softens. I wouldn't do this to you, Heather. Not without discussing it first. I want to believe him. Part of me does. But the other part remembers how easily he lied about Laura, how smoothly he can deliver any line. Then who did it? My voice cracks. Because someone had to start this. I'll call my publicist, figure out where it came from. Keys jingle. He's probably heading to his car. We can release a statement denying it. Would that even help? Or just make everything worse? A couple walks past, pointing at me and whispering. I turn away. Everyone already believes it's true. We'll figure this out. He pauses, his voice going soft in that way that makes my heart flutter against my better judgment. Do you want me to come get you? Where are you? I close my eyes, torn between wanting his support and not trusting myself around him. My fingers tighten on the phone as memories of his other promises flash through my mind. No, I need time to think. Heather, the way he says my name is almost enough to break my resolve. Almost. Just handle your publicist. I'll talk to you later. I hang up before he can respond, staring at my phone screen until it dims. My thumb hovers over his contact photo, one from our fake wedding day, his $1 million smile aimed right at the camera. His words sound sincere, but they always do. That's what makes Lawrence such a great actor. You always believe every word he says, even when they're lies. God knows, I've fallen for enough of them already, letting myself get swept up in the fantasy of being Mrs. Blake, pretending the tender moments between us meant something real. My phone buzzes again. Dad's name flashes across the screen, making my stomach drop. I've been avoiding his calls since the news broke, but now a text appears. Baby girl, I know you're hurting, but you need to leave him. I've known Lawrence for a very long time, longer than you've been alive. There's a reason his relationships never last. Don't let him sweet talk you into staying. You deserve better than becoming another name on his list. The words blur as tears fill my eyes. I stumble to a nearby bench, collapsing onto it as the weight of everything crashes down. Dad's right. He's always been right about Lawrence. They've been friends since before I was born, drinking buddies, golf partners, confidants. If anyone knows the real Lawrence Blake, it's my father. How many times has Dad watched Lawrence charm his way through Hollywood's most eligible women? How many broken hearts has he witnessed? And now his own daughter. My fingers trace over Dad's message again. The longer than you've been alive part stings worst of all. Everyone's favorite criticism of our relationship, now coming from the person who matters most. A sob escapes before I can stop it. Other pedestrians give me concerned looks as they pass, probably wondering why Mrs. Blake is crying on a public bench. But I can't hold it in anymore. Every doubt, every fear I've pushed away comes rushing back. Dad's always protected me, guided my career, kept me from making the same mistakes he's seen countless others make. And here I am, ignoring his wisdom because I let myself believe Lawrence was different with me. That our fake marriage somehow turned real when I wasn't looking. But Dad knows better. He's seen behind Lawrence's perfect smile, witnessed the aftermath of his failed relationships, and now he's watching history repeat itself with his own daughter. I press my palms against my eyes, trying to stop the tears. Some small part of me wants to defend Lawrence, to insist this time is different. But how can I argue with the man who's known him longest?
Chapter 27. Lawrence. I stare at the script in front of me, the words blurring together after hours of memorization. My temporary office at the film studio feels more like a prison cell these days. Just another place to hide from the empty mansion I call home. Mr. Blake, your next interview starts in 5. My assistant pokes her head in. I rub my temples. Right. Entertainment Weekly. Variety, actually. They want to focus on midnight in Manhattan. Of course they do. Every outlet wants to discuss the movie, probe into the behind-the-scenes drama with Richard, ask about my whirlwind romance with Heather. Heather, who hasn't spoken to me in weeks, who leaves rooms the moment I enter them, who's turned our fake marriage and now divorce into something that feels all too real in its painful silence. The days blur together in an endless cycle, auditions, interviews, meetings. I throw myself into each one with desperate intensity, anything to keep my mind off her. "Lawrence, darling!" The interviewer's saccharine voice fills the room. "Tell us about working with your lovely wife on set. The chemistry between you two is electric." I force a smile, reciting the practice lines we'd agreed upon months ago. When you find the right scene partner, magic happens naturally. The truth is, I haven't seen that magic in weeks. The mansion echoes with her absence. I catch glimpses of her sometimes around set, a flash of curls disappearing around corners, the click of heels retreating down hallways. She's mastered the art of avoiding me, scheduling her own press appearances at different times, working with her own team. Between takes at a photo shoot, I scroll through her social media. She's been busy too. Charity events, script readings, fashion shows, living her life as if I don't exist, as if we didn't share moments that felt real, despite everything. "One more audition today after finishing on set," my assistant reminds me. I nod, gathering my things. The schedule keeps me moving, keeps me from dwelling on the ache in my chest. But at night, in the quiet moments between scenes and interviews, her absence hits harder than any line I've had to deliver. The variety interviewer catches me in the hallway just as I'm leaving, her heels clicking against the polished floor as she hurries to keep up. "Lawrence, just one more question, Mr. Blake. Our readers are dying to know. Was any of it real? The whirlwind romance, the intimate moments caught on camera?" I stop, turning to face her. The question hits deeper than she knows. "Look, relationships are complicated. What Heather and I had..." My voice catches. It was real. Sometimes things just don't work out the way you want them to. The interviewer opens her mouth for a follow-up, but my assistant swoops in, ushering me toward the set. The familiar bustle of crew members and equipment carts fills the space as I make my way to my mark. That's when I spot her across the soundstage. Heather stands by the craft services table, script in hand, those gorgeous curls falling around her face as she studies her lines. She's wearing that green sweater I bought her. Places everyone. Theo's voice breaks through my thoughts. Heather moves to her position, never once looking my way. We've got this down to a science now, maintaining professional distance, speaking only when the script demands it. 3 more days of filming left. 72 hours until we can stop pretending this distance doesn't kill me. I watch her nail every take, her talent shining through despite everything. Despite us. Despite the mess we've made. The crew calls wrap for the day, and she's gone before I can even step off my mark. The empty space where she used to stand feels like a punch to the gut. Soon, there won't even be these stolen glimpses across sound stages. No more chances to breathe the same air, to exist in the same space. Just memories of what could have been, and the echo of her laugh haunting the halls of a mansion that's never felt more empty. Cut! Great job, everyone! Go home, get some rest, make sure to keep up the good work, Theo says, announcing the end of the film day. I sigh, watching Heather scramble off the set without even giving me a glance over her shoulder. My phone vibrates as I'm walking to my car. Jimmy's name flashes across the screen. I consider letting it go to voicemail, but he's been my best friend for 20 years. And Heather's father. "Jimmy! Cut the crap, Lawrence! What the hell is going on with my daughter?" I lean against my car, keys dangling in my hand. "It's complicated." "Complicated? She barely eats, won't talk to anyone. This was supposed to be PR, remember? That's what you both told me. So explain to me why my baby girl looks like her heart's been ripped out." The parking garage feels suffocating. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting harsh shadows that match my mood. My chest tightens with every accusation, because damn it, he's right. Jimmy, I never meant... Never meant what? To actually fall for her? Because that's what happened, isn't it? His voice carries that dangerous edge I've only heard a handful of times. She's 24, Lawrence. 24. And you're my best friend. The way he emphasizes each word feels like a knife twisting in my gut. The age gap that's been haunting me since the day I first noticed how her smile made my heart race. You think I don't know that? The words burst out before I can stop them, echoing off the concrete walls. You think I wanted this? To feel this way about her? Christ, Jimmy, I've spent months trying to convince myself it wasn't happening. Silence stretches between us. I press my forehead against the cool metal of my car, letting the chill seep into my skin. My breath fogs the glossy black paint. How long? Jimmy's voice is quieter now, but somehow that makes it worse. I don't know. Somewhere between the fake dates and real conversations. The moments when the cameras weren't around. I swallow hard, my fingers curling into fists against the car door. She's brilliant, Jimmy. Sharp, talented, and I tried to fight it, but... The words catch in my throat as memories of her laugh, her determination, the way she challenges me flood my mind. But you fell in love with her anyway. Yeah. The admission feels like glass in my throat, cutting deeper with each breath. I did. The truth of it hits me like a physical blow, leaving me winded. And now you're both miserable. Perfect. Jimmy sighs, and I hear the creak of his office chair. The sound reminds me of countless late-night script readings, back when things were simple. Fix this, Lawrence. Whatever happened between you two, fix it. Because I won't watch my daughter destroy herself over you. She deserves better than this. The line goes dead before I can respond, leaving me alone with the weight of everything I've screwed up.
Chapter 28. Heather. I flipped through the script for Shattered Glass, my newest project. A psychological thriller where I play a woman uncovering corporate espionage. The words blur together as I try to focus on memorizing my lines, but my mind keeps wandering to other things. More important things. Dangerous things. Can we take it from the top? I asked my scene partner during rehearsal, desperate to nail this crucial confrontation scene. My character's supposed to be all fire and determination, but right now I'm just scattered. The fluorescent lights of the practice room cast harsh shadows across the bare walls, making everything feel clinical and cold. We've been at this for hours, but I welcome the distraction. Each line reading, each blocking note pulls my thoughts away from him, from those piercing blue eyes and that knowing smirk that makes my stomach do backflips. My phone buzzes. Another headline about Lawrence Blake's upcoming project fills the screen. Something about him taking the lead in a new action franchise. I shove the device into my bag, trying to ignore how my heart rate spikes every time I see his name. He's everywhere these days, and it's becoming harder to pretend I'm not affected by it. 3 weeks into filming Shattered Glass, and the press can't stop asking about my divorce. Every interview circles back to Lawrence, no matter how I try to steer the conversation toward my new role. Tonight's premiere of an A-list director's latest film provides no escape. The red carpet stretches before me like a crimson reminder of everything I'm avoiding. Camera flashes explode as I pose in my silver gown, the fabric clinging to my curves. Mrs. Blake, over here. Heather, where's Lawrence tonight? Can you tell us about the status of your divorce? My cheeks ache from holding my practiced smile. I'm here to support the film, I say, deflecting questions while maintaining the facade. Inside, a hollowness expands beneath my ribs. The glamour, the attention, the designer dress. It all feels meaningless without... No. I won't let myself finish that thought. I focus on putting one foot in front of the other, on making it through the gauntlet of reporters and photographers. A reporter breaks from the pack, microphone thrust toward my face. Heather, sources say Lawrence was spotted having dinner with his ex-co-star last week. Any comment? My stomach clenches. I hadn't heard about that. No comment on Lawrence's personal life. I keep walking, maintaining my smile even as my throat tightens. Is that why you filed for divorce? His history with co-stars? Were there signs of trouble during midnight in Manhattan? Did the age gap finally become too much? The questions hit like rapid fire. I pause for photos, turning slightly to catch my best angle while my mind races. We never discussed how to handle these specific rumors. Lawrence and I agreed to a clean break story. Creative differences, growing apart, all that generic PR speak. But these continued implications of infidelity. God. What else was he hiding from me during our time together? The thought gnaws at me, making my stomach clench. All those late nights on set. The private meetings in his trailer. The movie was a wonderful experience. I say, the words automatic now, rehearsed to perfection like any other script. Lawrence is an incredible talent. We're both focused on our careers right now. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I've gotten good at this part. Another reporter jumps in, shoving his microphone closer. But you still wear your ring? I glance down at my left hand, the diamond catching the camera flashes in a brilliant display that makes me wince. I forgot to take it off. Again. The weight of it feels heavier now, a constant reminder of everything that's real and fake between us. Is there hope for a reconciliation? The question hits harder than the others, probably because I don't know the answer myself. My publicist appears at my elbow, like a guardian angel, her grip firm as she steers me toward the theater entrance. Miss Phillips is here to support the film. No more personal questions. Her tone brooks no argument, and I've never been more grateful for her intervention. Inside of the theater, I lean against the wall, letting out a slow breath. The questions keep getting more pointed, more personal. Every time I think the interest is dying down, something stirs it up again. A photo of Lawrence at dinner. Me wearing the ring. Speculation about who's living where. The truth would be so much simpler. There's nothing to reconcile because there was never a real marriage to begin with. But that truth would destroy both our careers. So instead, I dodge questions, wear my ring when I shouldn't, and try not to think about how much I miss him. Heather! A familiar voice cuts through the pre-screening chatter. Zara Mari, my friend from acting school, weaves through the crowd toward me. Her emerald dress sparkles under the chandeliers as she pulls me into a tight hug. God, I've missed you. How are you holding up? I'm fine. The words come out automatic, rehearsed, like every other time someone's asked me about Lawrence in the past few weeks. Just focusing on the new project. You know how it is. Diving into work helps keep my mind clear. Sure you are. Zara's perfectly shaped eyebrows arch as she pulls out her phone, her expression full of concern and curiosity. Have you seen his latest interview? It's making rounds on social. Everyone's talking about it. My heart stutters, and my stomach tightens into knots. I try to avoid. Just watch. She holds up the screen, and there he is. My ex-fake husband. My co-star. The man I'd gotten way too used to waking up next to. Lawrence sits in what looks like a morning show set. But something's off. His usual crisp suits are replaced by a rumpled button-down that looks like he slept in it. Dark circles shadow his eyes, making him look older than his 42 years. And his signature confident posture is gone. He slumps slightly in the chair, running a hand through unkempt hair in that familiar gesture that used to drive me crazy across the breakfast table. Your upcoming divorce has been quite public, the host says, leaning forward with that predatory gleam all talk show hosts seem to have when they smell drama. How are you managing? Lawrence's jaw tightens. Work helps. The new project? He trails off, staring somewhere past the camera. Sorry, what was the question? My chest constricts. This isn't the Lawrence I know, the one who commands every room, who never misses a beat in interviews. This man looks broken. Girl, he's a mess without you. Zara squeezes my arm. I know it's not my place, but whatever happened, stop. I pull away, my voice sharper than intended. Please, I can't talk about this. But Heather, look at him. He clearly... I said stop. The words come out in a whisper. Because if I let myself think about Lawrence looking lost and tired, if I acknowledge the pain etched across his face, I might break too. I grab a champagne flute from a passing waiter, needing something to do with my hands. Let's talk about what's going on with you. Enough about me. Tell me about your new series instead.
Chapter 29. Lawrence. The set buzzes with activity, but my mind drifts. Another action sequence, another stunt double ready to take the fall. I've done this 1,000 times before. And... action! I throw the punch, dodge the counter. Exactly as choreographed. My body moves on autopilot while my thoughts wander to dark curls and bright eyes. Cut. Perfect, Lawrence. Let's move on to the next setup. 3 movies in production. Back-to-back filming schedules leave no room to breathe, exactly how I want it. The less I think about Heather, the better. But she's everywhere, in the way my co-star's laugh falls flat, and how the romantic scenes feel hollow. My phone vibrates, another script from my agent. You're killing it today. The director claps my shoulder. That intensity in your eyes? Exactly what we need for this character. If he only knew the intensity comes from trying to forget her. Between takes, I scroll through headlines about midnight in Manhattan. The buzz grows stronger as premiere date approaches. Every article mentions us. Hollywood's newest power couple. The lies taste bitter now. Mr. Blake, we're ready for your close-up. I adjust my tie, step into position. The cameras roll, capturing another forgettable performance in another forgettable film. The words mean nothing. The emotions ring false. At night, I attend events solo. Smile for cameras, shake hands, make small talk. But the lights seem dimmer, the champagne flatter. Someone mentions Heather's latest project and my chest tightens. Lawrence, darling. A veteran actress air kisses my cheek at yet another industry party. What are you doing these days? Working. The lie comes easily now. You know how it is. I do know how it is. I'm doing the same thing. Burying myself in work, pretending this emptiness is normal. But every script feels like a poor substitute for what I'm missing. Every scene, a pale imitation of the chemistry we shared. My co-stars might as well be cardboard cutouts for all the spark they generate. The worst part? This is exactly what I wanted. Distance, distractions, anything to stop thinking about her. But all it's done is prove how much I need her light in my life. Each morning I wake up reaching for someone who isn't there. And every night I scroll through our old messages like some lovesick teenager. Lawrence Blake, it's been too long since I've last seen you, honey. How about dinner tomorrow? Monica Reeves suddenly appears by my side and trails her fingers down my arm, her diamond bracelet catching the light. I know this divine little place in Malibu. I'll pass. The words come without hesitation. A year ago, I might have considered it. Monica's beautiful, connected, exactly the type of woman I used to date. But now, the thought of sitting across from anyone else feels wrong, pointless. Playing hard to get. She leans closer, her perfume too sharp, too artificial. Nothing like the subtle vanilla scent Heather prefers. Monica's laugh echoes through the room, drawing attention from nearby guests. The sound grates on my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Not playing anything. I step back, creating distance. Just not interested. Monica's perfectly shaped eyebrows rise. Because of your ex-wife? Please, everyone knows that's just for show. The word ex-wife hits differently now. Before Heather, marriage was just another Hollywood game. Now I understand what it could mean. What it should mean. Excuse me. I leave Monica mid-sentence, heading for the balcony. The Los Angeles lights stretch endlessly below, but all I see is Heather's face the first time we rehearsed together. The way she challenged me, pushed me to be better. How she saw past the Lawrence Blake persona to the man underneath. My world used to be simple. Scripts, premieres, superficial relationships. I moved through it all like a well-oiled machine. Then Heather walked in with her fierce determination and genuine passion for the craft. She made me question everything. Made me want more than just the next big role or magazine cover. The party continues behind me, a blur of fake laughter and networking. I used to thrive in these spaces. Now they feel empty, pointless. Because Heather showed me what real connection feels like, what it means to be truly seen. A waiter offers champagne. I decline. Even the taste reminds me of our first kiss. The one that wasn't for the cameras. The one that changed everything. Mr. Blake, my assistant appears. Your car's ready if you'd like to go home now. I nod, grateful for the excuse to leave. These parties, these people, they're all reminders of who I was before her. And that person doesn't exist anymore. I exit the event as quickly as I came, ducking past all the lights and shouts and extravagance. I hurry into the car that awaits me, finally letting out a deep breath once I'm buckled in. God, these events are draining me more and more nowadays. The city lights blur past as my driver navigates the winding roads toward home. I loosen my tie, exhausted from maintaining the facade all evening. My phone buzzes. Another notification about Heather. She's trending again. Her latest project's gaining traction. My thumb hovers over the link, but I close the app instead. Taking the usual route, Mr. Blake. Yeah, thanks. I lean back against the leather seat, reaching for a bottle of water. Something crinkles in my jacket pocket. Frowning, I pull out a folded photograph, edges worn. My breath catches. It's from the midnight in Manhattan party we threw when filming first started. Heather's curled into my side, head thrown back mid-laugh at something I'd said. My eyes in the photo are fixed on her face, completely captivated. I remember that moment, the way her perfume mixed with the night air, how her hand felt wrapped in mine. Damn it! I pressed my fingers against my temples. The photo must have been in this jacket since that night. Back when everything felt possible. Before I convinced myself walking away was the right choice. Reaching for my phone, I scroll through my old voicemails until I see one from her. Heather. Then her voice fills the car. Hey, it's me. Just wrapped my scene and... I don't know. Wanted to hear your voice, I guess. Call me back when you can. The timestamp reads 3 months ago. I never returned that call. Everything all right, sir? My driver catches my eye in the rearview mirror. I clear my throat. Fine. But nothing's fine. The photograph trembles in my hand. That genuine smile of hers, the way she fit perfectly against me. It wasn't acting. None of it was acting. The car climbs higher into the hills, each turn bringing me closer to an empty house. No warm welcome. No shared stories over late-night takeout. Just silence and the ghost of what could have been. I replay the voicemail again, letting her voice wash over me. The hesitation in her words. That soft vulnerability she only showed when we were alone. God, I've been such a fool. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 30. Heather, the scent hits me before I even pull the sweater from my closet. That distinct mix of cedar and citrus that only belongs to Lawrence. My fingers brush against the soft fabric, and memories flood back of him, draping it over my shoulders one chilly evening on set. I shove the sweater back and slam the door shut. The drive to set should clear my head, but the radio betrays me. Can't Help Falling in Love starts playing, the same song Lawrence hummed while making pancakes that one Sunday morning. I punch the power button so hard my knuckle throbs. All right, everyone, places for scene 23. The assistant director's voice cuts through the bustle of the shattered glass set. My co-star, Mark Niles, positions himself across from me in the dimly lit restaurant setup. The scene calls for an intimate dinner, leading to our character's first kiss. The prop master fusses with the wine glasses, making sure they catch the light just right. I try to focus on the scene, on my character's motivations, but my mind keeps drifting. And action. Mark delivers his lines perfectly, reaching across to take my hand. But all I can think about is how Lawrence's touch felt different. Warm, electric, real. Mark's fingers are too smooth, too practiced. They lack that gentle roughness, that slight tremor of genuine desire I'd felt with Lawrence. I've never met anyone quite like you, Mark says, his green eyes meeting mine. The words echo in my head, reminding me of Lawrence's whispered confession during one of our nights together. My chest tightens. Lawrence had said those exact words to me, but they'd been raw, unscripted, accompanied by that intense gaze that made me forget how to breathe. Cut. The director stands, running his fingers through his thinning hair in frustration. Heather, you seem distant. We need to feel the chemistry here. This is supposed to be the moment your character falls in love, not the moment she's planning her grocery list. I nod, trying to shake off Lawrence's ghost. We reset. Action. Mark leans in for the kiss. His cologne is all wrong, too sweet, missing that earthy undertone that made Lawrence's so intoxicating. My body goes rigid. Cut. Heather, what's going on? Sorry, The words catch in my throat. Can we take 5? I hurry off set, finding refuge in my trailer. Pressing my palms against cool metal counter, I draw in deep breaths. A small frame catches my eye, a candid photo from the Midnight in Manhattan wrap party. Lawrence's mid-laugh at something I'd said, his eyes crinkled at the corners, completely unguarded. A soft knock interrupts my spiral. Honey? You in there? Dad's voice carries through the door, warm and familiar. I wipe my hands on my jeans, straightening up. Come in. He steps inside, his cap tucked under his arm. His eyes scan the trailer, landing on the photo I'd been staring at moments ago. Take a seat. I gesture to the small couch. Dad, what's going on? Why are you here? Can't a father visit his daughter? He settles into the cushions, his smile gentle. Though I did hear while I was passing through that you were having some trouble with today's scenes. Just an off day. I perch on the edge of the makeup counter, avoiding his knowing gaze. My fingers trace mindless patterns on the smooth surface, anything to keep my hands busy and my mind from wandering where it shouldn't. Heather, his voice softens. Are you truly happy with how things ended with Lawrence? The question hits like a punch to the gut, making my stomach clench. What does Lawrence have to do with anything? I see the way you've been since the PR marriage ended. You're not yourself. Dad leans forward, his elbows resting on his knees. You barely smile anymore. You're throwing yourself into work like it's the only thing keeping you afloat. I'm fine. My voice comes out sharp, defensive. I cross my arms tight against my chest. The arrangement served its purpose. The movie press release tour is doing great. Everyone's happy. End of story. The words taste bitter. Each one a lie I've been telling myself for weeks. Baby girl, don't. I stand abruptly, nearly knocking over a bottle of setting spray. I need to get back to set. They're waiting for me. My hands shake as I gather my phone and script, desperate to escape this conversation and the truth I'm not ready to face. Dad rises slowly, concern etched in the lines of his face. You know where to find me if you want to talk. Hours later, I'm alone in my apartment. The silence feels oppressive. I grab my phone, thumb hovering over Lawrence's contact. 3 weeks since our last text conversation. 22 days since we signed the divorce papers. The first sob catches me off guard. Then another and another. I slide down the wall until I'm sitting on the floor, tears streaming down my face. My fingers clutch the sweater I'd finally given in and taken from the closet, the one that still smells like him. I don't remember falling asleep, but Lawrence's face fills my dreams. We're back on the midnight in Manhattan, set between takes. He's teaching me how to perfect my waltz form for the ballroom scene. Relax your shoulders. His palm slides across my back, steadying me. Trust me to lead. The dream shifts. We're in his kitchen, flour dusting the counters. Lawrence reaches over to brush some off my nose, his touch lingering. You're a disaster in the kitchen, Mrs. Blake. His eyes sparkle with affection, not mockery. Another shift. The day we signed the divorce papers. But this time, Dream Lawrence grabs my wrist before I can walk away. Tell me you don't feel it too, he whispers. Tell me this was just business for you. I jolt awake, my neck stiff from sleeping on the hardwood floor. Sunlight streams through the windows. I must have been out for hours. The sweater is still bunched in my arms, damp with tears. My chest aches as the dream fragments settle. Every scene, every moment. They weren't just publicity stunts or clever acting. The way Lawrence looked at me during quiet moments when no cameras were around. How his hand always found the small of my back in crowds. The late-night conversations that had nothing to do with our arrangement. Damn it! I press my palms against my eyes. I love him. The truth I've been running from crashes over me. I didn't just play the role of Lawrence Blake's wife. I fell completely, irrevocably in love with him. And I let him go because I was too scared to admit it. My body aches as I push myself up from the floor. The apartment feels different now. Every corner haunted by this revelation. The kitchen where he taught me to make his grandmother's pasta. The couch where we ran lines until sunrise. The balcony where he'd wrap me in his sweater on cool nights. I've been lying to myself, pretending our chemistry was just good acting, pretending I didn't miss him with every breath, pretending I could just move on.
Chapter 31. Lawrence. I pull up to Jimmy's sprawling Spanish-style home in West LA, the setting sun casting long shadows across the terracotta roof. The familiar sight brings back memories of countless dinners and late-night conversations over whiskey. Jimmy's been my closest friend in the industry for 2 decades, the kind of friendship that survives tabloid scandals and box office bombs. The door opens before I can knock. Jimmy stands there in his casual attire, a well-worn Lakers t-shirt and jeans. That's always been his style, keeping it real no matter how many zeros are in his bank account. "Lawrence, get in here." He pulls me into a bear hug strong enough to crack ribs. "Hope you're hungry. I've got steaks on the grill." The aroma of charred meat and garlic fills the air as we head to his backyard patio. 2 glasses of bourbon await us on the outdoor table. The good stuff, knowing Jimmy. The ice cubes clink against crystal as a light breeze carries the scent of jasmine from his wife's garden. "So how's that new script coming along?" I settle into one of the cushioned chairs, enjoying the familiar comfort of our routine. These Thursday night dinners used to be our thing, long before either of us could afford anything fancier than cheap beer and pizza. It's getting there. The studio's pushing for rewrites, but what else is new? Ever since I switched from acting to directing, I've had to deal with more than ever before. I swear. Jimmy flips the steaks with the expertise of a man who's mastered the art of perfect grill marks. "Speaking of which, heard you might be up for Spielberg's next project." We fall into easy shop talk, upcoming projects, industry gossip, the usual. The steaks are perfect, as always. Jimmy's never lost his touch with the grill. The conversation flows smoothly until we're both nursing our second bourbon. That's when Jimmy's expression shifts, his eyes taking on that intensity I recognize from his dramatic roles. "Lawrence, we need to talk about Heather." The ice in my glass clinks as I set it down. "What about her?" "Cut the nonsense." Jimmy leans forward, elbows on his knees. "I've known you too long. This whole arrangement, I get it. It's business, but something's changed. I see the way you look at her." "Jimmy..." "No, let me finish." His voice carries the weight of fatherly concern, and something darker beneath it. "Do you love her? And I mean really love her, not just playing the part for the cameras?" The question hits me like a punch to the gut. I stare into my bourbon, watching the amber liquid catch the light from the patio lanterns. Memories flash through my mind. Heather's laugh during our morning coffee, the way her eyes light up when she nails a scene, how she curls up on the couch with the script, completely lost in the words. I take a long drink, letting the bourbon burn down my throat. The truth I've been avoiding sits heavy in my chest. Christ, I've been running from this for weeks, maybe months. "Yeah." The word comes out rough, like sandpaper. "Yeah, I do love her." Saying it out loud makes it real in a way I wasn't prepared for. Jimmy's expression doesn't change, but his shoulders tense. His hands grip his glass tight enough that I wonder if it might shatter. "Jimmy, I love her more than I've ever loved anyone." I run a hand through my hair. Every morning I wake up reaching for her. The house feels empty, too quiet. I catch myself buying those fancy teas she likes when I'm at the store, forgetting she won't be there to drink them. "Lawrence, I know what you're thinking. The age gap, the fact that she's your daughter. Trust me, I've tortured myself with all of it." I stand, pacing the length of the patio. But she got under my skin. The way she laughs at my terrible jokes, how she focuses so hard whenever she's got a new project to work on, mouthing the lines to herself, the fire in her eyes when she's fighting for a role she believes in. And now, I let out a bitter laugh. Now I'm checking my phone like a teenager, hoping she'll call. Driving past our old spots. Missing her so much it feels like someone carved out my insides. I stop pacing, gripping the back of my chair. The divorce killed me. Even though it all started off as a fake arrangement, it became real. Too real. Jimmy watches me, his face unreadable in the dim light. The crickets fill the silence between us. She changed everything, Jimmy, and I don't know how to go back to who I was before her. Jimmy rises from his chair, his imposing frame casting a shadow across the patio. You know what your problem is? You're so caught up in what everyone else thinks that you've forgotten how to fight for what matters. It's not that simple. The hell it isn't. He steps closer, jabbing a finger at my chest. I've watched you throw yourself into every role, every project with everything you've got. But when it comes to my daughter, you're running scared. The truth of his words hits harder than the bourbon. She deserves better than what? A man who loves her, who sees her for who she really is. Jimmy's voice softens. Look, I wasn't happy about this arrangement at first, but I saw something change between you two. Something real. I grip the patio railing, my knuckles white. Jimmy, I'm 42. She's a grown woman who can make her own choices. He comes to stand beside me. You think I don't see how miserable she's been since the divorce? How she lights up when someone mentions your name, but tries to act as if she wasn't listening? The night air feels thick, heavy with possibilities I've been too afraid to face. You walk away now, Jimmy continues. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Every movie premiere, every award show, every time you see her name in lights, it'll eat at you. And trust me, that kind of regret. It doesn't age well. It destroys you, consumes you until there's nothing left but what-ifs. Something breaks loose in my chest, a dam of emotions I've kept locked away since the moment she walked into my life. All these months of holding back, of telling myself it was better this way, safer this way. It all feels like such crap now. I've been lying to myself, pretending this was just another PR stunt when it's been so much more. You're right. The words come out stronger than I expect, conviction burning through every syllable. Christ, you're right. I've been such a coward, hiding behind age differences and contracts like they mean a damn thing. Then what are you going to do about it? Jimmy's eyes lock onto mine, challenging me to step up. I turn to face him, feeling more clarity than I have in months. My hands release the railing as determination takes over. I'm going to fight for her. Whatever it takes. I don't care what the press says, what anyone thinks. She's worth everything. Jimmy's face breaks into a slow smile, pride and satisfaction evident in his expression. Now that's more like it. That's the Lawrence Blake I know.
Chapter 32. Heather. I grab my reusable grocery bags and keys, mentally running through my shopping list. The fridge has been looking sad lately. Nothing but condiments and a questionable carton of almond milk that I'm pretty sure has been there since before my fake marriage to Lawrence began. As I'm just about to run down to the elevator, I spot something on the ground. A small package sits right outside my door, no bigger than my palm. No shipping label, no return address. Just my name, written in black marker across a plain white envelope. It looks oddly personal, almost threatening in its simplicity. What the hell? I pick it up. The weight of a DVD case evident through the paper. My heart rate picks up a notch. In Hollywood, mysterious packages rarely mean good news. My grocery plan's forgotten. I shut the door and tear open the envelope. A silver DVD slides out, unmarked, except for my name written in the same black marker. The disc catches the light, reflecting my worried expression back at me. Who would send something like this? And more importantly, what's on it? My heart pounds as I cross to my TV stand. The DVD player, a relic from college I keep around for my collection of old movies, whirs to life. The disc spins, the screen staying black for several seconds. Finally, the screen flickers to life and my breath catches. It's me, but not from any movie or press event. The footage is shaky, clearly shot on a phone. I'm sitting in my trailer on the Midnight in Manhattan set, script in hand, mouthing lines to myself between sips of tea. I hadn't even known anyone was filming. The scene shifts. Now I'm laughing at something off camera. My head thrown back, curls bouncing. The camera zooms in on my face just as I wipe tears of mirth from my eyes. I remember that day. Lawrence had been telling the most ridiculous story about a mishap with his first audition. Another clip starts. Our fake wedding ceremony, but not the polished footage released to the media. This is raw, intimate. The camera catches me adjusting my veil in a mirror, practicing my I do when I thought I was alone. Then Lawrence appears in frame, straightening his tie beside me, both of us exchanging nervous glances. More moments flash by, me dozing on the couch in Lawrence's trailer during late-night reshoots, dancing to music between takes, stealing bites of his lunch when I thought he wasn't looking. Small private moments I never knew were captured. The footage keeps rolling. There I am in Lawrence's kitchen, flour dusting my cheeks as I attempt to bake cookies. Another clip shows me curled up in his home theater, completely engrossed in an old black and white film. Each scene reveals moments where I was completely unguarded, just being myself. My fingers press against my lips as I watch. These aren't staged PR shots or carefully curated social media posts. They're real moments, genuine smiles, unfiltered laughter. And Lawrence had been quietly collecting them all, seeing me when I wasn't performing for anyone. The last clip shows me at the Midnight in Manhattan wrap party, raising a champagne glass in a toast. The camera lingers on my face, catching the way the lights dance in my eyes, before fading to black. I sit there, stunned, as the screen returns to blue. My heart thrums against my ribs, a mix of emotions I can't quite name swirling through me. I replay the DVD, my fingers trembling on the remote. Each captured moment hits differently now, the way the camera lingers, how it catches my unguarded expressions, the tender moments I never knew were being documented. It wasn't just random footage. This was Lawrence seeing me, truly seeing me, when I thought no one was looking. Oh God, my voice cracks. The scene where I'm practicing lines shifts into focus again. I remember that day. I'd been struggling with a particularly emotional scene, doubting myself. But there in the footage, Lawrence's voice drifts from off-camera, gentle and encouraging. The camera catches how my whole face lights up at his words. My chest tightens. All those times I thought he was just being kind, just playing his part in our arrangement. He'd been falling for me too. The evidence is right here, chronicled in these intimate moments. The weight of it crashes over me. Every shared laugh, every quiet conversation, every time our eyes met across a crowded room. It meant something. It meant everything. But my hands ball into fists, nails digging into my palms. The memory of our fight still stings fresh. The words we hurled at each other. The pain in his eyes when I accused him of seeing me as just another young actress to mentor. I wrap my arms around myself, watching as, on screen, I unconsciously lean into Lawrence's touch during a scene rehearsal. My heart yearns to believe what this footage is telling me, but fear claws at my throat. What if I'm wrong? I whisper to my empty apartment. What if I'm seeing what I want to see? The screen shows me fast asleep on his couch, and the camera moves closer, capturing how he drapes his jacket over me with such tender care. My eyes blur with tears. I press pause on the remote, freezing a frame of Lawrence's gentle smile as he watches me from across the room. My reflection in the darkened TV screen shows tears tracking down my cheeks. Stop being stupid, Heather. I swipe at my face. Look at the evidence right in front of you. The footage doesn't lie. Each captured moment reveals something I was too scared to see before. The softness in his gaze, the way he gravitates toward me in every scene, how his smile reaches his eyes only when we're together. I stand up and pace my living room, the DVD menu music playing on loop. He wouldn't go through all this trouble just to mess with you. That's not Lawrence. My steps falter as memories flood back. Lawrence defending me against some of Theo's inappropriate comments, staying late to run lines when I was nervous, always making sure I ate during long shooting days. Even during our worst fight, he never once used his power or status against me. God, I've been such an idiot. I sink onto my couch, hugging a throw pillow to my chest. He's been showing me who he is this whole time. The truth hits me like a wave of warm sunshine. I want to believe in this, in us. All my fears about age gaps and power dynamics seem small compared to the genuine care and respect Lawrence has always shown me. I grab my phone, staring down at all of my saved pictures of him. Maybe I've been so focused on protecting myself that I missed what was real all along. Lawrence deserves a chance to explain, to show me what he sees in all these moments he captured. Time to stop running, I whisper, straightening my shoulders. Whatever happens next, I owe it to both of us to face this head on. If he wants to find me, to talk to me, I'll let him. I'll hear him out, and my heart will ultimately make the final decision.
Chapter 33. Lawrence. I pace across my office, unable to contain the energy coursing through my veins. My PR team sits around the conference table, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. Let me get this straight. Sandra adjusts her glasses, her manicured nails tapping against the mahogany table. You want to confess your love for your ex-wife? At the Golden Globes? Yes. I plant my hands on the table, leaning forward with enough force to make their water glasses rattle. The whole world needs to know this isn't just some publicity stunt anymore. I'm done pretending. But it was a publicity stunt. Ignacio chimes in from his corner, chewing on the ends of his sunglasses like he always does when he's nervous. That's literally why we arranged this marriage, to save both your careers after that stuff with Richard went down. Things change. I straighten up, running a hand through my hair as memories of Heather's smile flash through my mind. Heather deserves to know how I feel. And after everything that's happened, a private confession won't cut it. She needs to understand this is real, that I'm ready to risk everything for her. Lawrence. Sandra's voice carries that motherly tone she uses when she thinks I'm being irrational. Have you considered how this might affect her career, her reputation? Every goddamn second of every day. I move to the window, staring out at the Los Angeles skyline, which includes a distant shot of downtown LA. But I've spent my whole life calculating every move, every word, every breath for the cameras. For once, I want to do something real. The press will have a field day, Ignacio warns. They'll say it was staged, another PR move. I don't care what they say. I turn back to face them. I'll do it on the red carpet where all of the journalists and cameras will be. Everyone will get to see this. Sandra exchanges glances with the rest of the team. And what if she doesn't feel the same way? Then I'll deal with looking like the biggest fool in Hollywood. My voice doesn't waver, but at least she'll know the truth. This is unprecedented, Ignacio mutters, typing furiously on his tablet. We need to prepare for every possible outcome. Then get to work. I grab my jacket from the chair, because in 2 weeks, I'm either going to win back my wife or crash and burn trying. You're talking about laying your heart bare in front of millions of people. Sandra stands, placing her hands behind her back as she approaches me. The tabloids will run this story for months. Good. I shrug on my jacket, adjusting the collar. Let them. I've spent 20 years giving them manufactured nonsense. Time they get something real. But the Golden Globes? Ignacio's voice cracks. That's like proposing at someone else's wedding. It's meant to be about the awards, the industry. The industry can kiss my butt. I spin toward him. You think I care about another trophy when I'm losing the only person who matters? Sandra grabs my arm. Lawrence, slow down. Think about this. If Heather rejects you, then I'll have my answer. I pull away, pacing to the bar cart in the corner. The whiskey bottle catches my eye, but I resist. Need a clear head for this. Better than wondering, what if, for the rest of my life? The press will crucify you, Ignacio warns, a terrified glint in his eyes. Your image. Screw my image. The words explode from my chest. You know what image I'm tired of? The smooth-talking leading man who never takes risks. The guy who plays it safe. That's not who I am anymore. Not since her. Sandra sinks back into her chair. We can't stop you, can we? No. I meet her gaze, squaring my shoulders. But I need you all on board. Because when I tell Heather I love her, I want the whole world to know I mean every word. No half measures, no PR spin. Just the raw truth. Ignacio sighs, finally setting down his sunglasses. Then we better make sure you look damn good doing it. He straightens his tie, already shifting into damage control mode. That's the spirit. I manage a grin, though my heart pounds at the thought of what's coming. 2 weeks. 2 weeks until I either win everything or lose it all on live television. The weight of it sits heavy in my chest, but there's no turning back now, but they don't understand. The humiliation doesn't scare me. The press doesn't matter. Only Heather does. Only the truth I've been holding back since the day this fake marriage became the realest thing in my life. Every smile, every touch, every moment we've shared. It stopped being an act months ago, and it's time she knew it. The 2 weeks pass in a blur of sleepless nights and endless preparations. My PR team works overtime, strategizing every possible outcome while I focus on the only thing that matters. What I'll say to Heather when I see her. Now, standing in front of my bedroom mirror, I adjust my bow tie for the 100th time. The custom Tom Ford tuxedo fits perfectly, but my fingers won't stop fidgeting with the silk fabric. Car's here, Mr. Blake. My assistant pokes her head through the door. Thanks. I grab my phone, checking for messages from Heather. Nothing. The silence kills me, but it's probably because I haven't reached out to her first. I'm sure tonight will more than make up for that. The ride to the Beverly Hilton feels longer than usual. Los Angeles traffic crawls past palm trees and billboards, including one featuring Heather's face advertising our movie, Midnight in Manhattan. Even in still images, she radiates the kind of energy that first drew me to her. Remember the plan? Sandra's voice crackles through my earpiece. Wait until you spot her on the carpet before... I yank out the device, stuffing it in my pocket. No more plans. The limo pulls up to the venue. Through the tinted windows, camera flashes strobe like lightning. Reporters line the red carpet, their microphones ready to capture every soundbite. Somewhere in this chaos, Heather waits. My hand trembles as I reach for the door handle. 20 years of red carpets, and I've never felt this kind of pressure. Not during my first Oscar nomination, not during my biggest blockbuster premieres. Because this isn't about awards or box office numbers. This is about laying my heart bare in front of the entire world. You got this, I mutter to myself, straightening my shoulders. The door opens and the wall of sound hits me. Screaming fans, shouting photographers, the constant buzz of Hollywood's biggest night. I step out onto the red carpet, scanning the crowd for her face. My heart pounds against my ribs so hard I swear the microphones could pick it up. Tonight changes everything. Either I walk away with the only prize that matters, or I crash and burn in front of millions. But for Heather, worth every goddamn risk.
Chapter 34. Heather. The flash of cameras blinds me as I glide down the red carpet, my silk dress catching the light with each step. I curve my lips into the perfect smile. Not too wide, not too practiced. Just the right amount of glamour and grace expected from Hollywood's newest rising star. Miss Phillips, over here. Heather, this way. The voices blur together as I pivot and pose, giving each section of photographers their moment. My heart pounds against my ribcage, but I keep my expression serene. No one needs to know how much I'm falling apart inside. Who are you wearing tonight? When's Lawrence joining you? Holding back my grimace, I try to ignore any and all mentions of Lawrence right now. I answer most of the reporters' questions with practiced ease, keeping my responses light and playful. This stunning piece is Valentino. The crowd coos and nods, eating up my performance. If only they knew the truth of the burning ache in my heart whenever they ask me about Lawrence and the sham of our fake marriage. A reporter thrusts her microphone closer. How does it feel being nominated for Best Supporting Actress? It's surreal, truly a dream come. The energy on the carpet suddenly shifts. The cameras swing away from me, the questions halt mid-sentence. A wave of excitement ripples through the crowd, and the volume of screams intensifies tenfold. My stomach drops. I don't need to turn around to know what's caused this reaction. Lawrence has arrived. The crowd parts like the Red Sea as he makes his way down the carpet. Even from here, I can see him in his perfectly tailored Tom Ford tuxedo, that signature half smile playing on his lips as he works the crowd. The cameras go into overdrive, their flashes creating a strobe effect that makes everything feel surreal. I stand frozen, my smile still plastered on my face as the circus around me reaches fever pitch. This is what we do. This is the game we play. But right now, with him moving closer with each step, I'm not sure I remember the rules anymore. Suddenly, Lawrence reaches for the nearest microphone, plucking it from a startled reporter's hand. The crowd hushes, anticipation crackling through the air. My stomach does a violent flip as hundreds of eyes dart between us. Excuse me, everyone. I need to say something. His voice carries across the carpet, commanding attention like only Lawrence Blake can. My pulse skyrockets as he turns toward me, those piercing blue eyes locking onto mine. The intensity in his gaze makes it impossible to look away, even though every instinct screams at me to run. Heather? The way he says my name makes my knees weak. His voice wraps around those two syllables like velvet. I've been a damn fool. The silence is deafening. Even the photographers have stopped clicking. I can hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears, feel the weight of every camera, every expectant face waiting for what comes next. I let you walk away because I thought I was protecting you, because I convinced myself that the age difference mattered, that the industry would eat you alive if we stayed together. But I was wrong. I was a coward. His jaw clenches, and I recognize that look, the one he gets when he's made up his mind about something, and heaven help anyone who tries to stop him. My mouth goes dry. This isn't part of our PR plan. This isn't... What is this? What is going on? The truth is, I'm in love with you. Completely, utterly in love. And I don't care who knows it anymore. Lawrence takes a step closer, his expression raw with emotion. I love how your nose scrunches when you laugh, how passionate you get about method acting, the way you steal all the blankets at night and deny it in the morning. Gasps and whispers ripple through the crowd. My heart threatens to burst from my chest. I love that you're the strongest person I know, even when you think you're falling apart. And I've been an idiot for pretending otherwise. The microphone trembles in his hand. I stand rooted to the spot, unable to process what's happening. This man, this infuriating, wonderful man, who I've been pretending not to love for months, is laying his heart bare on national television. So here I am, making a complete jerk of myself at the Golden Globes in front of everyone watching. Because I can't spend another second pretending I don't want to spend the rest of my life with you. The cameras flash frantically around us, but I barely notice them. All I can see is Lawrence. All I can hear is the thunder of my own heartbeat as his words sink in. My mind races trying to process his words. The same man who insisted our marriage remain a PR arrangement, who kept me at arm's length despite the electricity between us. Now he's declaring his love on live television? Lawrence, my voice catches. The crowd leans in, hanging on every syllable. His eyes hold mine, blazing with an intensity that makes my skin tingle. But doubt creeps in, cold and familiar. This is what Lawrence Blake does best. Commands attention. Delivers perfect performances. How many times have I watched him pour his heart out on screen, only to call cut and return to his carefully maintained distance? I can't. The words slip out before I can stop them. His expression falters. Heather, no. I take a step back, my heels clicking against the red carpet. I'm sorry, but I can't handle this right now. The hurt that flashes across his face almost breaks my resolve. But I've spent too many nights crying over this man, too many mornings waking up alone in our shared house while he disappeared to early meetings. The cameras continue their relentless assault, documenting every moment of my humiliation. I won't be part of another publicity stunt. Not again. Not when my heart feels like it's being shredded into confetti for the entertainment of strangers. Before he can respond, before I completely fall apart in front of the world's media, I turn and flee. My designer dress swishes against my legs as I push through the crowd, ignoring the calls of my name, the gasps of shock, the furious clicking of cameras. Someone tries to grab my arm. A reporter, a publicist, I don't care. But I wrench away. I burst through the crowds, towards the line of cars that are bringing in the many actresses and actors that are going to attend the awards ceremony. My chest heaves as I fumble for my phone, dialing my driver with trembling fingers. I need you, now! My voice cracks on the last word, and I hate how desperate I sound. I slide into the car's back seat minutes later, leaving behind the glamour, the cameras, and the man who keeps breaking my heart in new ways. As we pull away from the Golden Globes, I close my eyes against the tears threatening to fall. The diamond wedding ring on my finger, fake, just like everything else, catches the streetlights, mocking me with every sparkle.
Chapter 35. Lawrence. The cameras flash like strobe lights, each burst capturing my humiliation in high definition. Heather's silhouette disappears into the crowd, leaving me alone in front of hundreds of witnesses. The Golden Globe's red carpet stretches before me, a crimson reminder of the biggest mistake of my career. Mr. Blake, what just happened? Lawrence, over here. Did Mrs. Blake just leave you behind at the Golden Globes? The reporter's questions blur together. My throat constricts. After 20 years in this business, I know exactly how this will play out tomorrow. Every entertainment site will dissect this moment frame by frame. They'll analyze her expression, my desperate reach for her hand, the way she ran away from me, shoving other people out of the way in order to do so. No comment. My publicist, my agent, and many other people materialize beside me, trying to guide me forward. But my feet won't move. The whispers start. Industry veterans who've known me for decades watch with barely concealed glee. This is what Hollywood lives for, the fall of the mighty. I've spent my entire career crafting the perfect image, the charming leading man, the reliable box office draw, the consummate professional. Now I'm just another fool who couldn't keep his mouth shut. Lawrence, we need to move. My publicist tugs my arm again. A camera flash catches my eye. The photographer's rapid clicks sound like gunshots. Each one documents the exact moment Lawrence Blake lost everything. Not just Heather, though God knows that's enough to break me. but the carefully constructed facade I've maintained since my first leading role. The crowd parts as security creates a path. Somewhere in the distance, I hear the ceremony's opening music start. But all I can focus on is the empty space where Heather stood moments ago, when I finally admitted what I've been feeling for months. "I love you," I'd said, right there in front of everyone. And she ran. The cameras keep flashing. They won't stop until they've captured every second of my downfall. Through the chaos, a familiar face emerges. Margarita Ramirez from Entertainment Weekly, one of the few journalists who's covered my career with actual integrity over the years. She steps forward, microphone lowered, genuine concern in her expression. "Lawrence," her voice cuts through the cacophony, "what are you going to do now?" The other reporters quiet down, sensing a moment. They're like sharks circling, waiting for blood in the water. My publicist's hand tightens on my arm, a warning grip I recognize all too well, but I shake her off. Screw their damage control. These vultures want a story? I'll give them one. You want to know what I'm going to do? My voice carries across the red carpet, steady and sure despite the chaos in my chest. I'm going to find my wife, and I'm going to tell her again that I love her. And again, until she believes me. Because this isn't some PR stunt or movie plot. This is real. The cameras start clicking faster, a deafening storm of shutters and flashes. Margarita's thin eyebrows lift, and I can see the wheels turning behind her shrewd journalist's eyes. Some might say this reaction means they don't know anything. The curse slips out, but I don't care anymore. Everyone thinks they understand what's between Heather and me. They see the age gap, the contract, the publicity, but none of that matters. She's the last woman I'll ever love. A murmur ripples through the crowd. My publicist is probably having an aneurysm behind me. I've spent 20 years playing it safe, following the rules, being the perfect leading man. I lock eyes with Margarita's camera. But Heather Phillips Blake is worth fighting for, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Even after she ran because she's scared. Because this industry has taught her that everything comes with strings attached. My jaw clenches as memories of her tear-stained face flash through my mind. But I'm not letting her go. Not without showing her that what we have is real. That she's not just another PR stunt or career move. The questions start flying again, microphones thrust in my face like weapons, but I've said my piece. Security forms a tighter circle around me as we move toward the red carpet entrance. Camera flashes explode in rapid succession, trying to capture every micro-expression. Let them speculate. Let them write their think pieces and post their hot takes. Let them dissect every word I've said tonight. For the first time in my career, I don't give a damn about the headlines. My reputation, my carefully crafted image, none of it matters anymore. There's only one person whose opinion I care about now. One woman whose heart I need to win back. And I'm going to prove it to her, even if I have to tear down every wall in Hollywood to do it. Eventually, I find the car that I came in. My eyes lock with my driver, giving him the signal that I'm getting in and want to get the hell out of here. Reaching for the backseat door, I open it and slam it behind me, muffling the chaos outside. I sink into the leather seat, loosening my tie with one hand. Drive! My command comes out rough. The partition slides up, giving us privacy as the engine purrs to life. The other door flies open and Ignacio practically dives in, his usually perfect hair disheveled. What the hell was that? He's breathing like he just ran a marathon. 20 years, Lawrence. 20 years we've worked together, and you choose tonight to completely lose your mind? I stare out the window as we pull away from the venue, watching the flashing cameras grow smaller. The Los Angeles streets blur past, but all I see is Heather's face in that moment. The shock, the fear, the way she backed away from me like I'd struck her. Are you even listening? Ignacio's voice rises an octave. The studio heads are blowing up my phone. The network wants to know if you're still presenting tonight. News is already running with Trouble in Paradise headlines. This is a disaster. Let them run whatever they want. Let them... Jesus Christ. He loosens his collar, face reddening. Do you have any idea what this does to the movie's publicity? To your image? I don't care about the movie. The words come out sharp enough to make him flinch. You don't... He stops, gaping at me. Who are you? And what have you done with Lawrence Blake? The Lawrence I know would never... Maybe that's the problem. I turn to face him finally. Maybe I'm tired of being the Lawrence Blake everyone thinks they know. Ignacio pulls out his phone, fingers trembling as he scrolls. Okay. We can fix this. I'll call in some favors, get ahead of the narrative, maybe spin it as... No. What do you mean, no? We have to do something. Holy crap. I'm about to have an asthma attack. The only thing I have to do is find my wife. Your fake wife, he corrects automatically, then winces when I glare at him. Sorry, but Lawrence, be reasonable. For once in my life, I'm being completely reasonable. I lean back, closing my eyes. Do whatever damage control you want. I'm done playing the game.
Chapter 36. Heather. I stare at my bedroom ceiling, counting the shadows cast by passing headlights. 3 a.m. and sleep remains a distant stranger. My mind keeps replaying Lawrence's words on the red carpet, each syllable etched into my memory. The weight of his confession presses against my chest. Not the scripted lines we'd rehearsed, but raw emotion that cracked through his carefully maintained facade. I'd seen it in his eyes, that vulnerability he never shows anyone else. My phone lies face down on the nightstand, powered off since I fled the Golden Globes. The thought of headlines makes my stomach churn. Rising star Heather Phillips abandons ex-husband at awards. Trouble in Paradise for Hollywood's hottest couple. I can picture the speculation. The zoomed-in photos of my face as realization hit. I roll onto my side, pulling the covers tighter. The apartment feels too quiet, too empty. I ran. Like a coward, I ran from the truth I've been fighting since this fake marriage began. My hand reaches for my phone, then withdraws. Not yet. I'm not ready to face the aftermath. Not ready to see if Lawrence tried to contact me. Not ready to acknowledge how my heart races every time I think of those words he said to me in front of the whole world. The digital clock on my dresser blinks 3:47 a.m. Another sleepless hour passes as I wrestle with questions that have no easy answers. Was this all still part of our arrangement? A calculated move for the cameras? Eventually, dawn breaks. Morning light filters through my curtains, mocking my sleepless night. I drag myself to the kitchen, my silk pajamas rustling against my skin. The coffee maker gurgles to life as I dump in extra scoops. I'll need the caffeine today. My phone rings while I'm cracking eggs into a pan. Dad's name flashes across the screen. I hesitate, then answer, knowing exactly where this conversation is headed. Hey, baby girl. His voice carries that mix of concern and disappointment I've heard since I was little. The tone that always makes me feel like I'm 8 years old again, being scolded for sneaking cookies before dinner. Morning, Dad. The eggs sizzle, giving me something to focus on besides this conversation. I watch the white spread and firm up, wishing I could disappear into the mundane task. Want to tell me why you left your ex-husband standing alone on that red carpet last night? I flip the eggs with more force than necessary, the spatula scraping against the nonstick surface. Well, for one, he's not my real husband. My voice comes out harder than intended, defensive. I saw his face when he made that speech, Heather. That wasn't acting. Dad's words hit a nerve I've been trying to ignore since last night. You don't know that. My coffee maker beeps. A welcome interruption. All of this was supposed to be fake, you know. The fake marriage, the publicity. I moved to grab my mug, desperate for the distraction of hot caffeine and cream. Stop deflecting, Dad's voice sharpens. I've known Lawrence for 20 years. I know when that man is putting on a show and when he's being real. Question is, do you... I grip the counter until my knuckles ache, my breakfast forgotten, and the smell of coffee doing nothing to settle my churning stomach. What are you saying? I'm saying you need to decide if you trust him or not. Really trust him? Because running away like that hurt him. And it told everyone watching exactly what you think of his feelings. I don't know what to think anymore. My voice cracks, and I hate how vulnerable I sound. This was supposed to be simple, professional. Now everything's... The words stick in my throat like honey gone bad. Messy, real. That's what happens when you play with fire, baby girl. But Lawrence isn't the type to say things he doesn't mean. Not about this. Not to you. The gentleness in Dad's tone makes it worse somehow. The eggs are burning now, filling the kitchen with an acrid smell, but I can't make myself move. Dad's words hit too close to the truth I've been avoiding, the one that's been keeping me up at night and haunting my every thought. You need to figure out what you want, he continues, his voice steady and sure in a way I wish I felt. And whether you trust Lawrence enough to believe in what he's offering. The unspoken, before it's too late, hangs heavy in the air between us. I hang up and stare at my burnt eggs, appetite gone. Scraping the mess into the trash, I settle for dry toast in my cooling coffee. The food turns to sawdust in my mouth. The TV drones in the background, some morning talk show I'm not really watching. My phone sits untouched beside me, notifications piling up behind the dark screen. Every buzz makes me flinch. A knock at my door cuts through the artificial laughter of the talk show hosts. My heart stops. I know that knock. Lawrence stands in my doorway, his usual polished appearance nowhere to be found. His hair's a mess, like he's been running his hands through it all night. The same suit from the Golden Globes, now wrinkled. Dark circles shadow his eyes. Can I come in? His voice is rough, stripped of its usual confidence. I step back, letting him pass. He moves into my living room but doesn't sit, just paces like a caged animal. I meant every word. He turns to face me, hands shoved in his pockets. What I said last night, it wasn't for the cameras or the press. It was for you. Lawrence. No, let me finish. He draws a shaky breath. I've spent years building walls, keeping everyone at arm's length because of what happened with Sarah. The divorce, the media circus. It made me cynical, closed off. His jaw tightens. But you changed that. You walked into my life with this fake marriage scheme and somehow made everything real. My throat tightens as he steps closer. I'm done letting my past as dictate my future. Done pretending this is just for show. His eyes lock with mine, intense and honest. I've let it all go. The hurt, the distrust, all of it. Because of you. For you. His words hang in the air between us, raw and honest. My vision blurs as tears well up. All the walls I've built, all the excuses I've made, they crumble in the face of his vulnerability. I close the distance between us in 2 steps and wrap my arms around him. His solid frame envelops me as he pulls me tight against his chest. The familiar scent of his cologne mingles with the fabric of his wrinkled suit. I'm sorry, I whisper into his shoulder, my tears dampening the expensive material. I was so scared, so convinced this couldn't be real. His arms tighten around me. One hand cradles the back of my head, while the other spans my lower back, holding me like I'm something precious, something cherished. I pull back just enough to look up at him, Those blue eyes that have haunted my dreams meet mine. And for the first time, I let myself see what's been there all along. No masks, no pretense. Just Lawrence, offering his heart with the same courage that drew me to him from the start. My fingers curl into his shirt, and fresh tears spill down my cheeks. You love me. The words come out half statement, half wonder. His thumb brushes away a tear from my cheek. The tenderness in his touch matches the depth of emotion in his gaze. All this time, I've been running from what was right in front of me. I press my face back into his shoulder, letting his warmth seep into me. His heart beats steady and strong against my chest, a rhythm that feels like coming home.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 37. Lawrence. My arms encircle Heather as we sink into her plush couch, the familiar scent of her perfume filling my senses. The warmth of her body against mine feels right, like coming home after being away too long. Every curve of her fits perfectly against me, as if we were made to hold each other this way. I missed you. My lips brush against her temple, then trail down to her cheek. These past weeks without you were hell. Absolute hell. The words come out rough with emotion. Each day apart had been torture, wondering if she was okay, if she was thinking of me too. She nestles deeper into my embrace. I missed you too. Her voice carries a vulnerability that makes my heart clench. No more running away from this. I pepper soft kisses across her cheekbones, savoring each touch. My fingers thread through her curls, memorizing their silky texture. No more pretending. Her fingers curl into my shirt. Lawrence. The way she says my name, soft and breathy, sends electricity down my spine. I shift back just enough to look into those gorgeous brown eyes that captivate me every time. She's breathtaking like this, vulnerable, open, completely herself with me. Marry me. The words tumble out before I can overthink them. For real this time. No cameras, no publicity stunts. Just us. Her breath catches. What? I want you as my wife. Not Mrs. Blake the actress. Not some PR arrangement. I take her hand in mine, running my thumb across her knuckles. I want to wake up to you every morning. Argue about whose turn it is to do the dishes. Make love to you whenever we want without worrying about paparazzi or public opinion. Lawrence, are you sure? Her voice wavers with vulnerability. I've never been more sure of anything. I cup her face between my palms. I love you, Heather Phillips. Will you be my wife? For real this time? Tears spill down Heather's cheeks as she gazes up at me. Her bottom lip trembles, and my heart breaks seeing her struggle with her emotions. I never stopped loving you. Her voice cracks. I tried so hard to push these feelings away, to convince myself it was just for show. But God, Lawrence. She presses her palm against my chest, right over my thundering heart. I love you. I love you so much it terrifies me. Say yes. I brush away her tears with my thumbs. Please, baby, say yes. She nods, a sob catching in her throat. Yes. Yes. I'll marry you. For real. I capture her lips with mine, pouring every ounce of longing and love into the kiss. Her arms wind around my neck as she melts against me. The taste of her tears mingles with the sweetness of her mouth, and I deepen the kiss, claiming her completely. My hands roam down her back, pulling her closer until there's no space left between us. When we finally break apart, both breathless, she rests her forehead against mine. Her fingers trace patterns on the nape of my neck, sending shivers down my spine. The familiar scent of her perfume surrounds me, and I can't imagine ever letting her go again. I'm so sorry about last night. She lets out a shaky breath, her dark eyes searching mine. When you said those things on the red carpet in front of everyone, I panicked. Running away was stupid. I completely freaked out. Forgive me. Her fingers continue their gentle exploration of my neck, and I know I'd forgive her anything. Nothing to forgive. I press another quick kiss to her lips. Though I have to say, watching you sprint through the Golden Globes in that designer gown was pretty impressive. Your track coach would have been proud. Heather sniffles against my chest, swatting my shoulder as I pepper kisses across her tear-stained cheeks and down the elegant curve of her neck. Her body melts into mine, fitting perfectly in my arms like she belongs there because she does belong here. Always has. You know what we need? I brush my lips against her ear, savoring the subtle scent of her perfume. A proper celebration. She pulls back just enough to look at me, those gorgeous brown eyes still glistening. The way she gazes up at me makes my heart clench in my chest. What kind of celebration? How about I order us some fancy brunch? We can stay right here in your apartment, just us. My fingers trace lazy circles on her lower back, feeling the silky fabric of her dress beneath my touch. Whatever you want, caviar, champagne, those little fancy egg things you love. I'll have them bring the works. Eggs Benedict! A soft laugh escapes her, the sound warming me from the inside out. God, that sounds amazing. All I managed this morning was burnt eggs and dry toast. You burnt eggs? I quirk an eyebrow at her, unable to hide my amusement. My hand slides up to cup the back of her neck. How does someone burn eggs? Even I can manage scrambled eggs, and I'm not too hot in the kitchen. I was distracted. She buries her face in my chest. I kept thinking about last night, and I was having a conversation over the phone with my dad, and... well, the eggs paid the price. Had to settle for sad toast and coffee. My poor baby. I kissed the top of her head, inhaling the sweet scent of her shampoo. Can't have my future wife surviving on burnt breakfast. Let me take care of you. I grab my phone while keeping one arm wrapped around Heather, pulling up my favorite restaurant's delivery app. All right, baby. Let's see what we can get. My fingers scroll through the options. Eggs Benedict, obviously. How about some of that fancy avocado toast you love? And maybe those little pastries from that French place downtown. You're spoiling me. She snuggles closer, her head resting on my chest. That's the plan. I place the order, adding champagne and fresh orange juice for mimosas. Food should be here in about 40 minutes. Her phone buzzes on the coffee table. Heather tenses against me, her fingers curling tighter into my shirt. Hey! I catch her chin, tilting her face up to mine. We don't have to deal with any of that right now. The world can wait. Relief floods her features. Can we just watch something? Take my mind off everything? Whatever you want. I reach for her TV remote. How about we revisit some classics? When Harry met Sally, pretty woman. Pretty woman. She settles back against me as I pull up the movie. Though technically, you're the pretty one in this relationship. I bark out a laugh, squeezing her closer. Excuse you, have you seen yourself? You're so damn gorgeous. The familiar opening scenes fill the screen, and I feel Heather gradually relax in my arms. My fingers trace lazy patterns on her arm as we watch Julia Roberts navigate Beverly Hills. The simple intimacy of the moment, just us, tangled together on her couch, feels more precious than any red carpet event. You know what's funny? Her voice is soft, contemplative. A year ago, I would have killed to be trending on social media. Now all I want is to stay right here in this bubble with you. I press my lips to her temple. Then that's exactly what we'll do.
Chapter 38. Heather. The soft glow of the TV casts a warm, flickering light over us as we sink into the plush cushions of my couch. The scent of fresh eggs. Benedict wafts through the air, blending with the sweet tang of mimosas. Lawrence sits next to me, his arm draped casually around my shoulders, his fingers tracing lazy circles on my skin. I can't help but lean into his touch, the warmth of his body a comfort after the time we've spent apart. On the screen, Pretty Woman plays, but I can't focus on the movie right now. I'm too consumed by the man beside me, his presence filling the room, filling my senses. The bubbles from the mimosa tickle my nose, and I giggle, turning to face Lawrence. His deep blue eyes meet mine, and there's a spark there, a hunger that mirrors my own. You know, I say, my fingers walking up his chest, I'm not used to watching rom-coms. Too cheesy. He smirks, catching my hand and pressing a kiss to my fingertips. Is that so? And what do you prefer, Miss Phillips? Something with a bit more heat. I grin, leaning in to brush my lips against his. He tastes like citrus and champagne, and I can't get enough. I deepen the kiss, my hands roaming over his chest, feeling the hard muscle beneath his shirt. He growls low in his throat, a sound that sends shivers down my spine. You're a smoke show, Heather. And so are you, Lawrence. You drive me crazy. I whisper against his lips, my hand trailing down to the bulge in his pants. I palm him, feeling him harden under my touch. I've missed you. Let me show you how much. He captures my wrist, his grip firm but gentle. Heather, please, I beg, my voice barely a whisper. Let me take care of you. He holds my gaze for a moment, and I see the war within him, the struggle between control and desire. Then he releases my wrist, a silent consent. I smile, my heart pounding with anticipation as I begin to explore his body, eager to make up for lost time. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylerWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylerWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. I collapse on top of him, my body spent, my breath coming in ragged gasps. His arms wrap around me, holding me close, his heart pounding against mine. We lie there, our bodies slick with sweat, our breaths mingling, our hearts beating as one. The world outside fades away, and in this moment, it's just us. Just Lawrence and me, lost in each other, lost in this perfect, blissful oblivion. Chapter 39. Heather. I stand before the ornate wooden doors of the small chapel, my heart fluttering beneath layers of ivory silk. This time, there are no cameras, no reporters, no carefully orchestrated PR moves, just love, pure and real. My dad squeezes my hand, his eyes glistening. "You look beautiful, baby girl." "Thanks, Daddy." I squeeze back, remembering our heated arguments months ago about the age gap, about Lawrence's intentions. But time has shown him what I've known all along, the depth of our connection, the truth of our love. The wooden doors creak open, and the soft melody of Canon in D fills the air. My breath catches at the sight of Lawrence standing at the altar, his blue eyes fixed on me with such intensity, my knees weaken. Only 50 of our closest friends and family fill the pews. No Hollywood elite, no press. Just the people who've watched our love story unfold, who've supported us through the storms. Dad walks me down the aisle, his steps measured and proud. When we reach Lawrence, Dad turns to him with a warm smile. "Take care of my little girl." "With everything I am," Lawrence promises, his voice thick with emotion. I hand my bouquet off and take Lawrence's hands in mine. His fingers tremble slightly. My unshakable man moved to his core. The sunlight streams through the stained glass windows, painting us in a kaleidoscope of colors. "I've lived in front of cameras my whole life," I say during my vows, my voice carrying clear and true through the chapel. "But you saw the real me when the lights went down. You loved me not for my name or my face on a poster, but for who I am in the quiet moments." Lawrence's eyes shine as he speaks. "Heather, you crashed into my life like a force of nature. You challenged me, surprised me, made me believe in second chances. This isn't for show, for cameras, for anyone but us. I promise to love you, protect you, and choose you every single day for the rest of our lives." When the minister pronounces us husband and wife, Lawrence's kiss is different from our first wedding. No hesitation, no performance. Just pure, unscripted love. We walk back down the aisle hand in hand, and this time I don't have to fake the radiant smile on my face. Rose petals shower down as we exit the chapel into the bright afternoon sun. Lawrence pulls me close, his lips brushing my ear, sending shivers down my spine. "Ready for our real celebration, Mrs. Blake?" His deep voice makes my heart skip. The way he says my new name, my official name, feels different now. Like a promise instead of the publicity stunt it used to be. The reception venue glows with hundreds of twinkling lights, transforming the rustic barn into something magical. White flowers cascade from the ceiling beams, and long farm tables overflow with our favorite people. The scent of gardenias fills the air, mixing with the warmth of candlelight and laughter. "To the happy couple." My dad raises his glass, his voice carrying across the room. "Lawrence, I didn't make it easy on you at first, but watching you love my daughter, seeing how you put her first, I couldn't ask for a better son-in-law." I catch the slight tremor in his voice, the emotion he's trying to hide. Lawrence's arm tightens around my waist as we sway to our first dance. No choreography this time, just us moving to the rhythm of our hearts. His strong hands hold me steady, guiding me across the floor like we've been dancing together forever. "I love you," he whispers against my hair. "So much." His words vibrate through me, and I press closer, savoring the solid warmth of his chest against mine. This moment feels infinite, just us. The music and a love that started as pretense, but grew into something real and unstoppable. The night flows with genuine laughter and joy. Friends share embarrassing stories, champagne flows freely, and the dance floor stays packed. This is everything I dreamed of as a little girl, Before Hollywood, before the fake marriage, before it all got complicated. 1 month later, we're back in the spotlight. The premiere of Midnight in Manhattan has arrived. And this time when Lawrence helps me out of the limo, his touch lingers. My burgundy gown sweeps the red carpet as cameras flash, the beaded bodice catching the light with each step. His hand stays firm against my lower back, grounding me amid the chaos. Mrs. Blake, how does it feel attending together, newly married after the divorce? Lawrence grins, pulling me closer. Better than I could have imagined. His eyes meet mine, that familiar spark passing between us. The scent of his cologne wraps around me, a reminder of countless intimate moments we've shared. The press eats it up. Hollywood's favorite power couple, now authentically in love. They don't know half of our story, the quiet moments that led us here. But watching Lawrence charm the reporters, seeing him glance back to make sure I'm okay, I know we found something real in all the pretense, his protective stance, the way he deflects invasive questions, the subtle squeeze of his hand when someone gets too close. It's all genuine now. Ready to watch our movie, wife? Lawrence's fingers intertwine with mine as we head into the theater. His thumb traces circles on my skin, a private gesture that makes my heart skip. Lead the way, husband. I lean into him, savoring how natural it feels to be by his side. No cameras needed to capture this moment between us. The lights dim in the theater, and Lawrence's hand finds mine in the darkness. My heart swells as our story unfolds on screen. Not just the characters we played, but the real journey that brought us here. Every stolen glance, every touch between our characters carries new meaning now. The audience gasps and laughs at all the right moments, completely invested in our performance. You're incredible, Lawrence whispers in my ear during a particularly emotional scene. His breath sends shivers down my spine, and I squeeze his hand tighter. When the credits roll, the theater erupts in thunderous applause. Critics and industry veterans approach us, showering praise not just on the film but on our chemistry. The numbers start rolling in, opening weekend projections beyond our wildest expectations. Your performance was stunning, a respected critic tells me, her eyes bright with genuine admiration. Oscar-worthy. Lawrence beams with pride beside me, his arm wrapped protectively around my waist. For the first time, I don't feel like I'm living in anyone's shadow. Not my father's, not Lawrence's. I've carved my own path, earned my own acclaim. At the after party, surrounded by celebration and champagne, I take a moment to breathe it all in. Lawrence is across the room, charming directors and actors alike, but his eyes keep finding mine. Each glance feels like a caress, a private conversation in a crowded room. The joy bubbling in my chest isn't just about the movie's success or the critical acclaim. It's deeper than that. I watch my husband work the room, knowing he'll return to me soon. I've never felt this complete, this fulfilled. My career soaring, my marriage real and thriving. Everything has fallen into place in ways I never imagined possible when we first started this fake relationship.
Chapter 40. Lawrence. I stand in the empty room adjacent to our bedroom, sunlight streaming through the windows. The space holds infinite possibilities. In my mind's eye, I picture soft cream walls with woodland creatures, a mahogany crib against the far wall, and a plush rocking chair where Heather will nurse our baby. The sound of bare feet padding down the hallway breaks my reverie. The future nursery suddenly feels more real with each of her approaching steps. Lawrence. Heather's voice carries a hint of desperation. Do we have any pickles and chocolate sauce? I turn to find her in the doorway, her hand resting on the slight swell of her belly. Even in sweatpants and one of my old t-shirts, she takes my breath away. Her curls are piled messily on top of her head, And there's that glow everyone talks about. The one that makes her even more beautiful than the day I married her for real. Together. Don't judge me. She narrows her eyes, jabbing a finger in my direction. Your child is very specific about their culinary preferences. Oh, I already know that. I cross the room and pull her close, breathing in the scent of her hair. My hand finds its way to her stomach, covering hers. Though I'm still recovering from the sardine and peanut butter incident last week. The kitchen smelled like a forgotten fishing boat for 3 days. That was a masterpiece, and you know it. She pokes my chest. Besides, now that I'm taking this break from filming, I can experiment with all sorts of combinations. The mention of her career pause makes my chest tighten with emotion. The success of Midnight in Manhattan had offers pouring in, but Heather chose us, chose our family, over the spotlight. The nursery would look perfect here, she murmurs, looking around the room. The morning light is beautiful. I was just thinking the same thing. Maybe a forest theme, though we should probably tackle your pickled chocolate craving first. My hero? She stretches up on her tiptoes to kiss my cheek. The sooner the better. Your offspring is very insistent. I'll order some groceries. But promise me one thing. No more sardines. The house smelled like a fish market for days. She laughs, the sound echoing through the empty room that will soon be filled with baby furniture and midnight lullabies. No promises, but I'll try to keep the weird combinations to daylight hours. I pull out my phone and start adding items to our grocery delivery app. Okay, pickles and chocolate sauce are at the top of the list. What else is calling to you? Heather peers over my shoulder, her chin resting against my arm. Ooh, add those spicy chips I like. And maybe some ice cream? The cookie dough one. Already on it. I add several pints, knowing how quickly she goes through them these days. I'm also getting you those prenatal vitamins Dr. Chen recommended, and some fresh fruit and vegetables. Always looking out for me. She wraps her arms around my waist from behind, her growing belly pressing against my back. The gesture is so natural now, so familiar. Speaking of which, I turn to face her, setting my phone down on the counter. I've been thinking, before you get too far along, we should take some time just for us. God knows we both need it after these crazy few months. Her eyes light up, sparkling with that infectious enthusiasm I've come to love. What did you have in mind? Remember that property I mentioned in Provence? The one with the lavender fields and the old stone cottage? I cup her face gently, already picturing her there among the flowers. The one you bought after filming that wine movie? She leans into my touch, a soft smile playing on her lips. That's the one. I was thinking we could spend a couple of weeks there. Just us, good food, beautiful countryside. No paparazzi, no schedules. My thumb traces her cheekbone as I imagine peaceful mornings and quiet evenings under the Mediterranean sun. The image of Heather, pregnant with our baby, standing underneath the sun in a sundress, makes my heart swoon. We could both use a break from Hollywood's crap. Heather's whole face transforms with excitement, her hands gripping my arms. Are you serious? When? I cleared my calendar for next month. The weather will be perfect. Not too hot, all the flowers in bloom. Lawrence Blake, you wonderful man. She squeezes me tight. A baby moon in France sounds absolutely perfect. I finish adding items to our grocery order. Fresh vegetables, lean proteins, and yes, plenty of her current cravings. The total makes me smile. I'd spend 10 times this much just to see her happy. The groceries will be here in an hour, I tell her, pocketing my phone. Plenty of time for you to tell me what else you want to do in France. Besides, eat your weight in croissants, which I know is already on your list. You know me too well. She grins, her hand finding its way back to her belly. Though right now all I can think about is those pickles and chocolate sauce. I draw her close, capturing her lips in a tender kiss. Her body melts against mine, fitting perfectly as always. When we part, I rest my forehead against hers, overwhelmed by how much love I feel for this woman. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Heather. And now our baby. That's going to be the next best thing. Her fingers trace patterns on my chest. I've dreamed about being a mom since I was little. Playing with my dolls, imagining what it would be like. She looks up at me, eyes shining. But this is better than anything I could have imagined. Our baby will have everything. Love, support, opportunities. The best life possible. They sure will. I slide my hand over her belly again. Between your talent and heart and my stubborn determination, this kid's going to be unstoppable. And spoiled rotten. She laughs, the sound of pure joy. You already ordered 3 different types of cribs to compare. Only the best for my family. I pull her closer, breathing in the moment. The sunlight paints golden streaks across her face, and her curls tickle my chin. Here, holding my wife and our growing child, everything feels right. Perfect. Like all the twists and turns of our story led us exactly where we were meant to be. I love you, she whispers against my chest. Both the charming movie star and the giant softie who orders multiple cribs. I love you too. The fierce actress and the woman who dips pickles in chocolate sauce. Her laughter fills the room again, and I know without doubt that this love, this family, this life we're building together is everything I never knew I needed.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.